Commander of the Apocalypse. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226, Death of the Corpse King. The main topic of today's TV news is the recovery of Hezhou. After more than 2 months of hard fighting, the 150,000 troops of the Royal Fifth Army finally recovered Hezhou City and wiped out the 30 million zombies here. During this process, airplanes, cannons and tanks were all deployed, and the battle was extremely difficult. More than 10,000 soldiers died in this siege. There were also many touching scenes, such as soldiers who were scratched and infected by zombies and took the initiative to hold explosive packs and entered the zombie group and died together with a large number of zombies. But no officers were killed. During this period, the sales of antiviral serum in Ziguang City were extremely hot. Tang Zheng even knew that a lot of serum was exchanged by people from the Fifth Army. Of course, these precious serums cannot be used on ordinary soldiers, but are prepared for senior officers. But this kind of thing will never be mentioned in the news. The news is full of some tragic stories that are worth singing and crying. Tang Zheng had been mentally prepared for this kind of thing. He even felt that the speed of the Fifth Army was still a bit slow. After all, it took nearly 3 months for 150,000 modern troops to conquer Hezhou, which was not worth showing off. What really shocked him was the next news. On TV, the deputy commander of the Fifth Army, the Imperial Marquis Zhang Zixin, was boasting, "Hezhou is now in our hands, and all the zombies have been annihilated." Duke Liu Yibin has said that all personnel will be relocated soon, and construction will be quickly carried out in Hezhou. In half a month, we will hold the first spring festival after the end of the world here. In the process of our elimination of zombies, there is an interesting thing. Let's take a look at this video. The scene turned, and the camera was on a helicopter. The machine gun on the plane was firing at the bottom, and there was a group of zombies running below. This scene is very rare, because zombies don't know how to run away. But these zombies ran away, and they were protecting a zombie in the middle. The helicopter chased all the way, and under the fierce machine gun fire, the zombies who were protecting fell one by one. In the end, the zombie in the middle actually wanted to raise his hands and surrender. But the shooter showed no mercy and shot the surrendering zombie to death while laughing. Then, the plane landed, and the person who fired the gun jumped off the plane. It was the deputy commander Zhang Zixin in front of him. The screen turned back, and the host asked in surprise, "Oh my god. What did I see? A zombie that can escape and surrender? There are actually many zombie guards. What's going on? Can you explain it in detail?" Zhang Zixin said with some pride, "This matter is very simple. Some time ago, a survivor base was besieged by a group of zombies. You know that incident was made a big fuss by them. They said that the Zombie King led millions of zombies to besiege the city, and the soldiers fought bloody battles to defend their homes. That incident is true. The reason why zombies act collectively is because of the Zombie King. And what does the Zombie King look like? It's the one in the picture that I shot dead." The picture turned back again, and Zhang Zixin got off the plane and personally lifted up the corpse of the Zombie King. There was a close-up freeze frame on the screen, revealing the face of the Zombie King. It doesn't look much different from ordinary people, except for the color of the skin, the length of the nails, and the shape of the teeth. The Corpse King's brain was pierced, and dark red blood kept flowing out. He was completely lifeless. This is the Corpse King, a guy who commands countless zombies. We met him at the mall in Hezhou today. He was trying to enter the mall when we discovered him, and a battle broke out. During that time, he commanded the zombies and caused us a lot of trouble. Our army suffered more than 10,000 casualties, half of which were caused by him today. But the zombies he led were no match for us after all, and we defeated them in the end. I won't tell you how difficult the process was. Our royal army will not be like some guys who are seeking fame and reputation. They will repeatedly brag about a little thing, as if they are afraid that others don't know how great a thing he has done. But today, I want to tell everyone here not to be fooled by those hypocritical people. What Corpse King? That's it? If we were not in a hurry to recapture the city today and were not prepared at the mall, our casualties would definitely be controlled within 1,000 people. Moreover, this is not a battle to defend the city, but an encounter battle. Do you understand? So some people should put away their ugly faces and learn from the humble and low-key style of the Royal Army. They are nothing. The camera shook repeatedly, and he was laughing in the picture, obviously very proud of killing a corpse king. Later, in the city of Jing, Liu was also interviewed. Liu said that his deputy commander Zhang Zixin performed very well and killed the corpse king of Hezhou. His troops also recovered the prefecture-level city of Hezhou. This was a great victory. The recovery of the first prefecture-level city in the country and the easy elimination of the corpse king proved that the re-emergence of Hanai was just around the corner. Now Jing has begun to act. Even many days ago, their engineering troops and some people had entered the edge of Hezhou to do some restoration and reconstruction work, such as restoring heating and television supply. Even the TV station has been moved there, and the roads have been cleared during the attack on Hezhou. Starting today, Jing will have a large migration. The 3 million survivors of Jing will all move to Hezhou to live within 5 days. During the Spring Festival, he will invite Princess Li Wuya of the Empire to come to Hezhou to celebrate the Spring Festival together. He hopes that everyone will pay attention to Hezhou TV. At that time, Princess Li Wuya will also make a televised speech to the national audience to celebrate the recovery of the first prefecture-level city in Hanai. Next, after the 5th Army rests, it will continue to advance westward after the Spring Festival to recover the grassland, western Sichuan, and northern Mobi provinces. It is hoped that the survivors in this area can actively move closer to the Royal Army and not become the bandits and bullies who occupy the mountains as kings, which will surely be abandoned by the times. The program of Hezhou TV has caused a strong response in a large area around it. Tang Zheng is not sure what other people are thinking for the time being, but he is shocked because he saw that the corpse king who was killed was Chen Filang. Chen Filang has been away from Tang Zheng for some time, and he doesn't know where he went. But unexpectedly, Chen Filang is now dead in Hezhou. This makes Tang Zheng feel a little strange. Chen Filang is a cautious person and will never take risks easily. Why would he take the initiative to go to Hezhou? As for the sarcastic remarks of Liu and his deputy commander Zhang Zixin, Tang Zheng did not care. If it was before, these words of mouth might have had some slight impact on him, but after the next program was broadcast, these effects would no longer exist. The subsequent programs would focus on the TV station, and the main content would be the exchange of prisoners. 50,000 Hanai people returned to their hometown, and this scene made many people wet their clothes with tears. In terms of shock, the return of 50,000 compatriots may not be as good as the first recovery of a prefecture-level city, but in terms of difficulty, defeating the 50,000 troops of Dalio in one day is definitely much more difficult than Liu and his team's recovery of Hezhou in 3 months. After all, Tang Zheng's opponent is a modern army, and it is definitely not a mob. Liu and his team's opponents are just zombies, some moving targets, not to mention that it took so long. With this halo, Liu and his team's slander against Tang Zheng did not have any effect at all, and was replaced by a sea of praise. In short, in the eyes of the survivors, their troops can now destroy the corpse king, recapture the city, and defeat the troops of Dalio. It seems that Hanai will rise. However, Liu himself was very dissatisfied with this matter. He did not achieve the effect he wanted to discredit Tang Zheng. This matter was really a coincidence. He just recaptured Hezhou today and killed the corpse king. He wanted to publicize it with great fanfare and shock the surrounding areas. But Tang Zheng also did a big thing today and redeemed 50,000 Hanai people. Moreover, Dalio was the defeated party and handed over the remnants of the Northern Territory Alliance, and those remnants were also executed today. Dalio also paid compensation, a large amount of gold, which made the Hanai people proud. The blessing brought by the national pride has exceeded the effect of his recapture of Hezhou. Since Bang was born, Zheng was born. Liu repeatedly savored this sentence in his mouth, and he was more determined that Tang Zheng was his lifelong enemy. But this enemy won't be able to jump around for long. When he completes the migration and gains a foothold in Hezhou next spring, he will sweep across the Northern Territory. But he doesn't know that besides him and Tang Zheng, there is another person who is paying attention to this matter and is very angry. Boyer County. On the top floor of a high-rise building, a little girl sat in front of the TV blankly and saw the death scene of Chen Feilang. The little girl blinked her eyes. She knew the meaning of death. The person who could coax her, play with her toys, and read her storybooks was dead. Killed by the bad guy on TV. A pair of white and tender little hands clenched, and the little girl was angry. Her blood-red eyes had turned scarlet at this moment, and even turned a little purple. Ah. A long whistle that was enough to pierce the eardrum suddenly came out of the little girl's mouth. The small body made a completely inconsistent huge sound, and the sound went straight through the sky. In an instant, all the zombies in Boyer County heard the little girl's voice and felt the anger of their king. These zombies roared together. The roar of millions of zombies was enough to shake the earth. Countless mutant birds took off and circled over the building where the little girl lived like a dark cloud. The sound wave lasted for 2 minutes before gradually subsiding. The little girl stood up and hugged her beloved big bear. The white scarf was also wrapped around her tender neck. The little fangs were grinding, and she uttered the first syllable besides "ah." Kill. She walked out of the building, and as she moved, all the zombies and mutant beasts in Boyer County followed. But the little girl did not go to Hezhou immediately. Her strength had not reached its peak, and her men had not all arrived. She had to replenish the number of her men to the maximum. Then, she would go to Hezhou and kill those annoying bad guys. Chapter 227 Chasing Light Airport. Tang Zheng was surprised by Chen Feilang's death, but it passed. The Spring Festival is coming, and the atmosphere of the Spring Festival in Ziguang City is getting stronger. Maybe people have been suppressed for too long, or maybe this end of the world is too sad and desperate. People have shown great enthusiasm for the Spring Festival, as if they have never celebrated the Spring Festival before. In order to promote consumption and increase people's happiness, all public officials in Ziguang City have been given a bonus of 1000 light yuan. 1000 light yuan is definitely not a small amount of money, enough for everyone to have a happy Spring Festival. This move made all public officials cheer. Tang Zheng was not stingy at all, and gave red envelopes of 500 light yuan to all the elderly over 60 years old, and with Ziguang City household registration. The price of goods in Ziguang City is not high, and 500 light yuan is enough for an elderly person to live for a few months. The continuous people-friendly measures have made the whole Ziguang City jubilant, and consumption has also been stimulated. Even some ordinary families will buy a piece of mutant beast meat to cook or make dumplings during the Spring Festival. Those bosses who made a lot of money because of the prosperity of Ziguang City also gave red envelopes and bonuses to their employees. However, there are still more than 10 days before the Chinese New Year, and all walks of life in Ziguang City have not yet had holidays. The entire outer city area is extremely lively every day. It is said that after the Spring Festival, many new couples will hold weddings, and those private banquets that can host banquets have been booked until February. The 50,000 Hanyu young men and women living in the buffer zone have each received 1000 light yuan issued by the Ministry of the Interior for their residence and life in Ziguang City. Many of these people will hold collective weddings. Having experienced hardships, they can better understand the hard-won life now. Of course, these red envelopes are one time, and how they live in the future still depends on their own efforts. The Ministry of the Interior has also continuously introduced many policies that benefit the people. First of all, at Ziguang Hospital, general treatment is free. What registration, diagnosis, examination, hospitalization, everything is free. There are only some medicines that cannot be produced now, and they are purchased from adventurers. The hospital will sell them to patients without adding a penny, which is very conscientious. There is also education. The many primary and secondary schools in Ziguang City are now full of students, and the tuition of these students is also free. The canteen eats at cost price, and as for the salary of education employees, it is all the responsibility of the Ministry of the Interior and the bank. Even the city has opened a city bus, and all rides are free. There is even news that the Ziguang railway station will be opened in the east of Ziguang City. The platform is just outside the east gate. At that time, the railway station will be able to lead to the university town, the manor base, Bifengdu, Shuanglin, Qingquan, Keiki and other places. All kinds of good news have made Ziguang City more and more the first choice for people to live. Those who left Ziguang City in a moment of delusion now regret it. Tang Zheng opened the system page in his official residence. The plan to seize the treasury of the royal branch of Lombard City failed, but Tang Zheng was not idle. The large army has been fighting zombies outside, and they will try to annihilate as many as possible. After all, gold and silver jewelry can be found on ordinary zombies, which can always bring in some financial income. Tang Zheng now opens the system page to see the completion of his task of upgrading the brigade commander. There are a total of 6 task progresses for upgrading the brigade commander. Condition 1. The entire regiment is fully staffed. Completion progress 26,581/30,000. Condition 2. A total of 30 million zombies have been killed. Completion progress 21,40,908/30 million. Condition 3. 30 million upgrade funds. Completion progress 15,39,90,77/30 million. Condition 4. Complete 10 mapping buildings. Completion progress 7/10. Condition 5. The number of survivors under your command is more than 5 million. Completion progress 14870/20/5 million. Condition 6. The territory area is not less than 500,000 square kilometers. Note, need to get the approval of surrounding forces. Complete progress 260103/500,000. Of the 6 conditions, none has been completed yet, but some are almost there, such as the full strength of the whole regiment. As long as Tang Zheng has another wave of troops now, it can be completed. There is also mapping. Guo Yun said that a new map will be sent in a while, and 8 buildings can be completed, and only 2 are left. There is also the number of zombies killed. Tang Zheng has taken over 2 counties in this period, killing more than 10 million zombies. In addition, the continuous killing in the past few months, as well as the killing operation in Keiki County now, have made his 30 million kills exceed 20 million. After the Spring Festival, it is estimated that only a few million kills will be enough to take over Keiki County. In the case of no more large expenditures, the funds obtained after taking over Keiki should be enough to upgrade the brigade commander. The difficulty is the 5 million survivors and 500,000 square kilometers of land. The land is easier to solve. At most, Tang Zheng can go to the desert area in Mobile to enclose the land and build some checkpoints to enclose the land. But the land that has been enclosed is not very useful for the time being, and helicopters have to be sent to various checkpoints to deliver supplies and so on. It is better to wait until the population is settled and then enclose the land at one time to upgrade. But this population has always been Tang Zheng's concern. In this no man's land of the North Territory, there is no potential for population to be tapped. There are more than 20 survival bases of various sizes nearby, and the combined population will not exceed 600,000. If you want to find people, there is no place here. This is the current situation of the end of the world. Even if a certain place is restored well, but outside the base, there is basically no one's land within a radius of hundreds of miles. Some bases around now have the idea of joining the Ziguang City system and want to rely on Tang Zheng's protection. Especially after Tang Zheng defeated the people of Dalio and rescued 50,000 compatriots, these people's ideas became stronger. Tang Zheng also accepted everyone who came and ordered the Ministry of the Interior to review, but these latecomers were not allowed to live in Ziguang City. At present, the population of Ziguang City has exceeded 450,000 and is approaching 500,000. Too many people are not easy to bear. Every time he thought of the population problem, Tang Zheng couldn't help but look to the east. In the past, he looked at Jing County, but now he should look at Hezhou. After Liu Yiban took over Hezhou, his reputation was greatly boosted, and many nearby survivor bases began to migrate to Hezhou. The population there has approached the 3.5 million mark. If these people can be annexed, then upgrading to brigade commander is just around the corner. However, Tang Zheng knew that this was unlikely for the time being. Judging from the current situation, he was the only one who would be annexed by others. He didn't have the stomach to annex the population of Hezhou. But Tang Zheng never let go of this idea because he had no way to change his life, so he could only think about it outside. There were also Dalio and Qinzhou, as well as the surrounding areas of Fengsheng, which were all within Tang Zheng's sight at all times. Once the time was right, Tang Zheng would show his claws mercilessly and reach out to the surrounding neighbors. Just when he was thinking about it, Ji Yuoyun arrived. Under the guidance of Ning Yui, Ji Yuoyun came to Tang Zheng's bedroom and handed him a map. "General, the map of the airport is out." "Oh, this time it's an airport." Tang Zheng turned over and sat up. Ji Yuoyun hadn't said it before, and he had never thought that this guy would quietly create an airport. He took it and used it for mapping. The system immediately added a building for the airport. Airport, price 1 million gold. Tang Zheng smacked his lips. This building is currently the most expensive of all his buildings. It actually costs 1 million gold. But think about it, an airport will definitely not be cheap. 1 million gold is reasonable. Tang Zheng immediately came out of the official residence. Ning Yue drove his jeep over and went straight to the reserved airport location. The location of the airport is relatively large, covering an area of nearly 2 ordinary kilometers, located in the southwest of the inner city of Zhuguang City. Tang Zheng arrived at the place, spent 1 million funds to buy the airport, and then chose to place it. After the airport was placed, the scenery in front of him changed drastically. Tang Zheng is now in the center of the airport. In the distance there are terminal buildings, control towers, and airport radars. There are many hangars near the city wall at the western end. Here is a large runway area with excellent runway conditions. The lawns and greenery in the areas between the runways are complete. Some airport signs, as well as some necessary maintenance vehicles, towing vehicles, and inspection vehicles are also fully equipped. In addition, the airport itself has 100 staff members responsible for daily maintenance, refueling, testing, sanitation, and other work. With the completion of the airport construction, the helicopters that were usually parked in various places in the inner city flew to the airport, landed on the apron, and found their own positions. The ground crew of the Air Force also entered the airport at this time and came to their respective workstations. Tang Zheng stood at the airport and was sighing at the grandeur of the airport. The airport staff had already come to report to him. Tang Zheng and these people exchanged greetings for a while, and one of the leaders reported to Tang Zheng, "General, we now have a runway and can buy fixed-wing aircraft." Tang Zheng looked at the system. He had 2 types of fixed-wing aircraft. One was a drone, which he already had, and that could take off on other roads. Another aircraft that must have a runway is his giant transport aircraft, and 124 transport aircraft. 7 crew members, 69 meters long, 73 meters wingspan, 21 meters high, 173 tons empty weight, 405 tons maximum takeoff weight, 865 kilometers per hour maximum flight speed, 100,000 kilometers. Maximum range, price 200,000 gold. A super transport aircraft with a range of 100,000 kilometers can be said to be the king of transportation. It is said that this aircraft can not only carry vehicles and tanks, but if it is used to carry people, it can carry up to 1,500 people at a time. It can also carry luggage. Tang Zheng was not stingy and spent 200,000 gold each, and directly spent 1 million gold to buy 5 giant transport aircraft. Although he didn't know where these aircraft would fly after they were built, he had a hunch that these aircraft might be useful soon. Soon, 5 giants appeared on the runway of the airport and appeared in front of Tang Zheng. Chapter 228 Hezhao. 5 and 124 transport planes appeared, and Tang Zheng came to the first one. There were 7 crew members on one plane, and the space inside the plane was very huge. There were 2 floors in the cabin, and tanks could be driven directly onto the plane. There were no seats here, so the transport personnel could sit on the ground, and the 2 floors could accommodate 1,500 people. This type of plane has a speed of more than 800 km per hour and a terrifying endurance of 100,000 km. It can take off from Zhuguang City and go back and forth to any place in Hanyu, and even to neighboring countries without any problem. With these 5 planes, plus 20 transport helicopters, the Zhuguang army now has a terrifying air transport capability. Guo Yun also told Tang Zheng that they are now researching heavy-duty airborne technology for the Army Aviation Battalion. The so-called heavy-duty airborne is to drop a tank or tank from a transport plane. Then these things can land smoothly with parachutes, and they can quickly launch strikes behind enemy lines, cooperate with the paratroopers, and coordinate with light and heavy arms to have a powerful ability to strike behind enemy lines. At present, some armored vehicles and light tanks can be airdropped with heavy equipment, and the airdrop technology of main battle tanks is being conquered. After the inspection, Tang Zheng was very satisfied, but he did not let the transport plane take off immediately. First, he did not know where to land after taking off. At present, there are only two places he can go. One is Hezhou Airport and the other is Qinzhou Airport. Because in the Hanyu Empire, there are airports only in prefecture-level cities, but if he goes to these two places, he may be shot down directly. So Tang Zheng is not in a hurry. If he has the things, he can use them directly when he needs them. After finishing this matter, Tang Zheng will wait for the new year with peace of mind. After the new year, when the large army took down Keiki County, he will consider the next marching direction. In Ziguang City, people are enjoying the happy time before the Spring Festival, while in Hezhou, 600 kilometers away, it is a busy place. During this period, Liu Yiben himself felt that he was a little eager for quick success. In order to compete for the title of the first prefecture-level city, he put all his energy on it. The development of the military industry has been put on hold, and the progress of troop construction has stagnated. Compared with other armies in the empire, his development has lagged behind. However, Liu Yiben did not regret it at all. If he took Hezhou, the princess would come. As long as he communicated well with the princess, it would not be impossible to build a capital in Hezhou. At that time, he would get the full support of the empire, and the development progress would soon surpass other armies. He vaguely knew that Li Wuiyao had a very terrifying power in his hands. The Imperial Guards had always been Li Wuiyao's trump card. The treasury of the empire was also in the hands of Li Wuiyao, with a lot of weapons and gold reserves. Once Li Wuiyao completely supported someone, it would be difficult for that person not to rise. He could not fall behind in this competition, and taking Hezhou was a particularly important step. The migration of 3 million people was not a simple matter. In the past few days, all the vehicles in Jing County were requisitioned to migrate the survivors. The mighty convoy was spread over a 600-kilometer road, constantly going back and forth. Fortunately, it didn't snow in the past few days, but the cold wind and lack of heating equipment in the wild still made the survivors suffer a lot. Many survivors were numb from the cold on the road and fell to the ground directly after getting off the car. Most people have frostbite and need a lot of hot water and medicine to treat, but Liu Yiben can't take care of these now. Because the new year is getting closer and closer, he must create a prosperous Hezhou during the Spring Festival, and people are indispensable. When the princess comes to see it, she will also praise Liu Yiben for his ability and efficiency. Such a hasty migration has also made many people criticize it, especially after seeing that Hezhou has no city walls at all. Many people think it is better to stay in Jing. After the construction and reinforcement of the city wall of Jing, the height has reached 15 meters, which consumes a lot of manpower and material resources, but because it has to be relocated to Hezhou, it has to be abandoned. When people know that there is a corpse king in the end of the world, the city without city walls will not give them a sense of security. Those city walls are not very useful for modern aircraft and artillery, but they are still very useful for dealing with zombies. However, Hezhou is too big, and it is difficult to build city walls. Moreover, it is cold in winter now, and it is almost impossible to construct. This means that before the arrival of spring, they will have to live in an unsafe environment without city walls. Many people have raised objections to this, but they were all rejected by Liu Yiben. The reason he gave is very simple. Because in Liu Yiben's view, zombies are no longer terrifying. The 5th Army has killed all 30 million zombies in Hezhou. What else is there to be afraid of? You say that the zombie king is terrible, then the deputy commander Zhang Zixin will come with a video of him killing the zombie king with his own hands, and teach you a good lesson. In his opinion, no matter how the zombies evolve, can they still resist the bombardment of aircraft and artillery? All objections are invalid, and the migration is still carried out. The original plan was to complete the migration in 3 days, but it took 5 days to complete. Fortunately, when he first attacked Hezhou, Liu Yiban kept sending people to restore the city construction, which did not take too much time. The newly arrived survivors were constantly arranged to stay. The arrival of 3 million people made the city managers busy and confused for a while. In the end, Liu Yiban forcibly ordered to separate the survivors piece by piece, and then forcibly arranged to stay without considering any objective factors for the time being. How many people in this area will stay in which community? How many people in that area will stay in which street? Under the mandatory order, people were arranged to their own residences, and some dissatisfied people were directly punished by Liu Yiban. Now is an extraordinary period. All actions must be based on the overall situation. Those who disobey will be beaten and driven out of Hezhou, and even not allowed to return to Jing. After several precedents, people had to obey the arrangements, and could only stay in obediently. This changed some of the chaotic status quo, but during this period, many people still came here because of their reputation. It has to be said that Liu Yiban's capture of Hezhou has caused a strong response in the surrounding areas. A large number of survivors have come to Hezhou around Hezhou City, as well as nearby SZ City, Yangmen City, Langyao City and other places. The arrival of new personnel has brought a new round of chaos. The chaotic order calmed down. Liu Yiban's group of people had a lot of white hair. It took another 5 days for everyone to move in. Before the end of the world, Hezhou could accommodate 30 million people. Now the population is close to 3.5 million, which is much less than before, so they just moved into a more prosperous area. Hekau District. Hekau District is backed by rivers, and there is a Jiangqiao railway bridge to the west. From the south, southwest, west, northwest, and north, these directions are blocked by rivers, forming a natural barrier. But now it is midwinter, the rivers have frozen, and this barrier no longer exists. In the east, northeast, and southeast, there are land connected to other districts. This Hekau district used to be the golden area of Hezhou. A large number of Riverview houses sold very well. It is a gathering place for high-end residential areas in Hezhou. Now, it has become a residential area for 3 million people. There are many problems with the new residential area. The biggest problem is heating and logistics. In order to build a beautiful new city, Liu Yiban chose the core area of the city, but there are also many problems. Hezhou was not so cold before, and the heating conditions are not enough to cope with the current severe cold. Moreover, after the corrosion of the end of the world, although Liu Yiban and his team also carried out emergency repairs, the current heating conditions are still somewhat insufficient than before the end of the world. The residents who moved in complained every day, and many people had to endure the frostbite brought by the road and tap dance indoors to keep warm. Liu Yiban knew that many people were dissatisfied with him, and even secretly scolded him, but he couldn't care so much now, because there were only 3 days left before the spring festival. He had already sent an invitation to Princess Li Wuoyao, and the TV station was also ready. The Hekau district was decorated with lights and lanterns were hung on the trees on the roadside. Liu Yiban even forced each unit to make lanterns and lantern riddles. When the spring festival came, he would invite the princess to watch the lanterns and guess the lantern riddles together, and then watch the grand fireworks show, and finally return to the official residence for the New Year's Eve dinner. If the other party was not Li Wuoyao, the proud daughter of heaven, Liu Yiban would definitely be sure to take the other party down. Under the command of Liu Yiban, the Hekau district began to turn around. There are even many survivors who have been organized. Some people have specially given them costumes and props, and even many of them have been assigned lines. These people are commonly known as shills. When the time comes, there will be a grand welcome ceremony for the princess. They must ensure that the princess is full of happiness, and they must also shoulder the task of singing praises for the current situation in Hezhou, and they must also sing praises for Liu Yiban. It should be what Li Wuoyao wants to see most, that the people under his rule can live and work in peace and contentment. It has to be said that Liu Yiban is indeed an expert in understanding people's hearts. Today is the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, and there are 3 days left before the Spring Festival. The day after tomorrow, on the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, Li Wuya will come to Hezhou City, and the TV station will start a full broadcast at that time. At this time, Liu Yibin has basically done his work, and is waiting for the princess to arrive. However, he did not completely careless, and still asked people to check the situation around Hezhou City. In Hezhou, he must ensure that there is no zombie in the house. Those who can't get out of the house and those who are stuck in the car have all been found and killed one by one. During this process, someone reported to him that some ice holes were found in the nearby rivers. It seemed that some frozen zombies broke through the ice and left the rivers. Hearing this, Liu Yibin was a little alert and strange. He knew that some zombies fell into the water, but they were all frozen. How could they come out? But he didn't have time to investigate these things now. There were still 3 days before the Chinese New Year, which was very important to him. It was better to have less trouble than more, so he would wait until after the Spring Festival. Chapter 229. Millions of zombies. The upper reaches of the Jin River. The Jin River originates from the eastern foot of Guian Mountain. The source is just a small river formed by mountain springs. However, in the process of flowing eastward, many tributaries are injected. Even the Fengming River in Ziguang City is a tributary of the Jin River. With the injection of multiple water systems, the flow of the Jin River has expanded rapidly. After flowing for hundreds of kilometers, it has formed a large river. Because there is a water system coming from the lowest area in the north, the water of the Jin River is turbid and yellow, and the Jin River is named after this. The Jin River has flowed through the urban area of Hezhou since ancient times, passing through the city from the north of Hezhou. There is another Jiangshu River that flows from the south of Hezhou. Hezhou was built on the impact plane of these two rivers, and the name of the city also came from this. Most of the time, these two rivers will not freeze, but this year is different. The river water has frozen. In the west of Hezhou, the upper reaches of the Jin River are hundreds of kilometers of uninhabited areas. There are no birds flying in the thousands of mountains, and no traces of people in the thousands of paths. But here, something strange is happening now. Countless zombies stood in this area, standing in a black mass along the riverbank. The number of zombies here is simply incalculable, and it feels like they are spreading to the horizon. On the frozen river, stood a group of giant gorilla zombies more than 3 meters tall. More than 7 months have passed since the end of the world. After such a long period of evolution, second-level zombies have begun to appear in the wild. Lickers and gorillas can already be seen in the wild, but their numbers are still very rare. There are more than 100 gorilla zombies here, and the number of lickers is close to 300. These high-level zombies stood on the river, and there was a little girl in the middle. The little girl was the zombie king from Boya, and she was leading a group of high-level zombies to look for something on the river. During this process, the little girl kept making sharp whistles, and then felt the response from the surroundings. Whenever there was a response from a certain place, the little girl would point, and then a gorilla zombie would go over and hammer the frozen river surface with his fist. The river surface, which was strong enough for armored vehicles to pass, could not withstand the strange power of the gorilla zombies, and the ice would soon be broken. Then, the gorilla zombies fished out what they were looking for in the river. Some drowned zombies. There are many such zombies in the river water of the end of the world. They fell into the water for various reasons. For example, when Tang Zheng went to fight the first jewelry store in Shuanglin, he relied on the river water to fight. In that battle, at least hundreds of thousands of zombies fell into the river and were washed away by the river water. But the river water will not drown the zombies. Some zombies went ashore halfway, and many others just drifted with the current, constantly drifting downstream. When they drifted to a certain place, they would sink into the mud, or get stuck somewhere and stop moving, becoming an unsafe hidden danger in the water. So now there are zombies in many waters, but they just can't get out of the water. And now the little girl is looking for this kind of zombies. After this kind of zombies are fished out, they look different from other zombies. Their skin is swollen, and their whole body is bluish white, like people who have been dead for a long time. Although they will not be drowned, their stomachs are filled with an unknown amount of water. Every zombie that comes ashore has a belly that is much bigger than a pregnant woman in her 10th month of pregnancy. The belly is trembling, and the skin is almost transparent, as if it could explode at any time. A big-bellied zombie comes ashore, and the little girl points to an ordinary zombie. The big-bellied zombie is controlled by the little girl as soon as it comes up, and immediately obeys the little girl's order and shoots a water arrow at the ordinary zombie. It is more than 50 meters away from the ordinary zombie, and the wind on the river is still strong, but the water arrow still hits accurately. The water arrow is black, and I don't know what kind of toxins and harmful substances are contained in it. When a water arrow is ejected, white smoke suddenly rises from the body of the ordinary zombie. Its muscles and bones, under the corrosion of the water arrow, actually began to rot and dissolve rapidly. In the sizzling sound, in less than 30 seconds, this ordinary zombie turned into a pile of blood. This horrible corrosive power is simply terrifying. But the little girl still seemed unsatisfied, and she pointed at a zombie 100 meters away. The big-bellied zombie continued to spray water, and it still hit the target accurately 100 meters away. The little girl pointed at another zombie. This one was 200 meters away. The big-bellied zombie still sprayed successfully. After several tests, the maximum range of the big-bellied zombie's water arrows in the wind is about 270 meters. With multiple sprays, its belly became a little smaller. The little girl signaled it to drink water. The zombie immediately lay on the river and quickly filled its belly again. After drinking, it staggered to the middle of a group of big-bellied zombies. There are already thousands of such zombies at this moment, and these are all found by the little girl during this period. But after watching for a while, the little girl still felt dissatisfied. The number of big-bellied zombies was too small. After coming out of Boya, she kept looking for zombies and mutant beasts, and brought them under her command. Now there are 7 million zombies in her zombie group, of which the number of mutant zombies is almost half. There are more than 1 million mutant birds, and more than 1 million other mutant beasts. Among them, there are about 300,000 rats. The little girl felt that her control power had almost reached the upper limit. She could control 10 million zombies, which was the limit of her current ability. Now the gap was only more than 400,000. When she accidentally discovered the ability of the drowned zombies, the little girl focused on looking for this kind of zombies. After searching for a few days, she only found a few thousand. After all, this search method was not very efficient. But the little girl couldn't wait any longer. She was ready to avenge Chen Filong, and didn't want to waste too much time outside. Standing on the river, and thinking hard for a while, the little girl came up with a solution. She waved her hand, and a large number of ordinary zombies came over. Under the command of the little girl, they lined up, and walked into the river. She wanted these ordinary zombies to drink water as much as they wanted, and catalyze a batch of big-bellied zombies as soon as possible. After the ordinary zombies entered the water, they drank fiercely under the command of the Zombie King, and soon their bellies were round. The little girl found one of them, and asked him to spray water to try. The result of the experiment was not ideal. This zombie could only spray water arrows less than 30 meters, and the corrosive power was not too strong. The little girl let the zombie go into the water again, and she sat on the river and waited. She felt that she was gradually becoming smarter. She couldn't tell where this intelligence came from, but she was smart. Tang Zheng had also studied the creature of the Corpse King, and Jiuo Yun's research institute had studied it for a long time. But they didn't study it very well, and the cause of the Corpse King seemed very complicated. Jiuo Yun finally gave Tang Zheng some conclusions. That is, there are many situations in which the Corpse King is formed, but one thing is certain, the Corpse King like Chen Filong is immature, and not a completely evolved body. The real Corpse King is cold-blooded and ruthless. But the Corpse King is different from ordinary zombies, in that their brains will continue to evolve, and have the ability to think, and the personality and some special factors before the end of the world will also affect the direction of the evolution of the Corpse King. But Jiuo Yun said that it was not accurate to say what the specific situation was. After all, he had not seen the second Corpse King, and could not make an accurate judgment. However, Jiuo Yun told Tang Zheng that the trend of the end of the world is evolution. Mutants are evolving, and zombies are also evolving. Zombie kings can evolve, and once they appear, the speed of evolution will be faster. It is currently impossible to estimate how far they will evolve. Even in Tang Zheng's view, their light-chasing army is also a kind of evolution. Isn't the continuous star upgrade of the soldiers a process of evolution? In the end, if you can't evolve and stagnate, it may mean being eliminated. The one who stands at the top of this world must be the most successful evolver, or the zombie king. A day and a night passed, and the zombie was fished out again. The second water spray test, the range reached about 70 meters, and it had a certain degree of corrosiveness. The little girl understood that it takes time to cultivate water spraying zombies. Under the current circumstances, their combat effectiveness is still a little insufficient. But she didn't want to wait for a long time. After persisting for another night, all the zombies' water spray range could reach 100 meters, and they could also corrode flesh and blood. She felt that it was okay. This batch of water spraying zombies, the number is as many as 400,000. These are also her killer troops, which can give those bad guys a fatal blow at any time. She stopped waiting and left the river with more than 9 million zombies. Passing through some towns along the way, she summoned again, piling up the total number of zombies to a huge number of 10 million. This group of zombies is much more powerful than the group of zombies that went to Zhuang City. Not only is the number 10 times, but there are also many high-level zombies. More than 7 million zombies, more than 2 million mutant birds and beasts. Chen Filong's million zombies are simply a piece of cake in front of her. In the little heart of the little girl, the zombie king, she also felt that her power could destroy almost everything. Of course, except for the human named Tang Zheng. The little girl still had some fear of that human, but as her power increased, this fear was gradually disappearing. She could feel that her power still had room for improvement. If it could be improved a little bit, she might not need to be afraid of that human anymore. But she still didn't want to meet that human named Tang Zheng now. Before that, she had to kill those bad guys. A mighty group of zombies began to move towards Hezhou. This place is not far from Hezhou. At most 2 days, she will be able to lead the zombies to the city of Hezhou. At that time, the world will be shocked and subverted. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230 New Year, 3 more chapters, 350 monthly tickets added. Early in the morning, Tang Zheng was awakened by Tang Tang's fluttering. After opening his eyes, Tang Zheng was dazed for a while before realizing that it was already Chinese New Year. The first spring festival after the end of the world finally arrived. Tang Zheng got up and came out of the bathroom. His guard captain was already standing in the room. Ning Yue had 2 pigtails with red ropes tied at the ends of her hair. She was pretty and charming and looked very beautiful. Seeing Tang Zheng coming out, Ning Yue smiled like a flower. General, Happy New Year. I wish you success in the new year and a successful love and career. Tang Zheng laughed and touched Ning Yue's pigtails. Well, your little mouth is very sweet. The general will reward you. As he said that, Tang Zheng took out a red envelope from his pocket and handed it directly to Ning Yue. He naturally couldn't be too stingy, as he brought a bunch of red envelopes with him, each of which was 2,000 light yuan. Ning Yue took the red envelope with a smile, and then took the initiative to help Tang Zheng change his clothes. Looking at the gorgeous military dress in Ning Yue's hand, embroidered with gold edges and golden tassels, Tang Zheng was a little confused. Is it necessary to dress so exaggeratedly? I don't plan to attend any performances today. On New Year's Day, many places held art performances. Zhuang City was no exception, and the Grand Theater also had performances. However, Tang Zheng would not attend. He planned to spend the new year with his family. Ning Yue smiled. General, don't forget, you have other activities to attend today. Of course you have to dress more handsomely. Xiaoxu, come and help. Help me change the general's clothes. Scientific research soldier Hezhou also ran in from outside. Unlike Ning Yue's 2 braids, Hezhou today had 2 small pigtails, the kind of Nessa head, with 2 golden silk threads tied on it. With her fair little face, she looked like a little girl, no longer the image of a blasting maniac in the past. She ran in and helped Ning Yue change Tang Zheng's clothes. At the same time, she said quickly, General, I wish you a successful start in the new year. Success. 3 wives and 4 concubines, fear of all directions, respect from all over the country, the hearts of the people, benevolence, righteousness, wisdom, civil and military virtues, and unify the country for thousands of years. Tang Zheng stuffed a red envelope into the little mouth that kept opening and closing. Shut up, the more you talk, the more outrageous you become. Zhu received the red envelope and immediately accepted it with a smile, and then began to help Tang Zheng put on this gorgeous dress in a proper manner. With the personal service of the 2 beauties, Tang Zheng changed his clothes quickly. He wore a military cap with a gold border and a gorgeous military uniform. The badge of the Zhuang army was very conspicuous. He had a thick leather belt tied around his waist, a pistol across his waist, high-top military boots on his feet, and white gloves on his hands. There was also a golden fox cloak behind him, the hem of which was slightly below his hips. The 2 beauties stepped back and looked at each other for a while. Zhu said, "It would be nice to have a mustache." Ning Yue nodded. It would be more stylish if he had a walking stick in his hand. Zhu agreed immediately, and a pipe. Ning Yue's eyes lit up. "We can ask Dak and Ming to come over and squat beside the general." "What a good idea. Then I'll go call Dak and Ming." Tang Zheng saw that Zhu was really going to go out and hurriedly stopped her. Okay, you two don't make trouble. Tell me, what are my plans for today?" "Oh, then let's have breakfast first. Miss Zhu Jingqiu brought it here early. It's a New Year's breakfast." Tang Zheng came to the restaurant. There were already 4 dishes and a soup on the table. When he sat down to eat, Ning Yue was muttering beside him. At 8:30 this morning, the general will meet with Liang Linling from the Manor Base. He brought a Spring Festival consolation delegation from the Manor Base and hopes that the general will meet him. Zhu continued. At 9:10 in the morning, the person in charge of the 12th base came to Zhuang City. Minister Qi Zhenggyang of the Ministry of the Interior invited the general to attend. At 10 am, the first collective wedding of Zhuang City will be held at the Victory Restaurant. The TV station hopes that the general can encourage these new Liwats and show the prosperity of our Zhuang City. At 10:40 in the morning, the first security company in the city will be established, which will be responsible for training by the Special Service and the Public Security Bureau. Director Zhu Liu invited the general to cut the ribbon. At 11:30 in the afternoon, the Ministry of the Interior hosted a banquet for the Manor Base and the 12th base at the Xianhe Hotel. The Ministry of the Interior and Zhuang Bank invited the general to attend the banquet. Then the general can rest for an hour and a half. At 1 p.m., the Zhuang City Court will sentence the first gangster gang to be eliminated in the city. This is the first case of cracking down on gangs and eliminating evil in the city. The judge of the court hopes that the general can attend the trial to show his attention to the law. At 3 p.m., the first new water circulation system of the water plant will be online. The director hopes that the general, Tang Zheng, couldn't eat anymore and put down his chopsticks. He was relatively free during this period, so he attended some affairs and social activities in the city. But he didn't expect that this would stir up a hornet's nest. Various invitations kept coming one after another, and people from all walks of life hoped that Tang Zheng could attend the event. They called it importance, but Tang Zheng thought that they just wanted to use this opportunity to build a relationship with him so that he could go out and brag. But today is New Year's Day, and these people are not quiet, inviting one after another, and even lining up. Tang Zheng waved his hand. It's Chinese New Year today, so stop all these things. I often see Yang Linling. Let him do a good job in the livelihood work of the Manor Base. If there is any need for funds, he can contact the bank. The person in charge of the 12th base, let Qi Zhenggyang accompany him. I won't go. As for the wedding, let me bring a message saying that I hope they have a happy marriage. There is no birth restriction now, and what we lack is population. I won't attend the cocktail party at noon. The court will rely on the law to handle things. It doesn't matter whether I attend the trial or not. See their performance at the water plant. I will be able to drink in the evening. If you do well, you will be rewarded, and if you don't do well, you will be punished. Seeing that Tang Zheng pushed away all the things, Ning Yue couldn't help asking, General, what are you doing today? Go to my dad's place, put up spring couplets, set off firecrackers, watch TV, make dumplings, and celebrate the new year. At night, the lights came on. In Ziguang City, the sound of firecrackers began to ring incessantly. Groups of fireworks kept blooming in the air, illuminating the night sky with colorful lights. It snowed tonight, and auspicious snow indicates a good harvest. Every household has their TV on, watching the wonderful programs on TV. Tang Zheng was in the living room where his father lived, rolling out dumpling skins with a rolling pin. Beside him, Tang Ni, Xiaodili, Zhu Jingqiu and others were making dumplings, and his father Tang Yushan was watching TV and pounding garlic in the distance. On TV, there was the TV station's Today's Light Chaser program, and there were constant advertisements in the middle. Tang Yushan watched for a while and couldn't help muttering, "There are too many advertisements. Xiao Zheng, are these bosses in our city making so much money? They are lining up to advertise one by one, and it's hard to watch a TV show in peace." Tang Zheng smiled. "The TV station has to eat too, Dad, please bear with it. No, change the channel. Our imperial princess will be on the screen soon. I haven't seen her for a long time." Tang Yushan didn't give face and switched the TV to Hezhao TV. The programs on Hezhao TV are more old-fashioned, still the orthodox imperial royal set, and not many people watch them. But today is different. Tonight, the imperial princess Li Wuya will appear on TV and give a televised speech to all the surrounding TV viewers. Hezhao TV has been promoting this news for many days, and many people are waiting, hoping to see Li Wuya appear and see what she thinks about the future of the empire. The TV switched to Hezhao Radio. Li Wuya has not appeared yet. The time is set. Li Wuya will give a televised speech at 8 o'clock in the evening. It is now more than 7:40. Hezhao's program is broadcasting the joyful scenes in Hezhao City. It can be seen that the lights in the modern city of the past are brilliant. On a busy street, people come and go. On both sides of the street, many colored lights and some big red lanterns are hung. There are also lantern riddles on those lanterns. Although it is not the Lantern Festival yet, Hezhao has already held this kind of event in advance, which is obviously specially made to welcome the princess. People walked on the street, laughing and talking constantly. The camera is also constantly capturing people's smiling faces, showing this happy scene as much as possible. When some people were interviewed, they kept talking about the good things about Hezhao and Liu Yibing, saying that they had met a good leader who could lead everyone to live such a good life. Tang Zheng looked at them without saying anything. Little Dilly, who was making dumplings, took a look. As a professional journalist, she snorted, "It's all fake." Tang Zheng smiled and said, "Don't worry about it. After all, they have also recovered a prefecture-level city. It's normal to do some publicity. Besides, we are not mainly watching this today." The TV program was still going on. Because it was not yet 8 o'clock, it had not been switched to the TV station's live broadcast room. Gag. In the TV screen, a group of flying birds flew over the streets of Hezhao, causing a little commotion among the crowd. The birds in the end times are different from before. They are all mutant birds. This kind of thing is a threat to people. Many people have been attacked by mutant birds. But it was the first time that everyone saw a group of them appear at once. Some people avoided in fear, and some screamed in fear. But fortunately, this group of birds just flew by and disappeared quickly, and did not cause much commotion. Seeing this, Tang Zheng frowned slightly. He had experienced a flock of mutant birds once, that was in Fengcheng Zoo. But that was normal in the zoo, and now this situation has occurred in Hezhao, which is obviously abnormal. Why are there flocks of mutant birds appearing over the city? There must be something strange about this. Tang Zheng thought about it, and called Ning Yue, who was following him like a tail, over. "Notify the combat command center, and ask them to send war eagles, to investigate the situation in Hezhao. I think something is wrong." "Okay, General." Ning Yue went to notify the combat command center, and soon the war eagle set off. Tang Zheng also turned his attention back to the TV. It was finally 8 o'clock. The TV screen switched back to the live broadcast room of Hezhao TV station. Princess Li Wuya, dressed in a gorgeous dress, appeared on the TV screen like a fairy dew pearl. She was so beautiful that Tang Ni and other women were stunned. At this time, the ratings of Hezhao TV station were definitely the first. As a prefecture-level city, Hezhao also had a strong TV signal, and more people could watch the program. Everyone is waiting in front of the TV screen, waiting for the New Year's speech of Princess Li Wuao, the only bloodline of the imperial royal family. Thanks to the book friend with the last number 0867 for the 5 100 coin rewards. Thanks to the book friend Green Witch for the reward. Chapter 231 Shocking news. There were 3 people on camera in the TV station's live studio. Li Wuao was in the middle, with Liu Yibing and the TV host next to him. Of course, the camera was now focused on Li Wuao, and the two of them were sitting on both sides like a background. Before Li Wuao started talking, her eyes were a little wet. After trying hard to adjust her emotions, she spoke. I'm about to turn 18 years old. In my 18 years of life, I never imagined that there would be such a day. The person standing on this occasion to speak should be my father, or later it may be my brother the crown prince, or possibly my other brothers, but it should never be me. I'm not accustomed to, nor do I like this situation. Since I was born, my father named me Wuao, hoping that I would live a worry-free and happy life. I have always thought so. But since July last year, everything has changed. All my relatives died in that disaster, and I'm the only one left. I can still remember clearly that before my father mutated, he held my hand and told me some secrets that only he could know. He told me, Wuao, Hanu's country cannot fall, and the inheritance of the Li family cannot be lost. You must persevere. Father and your mother will watch you in heaven. At that time, I was only 17 years old. When she said this, she couldn't help sobbing. All the people watching TV were silent at this moment. Even Tang Zheng and his family stopped making dumplings and looked at the girl on TV. Many people in Hanoi knew about Li Wuao's personality. She often posted some daily life on her social account. Traveling, reading, dancing, painting, playing the piano, riding horses. She worked hard to learn everything that aristocratic girls needed, whether she liked it or not. Sometimes she would cry in pain when she fell off a horse. Sometimes she would say she didn't want to learn because she didn't paint well. But most of the time, she was happy and occasionally played crazy with some aristocratic little girls without any idle burden of a celebrity. But no matter what kind of her she was, she shouldn't be like this. An orphan who lost her relatives, her tender shoulders had to carry the empire. She might have to bear more than anyone else. Li Wuao tried hard to adjust her mood and calm down quickly. It seemed that after the end of the world, her personality was indeed much stronger. My relatives died in front of my eyes one by one. When my mother mutated, I couldn't bear to shoot her. As a result, the friends who grew up with me were killed by the zombies that my mother turned into. In this process, I learned to grow up. When my father mutated, I shot him. After I shot, the surviving guards declared their loyalty to me. Perhaps it was from that shooting that the silly Li Wuao died. I know that I need to shoulder an unknown fate. Others can run away and hide, but I can't, because I'm Li Wuao, the princess of the empire, the only blood of the royal family. I don't want to say more about the hardships I went through and the unpredictable human heart. Fortunately, after more than 7 months, we finally see improvement. Although our population is only 1/20th or even 1/30th of what it was before the end of the world, our hope is not cut off. Now, the 10 major armies of the empire have recovered some of their vitality, and the royal guards have established a base in the palace of Yuanjing. Various departments of the empire have also been re-established in the palace. And I also saw that there are many survivor bases in the empire, which are springing up everywhere like bamboo shoots after rain. Here, I want to thank the leaders of these bases. It is you who carry the hope of the empire, resist the threat of zombies, and make the empire revitalized. At this point, Li Wuao bowed and saluted on TV, very sincerely. Many people applauded at this moment. Tang Zheng saw that his father was applauding enthusiastically. After so many years of the empire, the royal Li family still has some status in the hearts of the people. Of course, there are many drawbacks of the empire, such as too many black sheep in the aristocratic group, which has affected the reputation of the royal family. The former emperor Li Xinai was even secretly scolded for being incompetent. However, those storms and past events should not be blamed on the girl on TV. After all, she has never done anything bad. Most of the applause of the people was for this girl called Han Yuming's, not the past empire. Li Wuiyao paused in his speech. At this time, people saw Liu Yiben looking in another direction on TV, frowning slightly, as if someone was calling him. But Liu Yiben waved his hand. It was obvious that it was not appropriate for him to leave the TV screen at this time. After a short pause, Li Wuiyao continued to speak. Among these survivor bases, some of them left a deep impression on me. For example, there is a Wanghe city on the eastern coast, which was built by the survivors. They even used acid-resistant technology on ships before the Imperial Navy. Just a few days ago, they built the first Coast Guard ship after the end of the world. There is also a Ziguang city not far from Hezhou. A long time ago, it defeated the siege of millions of zombies. The people there are also very happy. I was deeply impressed. Of course, our troops are also very powerful. The Royal 7th Corps in the southeast has made breakthrough progress in fighter technology. A few days ago, it had 10 consecutive successful test flights. The Royal 1st Corps in the northeast has conducted consecutive tests of thermobaric bombs, and they have all been successful. The Royal 3rd Corps in the northwest has resumed the operation of the nuclear power plant. Of course, there is also our Royal 5th Corps, which was the first in the country to recapture a prefecture-level city. Thank you, Duke Liu Yiben, for your efforts for the glory of the Empire. The camera was on Liu Yiben, who was looking away with a frown, looking absent-minded. When he saw the camera turn around, he immediately smiled and waved at the camera. Your Highness, you are too kind. This is what our Imperial subjects should do. It is not worth mentioning. As he said that, he talked about his great strategic concept again. What about the 5th Army moving westward after spring and taking over western Sichuan, northern Mobi, grasslands and other places as soon as possible? People can hear the hidden meaning in his words. Taking over these places means that the northern region will be included in the rule. Although it is not clear who is targeted, who can't hear it. While Liu Yiben was talking big, Tang Zheng resumed rolling the dumpling skin. Tang and I and the others were not interested in Liu Yiben's words, so they continued to make dumplings. After a while, the dumplings were wrapped and ready to be put into the pot. Tang Yushan took out a string of firecrackers, 10,000 shots, and handed it to Tang Zheng. You are a boy, so you should set off the fireworks. I will cook dumplings, and you can come back to eat after setting off the fireworks. Tang Zheng smiled and said, I have prepared a lot of fireworks. Nini, come with me to watch the fireworks. Tang Ni and the other girls were also very excited. They followed Tang Zheng to the yard wearing thick winter clothes. A cleared area was cleared in the yard, and Tang Zheng lit the firecrackers first. The crackling sound of firecrackers rang out, blending with the sound of firecrackers in Ziguang City. After setting off the firecrackers, Tang Zheng prepared to set off fireworks. The soldiers of the guard company placed dozens of fireworks in the yard. Tang Zheng lit a cigarette and lit 3 at a time. Bang bang bang. The fireworks rose into the sky, and gorgeous flowers bloomed in the sky. Tang Ni and the other girls jumped and clapped their hands. This year's fireworks looked particularly beautiful. At this time, the sky above Ziguang City was already full of fireworks, which set off the snow in the night sky, making people feel relaxed and happy. After 3 fireworks were lit, 3 more followed. Dozens of fireworks were set off in a row, and half an hour had passed. Tang Zheng then returned to the house with the girls, who were still not satisfied. Tang Yushan had already cooked the dumplings. Dad, did you see the fireworks? They are so beautiful. Tang and I came in and started to shout. Tang Yushan was also very happy. I saw them. They are beautiful. Let's eat. Everyone sat down and ate dumplings while watching TV. On TV, Li Wuiyao continued to speak, talking about the achievements made by various places, as well as the prospects for the future, etc. But Tang Zheng saw that on TV, Liu Yiben seemed to be a little uneasy. His eyes frequently looked to another place, where someone seemed to be urging him anxiously. Even Tang Yushan noticed, what's wrong with Liu Yiben? During such an important speech, he scratched his head like a monkey. Is he in a hurry to pee? Tang Zheng shook his head. Something must have happened in Hezhou, and it's not a small matter. Otherwise Liu Yiben wouldn't be like this. At this time, the correspondent Wudi ran over quickly. Seeing Wudi's look, Tang Zheng realized that something big might have happened. But at this moment, the TV screen suddenly changed. Bursts of gunfire had faintly been transmitted to the ears of thousands of households through the live broadcast room. Even Li Wuao, who was speaking, stopped and looked outside with worry. Catcher. The sound of broken glass suddenly came. A huge crow suddenly broke into the camera. This ferocious mutant bird actually broke through the window of the TV station's live broadcast room and broke into the studio. The huge wings spread out and ran towards Liu Yibing. Bang bang bang. Gunshots rang out, and guards around opened fire. The crow was hit and fell onto the broadcasting platform, still thrashing around. Li Wuao screamed in fear, and Liu Yibing stood up and shouted, "Zhang Zixin, you've been gesticulating at such an important moment. What happened? Why did a mutant bird rush into the broadcasting room? What are the guards doing? Can anyone give me an explanation?" A voiceover shouted anxiously, "I don't have a chance to speak, Commander. Something bad has happened. Zombies are coming." Chapter 230 To the worst result. Liu Yibing's face suddenly turned ugly when he heard the news. "How many zombies are there? How far are they from here?" Zhang Zixin's voice came. "It's about 30 kilometers away from us. The exact number is still unknown." Liu Yibing was stunned. "What do you mean by unknown?" "It's like this, Mr. Duke. This time, there are many mutant birds following the zombies. The helicopter was dispatched, but it was besieged by the flock of birds and crashed, so it was impossible to accurately photograph the situation of the zombies. We can only judge based on experience." Liu Yibing's face became more and more ugly. "Then based on your experience, how many zombies are there this time?" "Well, it should be no less than 300,000. Zhang Zixin's words were not made up. The last time he was at the Hezhao Mall, he encountered the zombies led by Chen Filong. Chen Filong led about 150,000 zombies and fought with the troops led by Zhang Zixin. Later, Chen Filong summoned again, summoning about 70,000 to 80,000, a total of about 200,000. So in Zhang Zixin's cognition, the zombies led by the Zombie King were probably of this scale. As for the siege of 1,000,000 zombies in Zhuangcheng, Zhang Zixin thought it was a complete exaggeration to deceive the public. So he added the number of mutant birds and said 300,000, thinking it was already a lot. If the birds hadn't shot down the helicopter and then a group of mutant birds entered the city, he wouldn't even have planned to tell Liu Yibing and would have dealt with it himself. But the helicopter had crashed, so this matter was not a small matter. More importantly, the mutant birds came to the city and have now caused a lot of casualties on the streets. Today is the Spring Festival, and Liu Yibing has come up with a lantern watching and lantern guessing event, and there are still many people out shopping. It was in this situation that the mutant birds brought casualties. A large number of survivors were attacked by mutant birds, and the city guards opened fire and killed them. So Zhang Zixin couldn't hide it anymore, but Liu Yibing was accompanying the princess on the live broadcast on TV, so he couldn't say anything yet, and could only gesture, which made Liu Yibing very dissatisfied. But now Liu Yibing heard the number of 300,000, and he was slightly relieved. 300,000 zombies, this is nothing. When their 5th army attacked Hezhao, they had killed a total of 30 million zombies. At the beginning, when the weather was not so cold, they could kill nearly 400,000 zombies a day. Hearing this, he sat back in his seat and comforted Li Wuao, who was still a little frightened beside him. "Your Highness, don't worry too much. This is how the end of the world is. Zombies are everywhere, and I now find that zombie kings are gradually appearing and have already posed a threat to the bases of ordinary survivors. But for our 5th army, these 300,000 zombies are nothing. We have to kill more than 300,000 zombies every day during this period. Otherwise, how could Hezhao be recovered within 3 months?" As he said that, Liu Yibing pointed at Zhang Zixin and said, "You lead the team now. Isn't the zombie group still 30 or 40 kilometers away from us? Go out of the city immediately and eliminate them. We must not let the zombie group enter the city and destroy our hard-earned happy life." "Yes, I'll go now." Without Liu Yibing's order, Zhang Zixin had no right to mobilize a large force, which was one of the reasons why he was eager to report to Liu Yibing. Also, let the troops in the city cheer up. This kind of mutant bad breaking the window cannot happen again. Dismiss the current city guard officer and let his adjutant take over. Go. Tang Zheng left and was going to lead the troops out of the city to fight zombies. There were constant gunshots outside as the city guards were shooting at the mutant birds flying all over the city. At this point, Li Wuao had no intention of continuing to speak. She sped up her speech, apparently preparing to end the live broadcast. Liu Yiban was still sitting beside her, with a faint smile on his face, as steady as a mountain. In Ziguang City, Wu Di ran in and immediately said to Tang Zheng, "General, the results of the investigation of the situation in Hezhou are out." Tang Zheng was watching TV with a frown on his face. He felt that the situation in Hezhou would not be that simple, and Wu Di came at the right time. "Is there a video?" "Yes." Wu Di didn't say anything more, and directly showed Tang Zheng a video shot from the perspective of a war eagle. The video was more than 30 minutes long, and Tang Zheng skipped through it because the content of the video was too simple. That is, a team of countless zombies and mutant beasts was heading towards Hezhou. The vanguard of the team had already approached Hezhou city less than 30 kilometers away. After that, the war eagle kept flying and filmed the scene of the vast zombie swarm. Tang Zheng had seen the million-strong zombie swarm led by Chen Filong, but the difference between that swarm and this one was too great. According to Tang Zheng's estimation, this swarm was almost 10 times as strong as Chen Filong's, a swarm of tens of millions. After coming to this conclusion, Tang Zheng was shocked. There were many high-level zombies in this swarm, and even mutants were mixed in. It was undoubtedly very difficult to fight. They went straight to Hezhou. Although Liu Yibeng's 5th Army had a large number of people, Hezhou, which had no city walls to guard, was probably unable to stop the rampage of this swarm of zombies. If it was just Liu Yibeng, it would be fine, but there were more than 3 million people in Hezhou. If Liu Yibeng could respond correctly, Tang Zheng really didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but now it was impossible. The situation reported by the Deputy Commander Tang Zheng was far from the actual situation, which would definitely bring disastrous consequences. Tang Zheng could not sit still immediately, and he didn't even eat his dumplings. He asked Wu Di to connect to the director of the TV station, Li Zhaoqiang. "Can our TV signal be interoperable with Hezhou?" Li Zhaoqiang gave an affirmative answer. "Yes, General. Hezhou's technology is not as good as ours. We can use the picture-in-picture technology to forcibly cut into the signal source, but this technology is not stable. They can also cut off the external signal source, so the call time will not be very long. We must make it short." Tang Zheng put down the phone and went out without saying anything. Ning Yue had already started the car first. Tang Zheng got in the car and drove straight to the TV station. They drove to the TV station quickly, where Li Zhaoqiang was already ready. Tang Zheng sat down, and the TV station staff forcibly cut the signal source into the live broadcast of Hezhou TV station. This is like the picture-in-picture technology of TV. A small picture appeared under the big picture. At this time, Li Wuao's speech was almost over, but he didn't expect Tang Zheng to suddenly interrupt. Li Wuao could see the live broadcast screen. When he saw Tang Zheng appear, he was stunned and didn't finish his speech. Not only was he stunned, but everyone watching the TV program was stunned. Liu Yibeng even took a closer look, and when he saw that the person who had forced his way into the scene was Tang Zheng, he immediately became furious. "Tang Zheng, what are you doing? Do you know that it is Her Royal Highness the Princess who is speaking now? Do you know what terrible consequences your actions will bring?" Tang Zheng ignored the furious Liu Yibeng and said directly to the stunned Li Wuao, "Hello, Your Royal Highness. Please forgive me for meeting you in this way, but there is no time to explain so much now. I must inform you. According to my investigation, there is a swarm of tens of millions of zombies heading towards Hezhou from the southwest. Their vanguard is only 30 kilometers away from Hezhou. The mutated bird flock you saw before originated from this swarm of zombies." As soon as Tang Zheng finished speaking, Liu Yibeng immediately interrupted. "What? Your investigation results? Well, Tang Zheng, you actually spied on the royal troops. Do you know what this means? This is treason. I have the right to shoot you directly for prying into military secrets." Tang Zheng was also a little annoyed and said to Liu Yibeng, "I'm informing you of the situation. You'd better be able to distinguish right from wrong. I now very much doubt whether you are capable of leading more than 3 million people through this disaster. Liu Yiban got angry when he saw Tang Zheng. This guy had ruined his good deeds time and again. Although he didn't know whether it was intentional or not, he would not have the slightest good impression on Tang Zheng. Hearing Tang Zheng's question at this moment, he immediately retorted, "Tang Zheng, do you know what the crime of alarmist speech is? You said that you detected a group of tens of millions of zombies. Then I ask you, my helicopter was destroyed by mutant birds, and no footage was transmitted back. How did you do it? Have you already produced a fixed-wing reconnaissance aircraft? Or did you send spies to lurk here?" Tang Zheng looked at Liu Yiban and felt that this guy was simply unreasonable. He didn't care about the importance of the matter at all and just treated him like this. But he was not afraid of Liu Yiban at all and sneered, "If you are alone, I don't care whether you live or die. But don't forget that there are more than 3 million survivors behind you. Now is the end of the world. Talents are the most precious resource. I advise you not to forget your responsibilities because of jealousy of me." Liu Yiban was hit by what Tang Zheng said, and he became even more furious. "Enough. You, Tang Zheng, are afraid of the zombies like a stray dog, but it doesn't mean that I, Liu Yiban, am afraid too. No matter what happens in Hezhou, it is my business. Whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with you." "Where are the people from the TV station?" Cut off Tang Zheng's signal source. The picture flashed, and Tang Zheng disappeared from the TV. Liu Yiban turned around and said to Princess Li Wuiyao, who was a little worried, "Your Highness, don't worry. Tang Zheng is deliberately disturbing our military morale and making alarmist remarks here. I believe that Deputy Commander Zhang Zixin will bring us good news soon. He once killed a corpse king himself and has experience in dealing with such things." After that, he invited Li Wuiyao to leave the TV station, saying that he had prepared a sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner and invited Li Wuiyao to have dinner together. At this time, the TV signal was cut off, and the next was advertising time. In Ziguang City, Tang Zheng looked at Liu Yiban's reaction and shook his head slightly. This matter is troublesome. If this group of tens of millions of corpses is not handled properly, it will definitely cause a horrible disaster in the surrounding area. And now Liu Yiban's attitude and the Fifth Army's underestimation of the enemy have begun to develop in the worst direction. Chapter 233, The Sky Collapses. 3 more chapters, 400 monthly tickets plus. In the TV station, Tang Zheng calculated the speed of the zombies. The zombies are no longer the staggering ones they were at the beginning. Even ordinary zombies are walking at the same speed as normal people. 30 kilometers. It will take no more than 4 hours to reach Hezhou. However, the first to arrive should be the vanguard of the zombies. After all, the scale of the zombies is too large. Now they are moving forward like a line, spreading over hundreds of kilometers. At the beginning, the intensity of the attack may not be very strong, but it will get bigger and bigger later, until it is completely impossible to resist. More importantly, Hezhou has no city walls, so the resistance will not last too long. When the zombies accumulate to a certain number, the army will collapse and flee. But the problem is that they have nowhere to escape. In the end times, outside the survivors' base, there are wilderness everywhere, and people now can no longer run faster than zombies. Zombies are tireless creatures. How far can people run on their own legs? Although Liu Yiban is a bit unreasonable, Tang Zheng can't just sit back and do nothing about it. He knew that there was not much time left for Hezhou to prepare, maybe 3 hours, 4 hours, or at most tomorrow. If effective preparations could not be made, then everything would be too late. Once Hezhou was finished, the aftermath of this incident would spread to the surrounding areas and might even affect Ziguang City. Tang Zheng immediately returned to the official residence and notified his subordinates to gather at the official residence on the way. After returning, his subordinates were basically all present, and Tang Zheng held a meeting to study the countermeasures for this matter. As for Hezhou, Tang Zheng believed that it would not take long before Liu Yiban would not care about it. Li Wuiyao did not eat the New Year's Eve dinner that Liu Yiban had carefully prepared. When she heard Tang Zheng say that there was a group of tens of millions of zombies approaching Hezhou, how could she still eat it? So when the live broadcast ended, Li Wuiao immediately asked Liu Yibing to carefully figure out this matter and put everything else aside. Liu Yibing was also worried. Tang Zheng was so blatant and invaded the princess's live broadcast in defiance of the world. This matter was very likely to be true. So he was also anxious, but he just tried to stay calm. Hearing Li Wuiao's strict order, he nodded and went down to investigate the situation immediately. But it must be said that the means of investigation in the end times are indeed somewhat lacking. It is difficult for radar to detect the actions of individuals. Although the zombie swarm is large, it is still composed of individuals after all. Liu Yibing's air defense radar can't detect it at all. The usual helicopter reconnaissance is no longer effective at this moment because of the existence of mutant birds. Several helicopters were sent out in succession, and they were all destroyed by mutant birds, which made Liu Yibing realize that something was wrong. The helicopters he sent out from different directions actually encountered a flock of birds. So how big is the scale of this flock of birds? Anyway, it must be more than what Zhang Zixin said, and the total number of the swarm of zombies is only 300,000. Thinking of Tang Zheng's words, Liu Yibing was a little scared. If it is really a swarm of zombies at the level of tens of millions, then He Zhao may be finished. He had just contacted Zhang Zixin, and the other party had already set out with an armored unit for reconnaissance. Armored vehicles and tanks, these things are not afraid of harassment and attacks by mutant birds, and should be able to take on the task of reconnaissance. Liu Yibing was like an ant on a hot pot, waiting anxiously. Fortunately, the convoy was moving very fast, and about half an hour later, Liu Yibing got the news. Zhang Zixin's voice was completely hoarse on the intercom. "Commander, it's over." Liu Yibing felt a surge of anger in his head and asked calmly, "Explain clearly." "Too many. There are too many zombies. It's impossible to count them. There are mutant birds in the sky, and the ground is full of zombies. One of my armored squads was swallowed up in an instant. I was the only one at the back, and I ran out even after turning around." Liu Yibing was stunned. "What did you say? The armored unit was swallowed up? Can those zombies still pose a threat to the tanks? I thought not, but there are so many gorilla-like zombies in there. The heavy machine guns can't penetrate them, and the tank's artillery can't lock on them. They directly overturned the tanks, and there was no chance to fire at all. Those armored vehicles were even worse. There was a kind of zombie that was more than 5 meters long and looked like a gecko. It jumped up and broke the bulletproof glass. The brothers inside were caught and torn to pieces." Clang. The walkie-talkie in Liu Yibing's hand fell directly to the ground. At this moment, he felt that the sky had fallen. He never expected that what Tang Zheng said was actually true. There is a zombie king who can lead a horde of tens of millions of zombies. In this case, is there any hope for humans to survive? Although the Fifth Army has killed tens of millions of zombies in total, those zombies have no unified command. It is not difficult for regular troops to lead them over and kill them bit by bit, just like shooting. Liu Yibing simply cannot imagine how terrible it will be with tens of millions of zombies under unified command. At this moment, he was already a little panicked, and he didn't come to his senses until Li Wuiao beside him asked questions continuously. Zhang Zixin, are you still listening?" He picked up the walkie-talkie again. Fortunately, this walkie-talkie was not broken. "Commander, I have run back to the city. What should we do?" "Organize the troops and immediately organize defense on the riverside in the southwest direction. Never let the zombies rush into the estuary area." "I understand. I will lead the team now." After the call ended, the entire He Zhao city fell into a panic. All the troops swarmed out, boarded the car nervously, and began to move towards the southwest, preparing to build a defense line along the river to resist the upcoming zombies. Such a big movement could not be concealed at all, and with what Tang Zheng said in the TV speech, who would not know that the zombies were really coming? The panicked people could not stay at home. This He Zhao city, which has no city walls and is connected in all directions, looks like it cannot be defended. Instead of waiting to die here, it is better to run now and run back to Jing County. At least the 15-meter city wall there can still give everyone a sense of security. However, Jing County is nearly 600 kilometers away from He Zhao, and you can't go back, even if you die of exhaustion. Only those who have their own cars can drive back. Some people panicked and drove out of the Hekau district and ran towards the direction of Jing. But the tragedy happened just like that. Those ubiquitous mutant birds have covered the sky above the city. Fast-moving vehicles have become the targets of mutant birds. Their claws can't break armored vehicles, but they have no problem breaking private cars. The skylight was easily shattered, the car windows were easily shattered, and the mutant birds even got into the car and pecked out the brains of people with their hard beaks. One car after another did not run out of the city, but crashed into something installed. And those who ran out of their homes and tried to run outside were repeatedly attacked by mutant birds. People on the street would fall to the ground while running, and some people even had their heads taken away. They wanted to seek protection, but now there was no one to protect them. The regular army was building a defense line, and Hezhou City was already in a state of being out of control. It was still before 12 o'clock in the morning, and many people did not wait for the new year after all. From the TV station building, Liu Yiben looked at the chaos below, and his mouth was covered with bubbles in anxiety. He looked at Li Wuiao, who was sitting on the side, and said anxiously, "Your Highness, you should leave immediately before the zombies enter the city. I will let the air defense forces protect you, and other helicopters will be responsible for cover to ensure that the mutant birds do not approach. Your plane will take off and return to Yuanjing. I promise you will return safely. You can't stay here." Unexpectedly, Li Wuiao's face was calm. She glanced at Liu Yiben and shook her head slightly. "I won't leave." "Ah. Why?" Liu Yiben was anxious. "Why don't you leave? You are the only bloodline of the imperial royal family. You must not have any problems." Li Wuiao's face became calmer and calmer. "I won't leave. I was just speaking on TV, building a new home with everyone. Now there are 3.5 million people gathered in Hezhou. They are all citizens of the empire and are in danger. If I turn around and leave and escape alone at this time, then I'm not worthy of continuing to be in charge of the empire, or even worthy of being a human being." As she spoke, her clear eyes swept over Liu Yiben. "I'm here, not going anywhere. If you want me to leave, unless you can defeat the zombies this time, or let all the people leave, I would rather die, so that when I go to the underworld, I can see my father and mother, and tell them loudly that their daughter has not brought shame to them." After that, Li Wuiao told the TV station here to resume the live broadcast. From now on, she will not go anywhere, just on the TV screen. The director of the TV station was a little embarrassed, but seeing that Liu Yiben didn't say anything, he didn't dare to disobey, so he had to resume the live broadcast again. Li Wuiao tidied up her messy hair in the screen, and didn't say anything, but asked someone to bring up some pens and ink, and began to sign some orders. Or it can be said to be a will. No one knows what she wrote, but they saw her writing continuously, her eyebrows and eyes drooping, and her angel-like pretty face was extremely dignified at this moment, with a kind of sacred beauty. Liu Yiben stood below and watched for a while, finally sighed, turned around and left. He knew that no one could persuade Her Royal Highness the Princess at this moment, unless it was the two conditions. Either defeat the zombies or let the people escape. But now he really had no choice. It took more than 300 people 5 days to get from Jing to Hezhou, and it would take at least 5 days to go back. In 5 days, more than 3 million people would become more than 3 million skeletons. There was no escape, so there was only one way. Fight the zombies. Liu Yiben gritted his teeth, got in the car, and went straight to the defense line. At this moment, he felt a little regretful. Tang Zheng came to report the situation, so he must have some way. But Tang Zheng was scolded by him, and the signal was cut off. He couldn't pull his face and go to Tang Zheng again. Moreover, at this moment, facing the zombies, that came like a natural disaster, he couldn't believe that Tang Zheng could turn the tide. So Liu Yiben also gave up the idea of asking Tang Zheng for help at this moment. He could only hope that his troops could resist, and hope that this zombie group was not as strong as Tang Zheng said. Thanks to the book friend Jiaxing Joshi for the 500 coin reward. Chapter 234, The Second Ring of Light Chasing City. In Ziguang City, Tang Zheng and a group of officers were watching the electronic simulation map in the combat command center. This electronic simulation map is a high-tech product of the command center. It can include all areas that have been explored by the War Eagle in the simulation map. As a result, a panoramic map is getting bigger and bigger. Now Hezhou has been simulated. Except for the absence of people, every street, every house, and even every big rock on the riverside are within the simulation range. With this kind of real-life map, the effect of combat command is more intuitive and effective. Zhu Chen, the director of the command center, is in charge of explaining it at this moment. General, we have analyzed the crisis in Hezhou, and the current situation is roughly like this. The zombies are heading straight for Hezhou from the southwest. Hezhou has no city walls and cannot make effective defenses. In the southwest, there is a Jiangshu River, which could have stopped the zombies in the past, but now it is midwinter and the river is frozen, which has become a smooth road. This is already dangerous. At this time, Hu Yuhang, the battalion commander of the aviation battalion, suddenly said, I have an idea, which is to blow up Jiangshu, so that we can buy time. What they lack now is time. Zhu Chen smiled, and then manually added a zombie to the simulation map. A number of x 10 million was added after the zombie, so 10 million zombies were generated on the simulation map. He adjusted it a few more times, and pulled the 10 million zombies into a line of 100 kilometers. Everyone, please pay attention. This is a group of 10 million zombies coming from the southwest. The current planned route is the Jiangshu River. If the fifth group blows up the ice of the Jiangshu River at this time, the zombies will be divided into two sides. The speed will be very fast. Unless you keep blowing it up, you will not be able to stop the zombies from advancing. Of course, you can buy time. It depends on how much you buy. If you want to buy more time, then the time and method of blowing up the ice are very important. After repeated calculations, we have found that interval blasting is the most effective. That is, place explosives within 300 meters, and then stop every 300 meters. Continue to place explosives in the next 300 meters. The timing is to wait until the zombies are close to the bank of Jiangshu River and have started to cross the river, then detonate them one by one. This way, the zombies' attack range can be limited to the 300-meter wide river surface, so that we can use the ice to fight. First, use rifles to annihilate as many zombies as possible, and then when the zombies accumulate to a certain extent, blow up the ice and let the zombies fall into the water. If we do it layer by layer, theoretically we can lead the zombies downstream. Of course, that's limited to the fact that the zombies have no intelligence. Now this group of zombies won't always fall into the trap. But according to our analysis, there is no problem in gaining 3 days. At this time, Jiang Heo of the armored battalion raised a question. So what's the point of gaining these 3 days? As you said, the group of zombies will still come. Where will these more than 3 million people in Hezhou go? Zhu Chen continued, it's very simple. Build city walls and defend. Jiang Heo was a little puzzled. How many city walls can be built in 3 days? It's too late. Tang Zheng spoke at this time. It is definitely too late to build a normal city wall, but Hezhou has a natural advantage. That is, there are 2 large rivers of ice. These ice blocks are cut and quickly piled together. Once water is poured on them, the city wall will appear immediately. After Tang Zheng finished speaking, many people's eyes lit up. If this method is used, a city wall can really be built in a short time. Although it is not as strong and durable as Ziguang City, it is at least much better than it is now. After listening to Zhu Chen's explanation, Tang Zheng nodded. You are right. This is indeed the best way. We can buy as much time as possible, so that there is a possibility of miracles. However, I believe that the 5th Army can also come up with a solution that is not much worse. Now our top priority is what we should do next. Tang Zheng turned his head and looked at everyone. First, we have to expand the city. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The 5th Army is fighting. Why does Ziguang City expand the city? Tang Zheng ignored everyone and came to the virtual map and drew a circle around Ziguang City with his hand. This circle is part of the farmland we originally reserved, but now it seems unnecessary to keep it. This area of about 40 square kilometers will be built into a city. After hearing Tang Zheng's words, everyone had some realization. This meant that the population would be expanded. As for where the population would come from, it was self-evident. Ji Yunshan couldn't help but said excitedly, "General, are we going to build the second ring of Ziguang City?" Tang Zheng smiled and said, "Almost, but the area of the second ring is large enough. It will probably be more lively than the first ring in the future." As he said that, Tang Zheng turned to look at Ji Yuoyun. "Is there any way to build high-rise buildings in the urban area, but without being able to spy on the situation in the inner city from the high-rise buildings?" Ji Yuoyun shook his head slightly. "General, it's not possible now, but if you are promoted to brigade commander, I will have a way to do this." "Okay, then there will be no problem." Seeing Tang Zheng's enthusiasm, Ji Yuoyun couldn't help but say, "General, are you really sure that people from Hezhou can come to our side?" Tang Zheng thought for a while and said, "Not yet. Liu Yibing is like a madman now. I'm afraid he won't listen to anyone, but it won't be long before it can be done, because as long as the 5th Army can't withstand the offensive of the zombies, then everything will change. The people of Hezhou will not sit idly by, not to mention Princess Li Wuiyao is here. They will definitely find a way to leave." Ji Yuoyun added, "But there are 10 million zombies besieging the city. They can't just run away if they want to. I haven't figured out how the millions of people in Hezhou can leave." Tang Zheng raised his hand and pointed at the map. "You may have overlooked this place." Everyone looked up and immediately understood. Tang Zheng issued a strict order in Ziguang City, and Ziguang City was sealed off. All the city gates were closed, no one was allowed to go out, and no outsiders were allowed to enter the city. All checkpoints were blocked, and vehicles were not allowed to pass. And he started a new round of construction outside Ziguang City. Ziguang City now covers an area of 10 square kilometers, with Guian Mountain to the west and north. But to the east and south, there are still vast wildernesses, which used to be farmland, but now they are also abandoned. This area is not small, there are still hundreds of square kilometers. Tang Zheng has now marked out 40 square kilometers, and is ready to start construction. After such a long period of accumulation, Tang Zheng has abundant supplies. Cement, bricks, steel, sandstone, etc. Everything is available. According to the designated area, Tang Zheng began to build a wall. A 20-meter high level wall. This construction is 40 kilometers long. Still relying on the mountainous area, Tang Zheng left a narrow passage in the northeast corner for trains to enter and exit, and the rest of the area is all residential. The sentry towers and machine gun bunkers were placed according to the proportion of the previous city walls, and then there were the various city gates. This time, there were 8 gates and a water gate at the south gate, and 4 gates at the east gate. Nearly half of the battlefield when fighting against the zombies in the past was surrounded in the city this time. On the south gate, it is almost the place where the truck bomb exploded. There is an advantage of enclosing this area, that is, there is basically no need to level the land. After the battle, there is no weeds here. The city wall was enclosed here, and the engineering troops immediately moved in to carry out some simple basic work. For example, snow removal, building temporary color steel houses, transporting coal, building public toilets, and pulling wires, etc. All departments in Ziguang City also took action quickly and began to enter the new city area to carry out a new round of construction. Tang Zheng also found that the number of city guards was not enough. The defense of this new city area was very heavy. The outer circle of the city wall alone required at least a battalion of soldiers to guard it. Tang Zheng looked at his own troops. Now there were more than 26,000 Ziguang troops. Tang Zheng thought about it and decided to add another city guard battalion. The second city guard battalion. A battalion of 2,500 people. Tang Zheng still had more than 10 million in funds at the moment, which was enough. Among them, 10 million was extorted from Dalio, otherwise there would be really little money now. It was 15 million before. The construction of new city walls, sentry towers, machine gun bunkers, etc. cost a total of 3.2 million, and there was still 12 million in hand. The city guards did not need to be equipped with too many vehicles, just some simple vehicles and a large number of soldiers. Among them, snipers, heavy machine gun teams, and flamethrower warriors were the 3 special arms of the city guards. The rest are a large number of mobilized soldiers, as well as a certain number of military dogs and logistics soldiers. The average cost of a company is slightly higher than that of a field army with vehicles, about 150,000 gold. Tang Zheng directly added 8 companies, as well as a cooking platoon, a medical platoon, and a guard platoon. With the battalion commander and communicators, the 2nd City Guard Battalion was fully staffed. 1,300,000 gold was used to build a 2nd City Guard Battalion. The battalion commander was the adjutant of the former City Guard Battalion, and was directly promoted to the commander of the 2nd City Guard Battalion. When this unit was built, Tang Zheng saw that the total strength of the light chasing army had reached 29,100 people. There was still a gap of 900 people, and the whole regiment could be fully staffed. Tang Zheng did not add these 900 people immediately, and he had to leave some movable forces in space. After the personnel of the 2nd Battalion arrived, Tang Zheng did not let them guard the city. There was nothing to guard in the city now, so he asked these people to go directly to Keiki County. In Keiki County, the main force was still fighting with the zombies, and it was estimated that it would take about a week to end the battle. The 2nd Battalion of the City Guards was the main force. They should take advantage of this period of time to hone their skills and at least upgrade to 3 stars. If they don't hone their skills now, they may have to face life and death on the battlefield in a while. More sweat in peacetime means less blood in war. Tang Zheng understands this principle very well. Tang Zheng's 15 million funds have also turned into tens of millions of zeros. Most of the cement, sand, stone, steel bars, etc. that were accumulated at the beginning have also been consumed. After paying such a high price and countless supplies, Tang Zheng didn't know what to feel in his heart. He didn't even know whether he hoped that the 5th Army would win or lose. However, it is right to prepare for a rainy day and do many things in advance. Next, it depends on the performance of the 5th Army and Liu. Chapter 235 Desperate Battle. Just as Tang Zheng expected, the 5th Army also came up with a similar solution. When Liu arrived at Jiangshu River, he ordered to blow up the ice on the river. The 5th Army had a large number of people, and the first wave of blasting was quite effective, blowing up more than 10 kilometers of the river surface. But the next action was not so smooth. The mutant birds began to attack the engineers who placed explosives on the river surface, causing heavy losses to the army. When the large army of zombies approached Jiangshu 10 kilometers away, they began to split to the left and right. At this moment, Liu did not care about casualties, and forced engineers to continue to blow up the river surface. Under Liu's strict order, the engineers had to carry explosives, and continue to set off, blowing up sections of the river surface. However, during this process, casualties became more and more serious. When the accumulated destroyed river surface was close to 30 kilometers, more than 5,000 engineers had been killed, which forced Liu to stop this suicidal action. During this time, Liu and his men began to seize the time to build the ice city wall. A large number of survivors were called together and came to the Jin River on the other side of the city to start cutting ice on the river. Almost all the trucks that could be used in the city were called up to transport ice back and forth between the river and the city. The huge water pipe was directly connected to the river. After the ice was placed together, water was immediately poured on it. The cold weather made the water freeze quickly, and the ice was solidified together to form a wall. Whether it was beautiful or not was not pursued at all. Under Liu's repeated orders and the princess's call, nearly 2 million people participated in the construction of the city wall. With the help of the delay of blowing up the ice layer, the 5th Army successfully survived the night. That night, nearly 2 million people in Hezhou were dispatched, cutting, loading, and transporting. Those who did not have suitable tools pulled the ice with ropes, or pushed it on the road, to transport the ice to the southeast of the city. The zombies came from the southwest, but the estuary area is surrounded by water from the south to the west, and then to the north. The river surface is constantly blown up, and ice is cut, so the zombies can only continue to move to the northeast and southeast. In fact, there are passages to the estuary area in the west, which are the highway bridge and railway bridge on the 2 rivers. However, this narrow passage is easy to defend, and difficult to attack. Liu has deployed heavy troops here. After the arrival of the zombies, they chose to bypass here. However, Some of the zombies blocked the other side of the bridge and did not allow the people in the estuary area to leave. The troops and the zombies confronted each other across the 2 or 3 kilometers of the river, and the battlefield was opened up in other places. The southeast direction will be the first area to welcome the arrival of zombies. 2 million people worked hard overnight and built an ice wall that is more than 10 kilometers long and 12 meters high in the southeast area. The thickness is now more than 6 meters, and it can be used for guarding for the time being. People who had not slept for almost a night could not rest even at dawn. The Fifth Army entered the southeastern city wall. The survivors were assigned to continue moving to the northeast and continue building the ice wall there. The battle also started at 7:50 on the southeastern city wall. When countless zombies approached in a black mass, the soldiers of the Fifth Army realized how huge the difference was between a group of zombies with unified command and a group of zombies without command. In the snowy plains, the group of zombies was constantly pouring in. Standing on the ice wall, there was no end in sight. Mutated birds were flying everywhere in the sky, blocking the already not bright skylight. The roar of zombies and the cry of mutant birds made people's eardrums buzz and upset. Unyielding came to the city wall and looked at the scene in front of him. His heart couldn't help but pounding. His eyes were red from staying up late, and his beard was untidy. He was no longer the image of a romantic general in the past, and now he couldn't care about it. Just as he was about to command the battle, the communicator ran over. "Commander, Tang Zheng is on the line." Unyielding was stunned for a moment and took the intercom. Tang Zheng's voice came. "Commander Liu, don't talk first, listen to me. If your Fifth Army can hold on, just pretend I didn't say anything, but if you feel bad, don't hesitate, contact me immediately. I will try my best to help you evacuate people. After all, those civilians don't deserve to die." Liu felt that his nerves were a little sensitive again. If the civilians didn't deserve to die, should he die? He was about to retort, but Tang Zheng had ended the call. Damn it. Liu threw the intercom and started to command the battle directly. Facing the incoming zombies, he first asked the artillery of the Fifth Army to start a long-range strike. No matter when, artillery has a place in war, even now. The cannons sounded, and groups of fire and smoke exploded in the distance. The scene was quite shocking. The Fifth Army has a large number of artillery, with more than 400 cannons. The rumbling sound of artillery sounded, and many zombies were killed in this explosion. However, this level of attack was not painful at all for the zombie swarm of tens of millions. The zombie swarm continued to advance under the artillery fire. Liu did not resume the production of landmines here. Although his military-industrial line has recovered a little, it has not reached the level of unbridled mass production. In the previous stage of fighting Hezhou, he had consumed most of his ammunition in stock. He is not rich now. The zombie swarm advanced under the artillery fire and finally approached the city wall, after paying some price. It only took 4 hours from the beginning of the war to the brutal attack and defense of the city wall. As the zombies began to attack the city, the Fifth Army's life was not so good. At the beginning, their firepower was still very dense and fierce, and countless zombies were killed on the snowfield. But with the addition of advanced zombies to the battlefield, their firepower was restricted to a certain extent. It is difficult for indestructible bullets to kill those armored vehicles with one shot. The sharpshooters who usually shoot hundreds of steps through Yang cannot hit the fast-moving agile zombies with one shot. Advanced zombies and ordinary zombies were mixed together, and many bullets were wasted on those cannon fodders, but they could not stop the advance of the zombies. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the zombies rushed under the ice wall. Just like the siege of Ziguang City, the corpses piled up rapidly. At this time, Liu also realized that his wall was a little short, but he had no choice. Time was tight and the task was heavy. Almost all the people who could be mobilized in the estuary area had been mobilized. Some old and weak people also had to cook, boil water and do logistics in the rear. It was the limit to be able to do this. Faced with a pile of corpses, Liu could only order the use of gasoline bombs. But at this time, there were disadvantages. As a defense, the ice wall could not resist the burning of gasoline bombs. The continuous melting of the ice wall shocked Liu. He could only let the workers continue to transport ice and continuously thicken the wall behind. Some people moved ice to the wall and temporarily raised it. It is not enough to just put ice, but also to water it. The disadvantages of watering with a water pipe are also great. If the soldiers who were fighting were not careful, they would be easily soaked by water. In this cold winter season, if they were soaked in the cold wind, they could only go back and take off their clothes and take a hot bath immediately to avoid catching a cold. If they were not careful, it would be very common to be frozen to death. But now there is no such condition. Many soldiers were frozen and stiff and fell dead on the city wall. They did not die at the hands of zombies, but died at the hands of their own people. It was under such difficult circumstances that the 5th Army persisted until dark. Liu also knew that the night of the first day was the most difficult time. In the dark night, the cold wind howled, whistled, and swept across the wasteland. The soldiers stood on the ice, their eyelashes frosted, and their faces pale. People kept falling down with stiff hands and feet, and then they were immediately carried away. This is not difficult. The key is to deal with the zombies that keep coming below. Flares were launched one after another, and the 5th Army fought at night. Compared with the more abundant troops during the day, it was already difficult to fight at night. Because the zombies had already arrived in the northeast area, they had to divide their troops to defend the northeastern city wall. The soldiers on both sides were fighting hard, barely moving their stiff hands and feet, and raising their guns to shoot. The zombies on the ground were still a little easier to aim, but the mutant birds in the sky became their biggest worry at this moment. In the dark night, it was impossible to find the location of the mutant birds. Even if the flares were launched, as the light gradually faded, the mutant birds hid in the darkness behind, and when the time was right, they suddenly rushed out of the darkness. Then, a soldier on the city wall covered his face and screamed. The mutant birds could easily blind them, and at the very least, they would take away a large piece of flesh from their faces. Some soldiers were blinded and tried to grab the mutant birds and jump off the city wall to die together, but unfortunately they fell to their death, and the mutant birds could still flap their wings and fly to fight again. The flames of the flamethrowers penetrated the night sky, and sometimes they could burn some mutant birds, which was considered a good record. Under the double attack from the sky and the ground, Hezhou was in serious danger on the first night. A pile of corpses was rushed to the top of the wall by zombies before it could be burned. Seeing more and more zombies climbing up the city wall and even jumping into the city through the wall, Liu was anxious and personally led his guard battalion and a division as a reserve to rush up. It took nearly 7,000 people to bear this wave of crisis and successfully burn the pile of corpses. Afterwards, there were more than 2,000 wounded soldiers who had been scratched by zombies, but they had not mutated yet. Looking at these brothers with grey faces and desperate eyes, Liu wanted to cry, but had no tears. He could only give these people some explosives and let them charge for the last time. The soldiers attacked by the virus gritted their teeth and rushed out, and died with the zombies in the explosions. Courage and passion cannot really reverse the situation. The joint operations of zombies and mutant birds made the 5th Legion difficult. They were not without combat effectiveness or courage, but there were too many zombies, and there were countless high-level zombies, and they could not be killed. After a day of fighting, they had killed and wounded more than 500,000 zombies, but it was just a drop in the bucket, and could not help. In the second half of the night, the city wall was in danger again. Liu had to grit his teeth and send the armored troops out of the city to meet the enemy. The 2,000 tanks and armored vehicles of the 5th Corps went out to fight the zombies. It was unknown how many zombies were killed and wounded. The rumbling of artillery lasted for several hours. This night was finally passed, but at dawn, only less than 60 tanks of the 2,000 armored troops were able to return alive. Chapter 236, The Last Request for Help. 3 updates. 450 monthly tickets plus. Commander, take a break. The communicator handed over a kettle of hot water and put it in Liu's hands. Liu tried to raise his hand to take the kettle, but found that his hand was no longer under his control. In the end, he could only hold the kettle with both hands and drink some hot water, and then he felt a little warmer. Under the city wall, the battle continued. The zombies' sleepless attacks brought great pressure to the defenders. Fortunately, they survived last night. After dawn today, those mutant birds had nowhere to hide and were no longer so rampant, making life a little better for the defenders. Although the battle was still fierce, it was much better than last night. Seeing Liu exhausted, the communicator could not help but say, "Commander, why don't you take a rest? You will feel much better after a good sleep. If there is any situation here, I will wake you up." Liu did not answer, but asked, "Where is Her Royal Highness?" "Her Royal Highness the Princess has been in the live broadcast room. She has not slept to comfort the people." Liu was silent for a while. "Then I will not rest either. Although the current battle is better than last night, we cannot take it lightly. Tonight will be another difficult night." The communicators were silent. In order to save the crisis last night, the armored troops sacrificed their lives and took the initiative to go out of the city to fight the zombies. The annihilation of the entire army exchanged for a night of peace. But what about tonight? The 5th Army no longer has a second armored unit. Liu obviously knew this. He didn't say much, just asked in a hoarse voice, "How is the artillery?" "The artillery has been in the rear, but it was bombed all day yesterday. Dozens of cannons have been scrapped, and there are not many shells." The commander of the artillery brigade said that, "If we fight for another day today, the cannons will be shut down tomorrow." Liu's face became more and more ugly. It can be said that the artillery played the biggest role in the army's support until now. If it weren't for the artillery's continuous firing, eliminating the zombies in the back, and helping the front troops to relieve pressure, Hezhou might have fallen on the first day. But now, not to mention that some cannons are scrapped, the reserve of shells is also insufficient, which is a serious problem. At this moment, Liu regretted attacking Hezhou. If it weren't for the attack on Hezhou, which consumed too much armaments, his 5th Army would never fall into this situation if it was strong. If you stay in Jing, wouldn't the solid city wall there be much easier to guard than this ice wall? Even if this group of zombies has tens of millions of people, it is not easy to take Jing in a short time. But it was too late to say anything now. His eagerness for quick success and instant benefits certainly won him temporary honor, but in fact, in terms of combat effectiveness, he had fallen behind other brother troops in the empire. The military industry had no research and development, and the people's livelihood was not well managed. He only got the false reputation of being the first in the country to recover a prefecture-level city, and now even the princess was left here, in danger. At this time, Li Wuya might not be able to leave, even if he wanted to. In fact, Hezhou City had already fallen, and now the entire Hekau area was under siege. The fighting situation in the southeast and northeast directions was different. In the southeast, close to the river bank, the population was sparse and the terrain was open, so the battle could still be carried out. In the northeast, it was close to the densely populated urban area. Zombies entered from the streets, and they could only keep shooting and killing, and the artillery had no place to use their skills. The sky was also occupied by mutant birds. It was basically a death wish for helicopters to take off. Even though Liu Yibeng's helicopter unit was still intact, with more than 100 helicopters, he did not dare to let the plane take off at all. Liu Yibeng also had a bad feeling. He felt that the zombies had not really exerted their strength yet. After all, those second-level zombies and many mutant beasts had not even entered the battlefield yet. It might be that the zombies stretched their front line too far, or there might be other reasons. However, there were already some signs that they could not hold on. "Have we counted the casualties of our troops?" Liu Yibeng asked the communicator again. "According to statistics, our army suffered a total of 44,000 casualties yesterday, including 36,000 killed and less than 8,000 wounded." Liu Yibeng was stunned for a moment. Why is the death rate so high? There are only a few thousand wounded? Shouldn't the number of wounded be higher than the number of deaths? The communicator said, "Commander, we are facing zombies. Under the attack of the virus, being injured is basically equivalent to death. These surviving wounded were scratched by mutant birds and survived because they were not infected. Only a few wounded soldiers who were scratched by zombies immediately cut off their injured hands and feet and survived, but they can no longer fight and can only be disabled in the future." These bloody numbers made Liu Yibeng feel pain in his heart. But no matter how painful his heart was, the cruel reality was in front of him, and he still had to face it. Liu Yiben did not despair. He still felt that he was not without the strength to fight. The Zhuang army was able to fight against 1 million zombies with more than 2,000 people. He should have hope with 250,000 people against tens of millions of zombies. What's more, he has reinforcement. Yesterday, he had already sent a notice to the independent 1st Division of the 5th Army in Kinzhou, asking them to send troops to support Hezhou immediately. Now Liu Yucheng's independent 1st Division has grown to more than 80,000 people. If he can send 50,000 people to support, then Liu Yiben can have more confidence. Moreover, Li Wuiyao was not idle either. He issued several orders one after another, asking several army groups in the central and northern parts of Hanyu to come to support Hezhou. The news was sent out yesterday, and the royal guards in Yuanjing had sent troops to rescue Her Royal Highness the Princess. However, the royal guards are in Yuanjing, thousands of kilometers away from here, and some distant water cannot quench thirst. Several other families have not responded yet, but Liu Yiben is also patient. After all, each family is far away from Hezhou now, and preparations also take time. As long as he persists, he can wait for rescue. The Battle of Hezhou City has touched the hearts of countless people. The surrounding forces have focused their attention here. Facing the attack of tens of millions of zombies, people did not think that the 5th Army could hold on, but Li Wuiyao issued several orders. If the 5th Army could hold on for a while, or if reinforcement came quickly, then there might be hope. But for some reason, the parties who were asked for help did not respond. Until this morning, Liu Yucheng responded to Liu Yiben's order. The zombies around Kinzhou are moving strangely, and it is suspected that there is a zombie king. It is difficult to protect itself, not to mention that there are Tang Zheng's bandit army in Zhuang City watching covetously. It is really unable to support Hezhou. However, the gate of Kinzhou is always open to Her Royal Highness the Princess and Commander Liu Yiben. You can come here for refuge. When this message was sent out, people were shocked. If there is the most hope to support Hezhou in a short time, it is Kinzhou. After all, the distance between the two is not particularly far. But unexpectedly, Liu Yucheng directly refused the rescue in such a nearly disobedient way. If it was in the past, Liu Yucheng would never dare to do so. Not to mention the power controlled by Li Wuiyao. Liu Yiben's 5th Army alone is not something he can resist. But the situation is different now. Liu Yucheng dared to cut off the firewood at this moment. He was so bold. After Liu Yucheng's response, several surrounding armies also responded one after another. There were various reasons, such as the threat of zombies, the surrounding forces were ready to move, or the road was too far, and it was difficult to travel in winter. In short, there were reasons not to send troops. At this time, people suddenly woke up. The power of the imperial royal family has begun to decline. Li Wuiyao is a little girl. After all, she can't command such a big country. If it was the past, it would be fine, but now it seems that Li Wuiyao and Liu Yiben have been trapped in Hezhou, and I'm afraid there is no hope of survival. At this time, those big men who have their own troops have already had different thoughts. If Li Wuiyao dies, I'm afraid the empire will fall apart immediately, and those big men will become warlords and fight each other. At present, it seems that only the royal guards are still loyal to Li Wuiyao, but as far as the current battle is concerned, the royal guards will take at least a week to arrive, and I'm afraid the 5th Army will find it difficult to hold on until the royal guards arrive. Will a zombie siege completely destroy Hanyu? When Liu Yiben received the news that all parties refused to send troops, his hands were shaking. If there was support, his 5th Army would definitely be able to fight. Even if the number of soldiers was not enough, he would recruit the survivors in the city to join the army. But now that there is no support, it is equivalent to directly draining people's spirit. The morale of the troops began to decline visibly. The battle on the second day was not as cruel as last night, and deserters had already begun to appear. The people in the city were even more panic-stricken. Even the work of carrying ice and reinforcing the city walls had stopped. Hezhou has no hope. What else do they work for? Many people just gave up their jobs and went home to reunite with their relatives and friends for the last time, otherwise they might never see them again. Riots even began to occur in the city. Desperate people took to the streets, began to attack stores, and robbed supplies. Alcohol became the thing people wanted most. Before death came, many people wanted to rely on alcohol to numb themselves. The Public Security Bureau in the city was completely unable to control the situation, and even some security guards joined the rioting crowd. There are zombies attacking outside, and people making trouble inside. In this case, why recruit soldiers? As time passed, it was getting close to the night of the next day. The night was about to fall again, and the zombies' attack became more and more violent. And tonight, mutant rats also joined the attack. These crazy little animals have become man-eating devils. Their sharp claws and innate talents allow them to pass through the frozen soil on the ground, dig tunnels and appear in the city. One of the tunnels even appeared deep in the city, and a large number of mutant rats rushed out and rushed towards the crowd frantically. Caught off guard, a large number of people died. In just 10 minutes, tens of thousands of mutant rats appeared, which had caused a disaster. In the end, Liu decisively ordered the use of his few thermobaric bombs. 2 consecutive thermobaric bombs hit the crazy rat tide, and a large number of rats were eliminated. Similarly, many people were buried under the power of thermobaric bombs. By plugging the rat hole, the crisis was barely overcome this time, but Liu had already realized that Hezhou could not be defended. His 5th army, even if it risked its life, could only hold on for 2 more days at most. Isolated and helpless, with nowhere to escape. Thinking of his current situation, Liu regretted it from the bottom of his heart. Maybe what Tang Zheng said is right. This time, Liu did not hesitate anymore. With the mentality of trying his best, he asked the communicator to contact Tang Zheng. With the walkie-talkie in his hand, when Tang Zheng's voice came from the other side, Liu could not help asking, "Brother Tang, if you didn't fool me before, then please help me. I can agree to any conditions." Thanks to the book Frenzy I yanked in for the 5,000 coin reward, and the upgrade to the helmsman. All rewards are very inspiring. Thank you. I will add more chapters for the new helmsman tomorrow. Thanks to the 500 coin reward from Jiaxing Jiashi. Thank you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237 Infinite Loop Train. After receiving Liu's call, Tang Zheng, who was busy, was refreshed. Especially Liu's last sentence, agreeing to any conditions, made Tang Zheng feel that this person was actually not bad. Since Liu was so sensible, Tang Zheng spoke without hesitation. Liu Tang, since you said so, I must not stand idly by. Now listen carefully. From now on, you will immediately send people to guard the Hekau District Railway Station in Hezhou City. It is about 600 kilometers from Ziguang City to Hekau District. My train will arrive in Hekau District in 6 hours. After 6 hours, every 15 minutes, a train will arrive at the station. Each train can carry about 5,000 to 6,000 people. This vehicle will never stop and will continue to transport people. Your task is to organize all the survivors to go to the Hekau District Railway Station. Try not to cause chaos in order, so that you can take away as many people as possible. Do you understand? Liu was a little stunned after hearing what Tang Zheng said. Are you serious? There will really be so many trains coming to the Hekau District? I will definitely do what I said, just do your job. Hearing Tang Zheng's impatience, Liu hurriedly nodded and agreed. No problem. I will definitely do this. I will go now. Hey, wait. I almost forgot to talk about business. Tang Zheng stopped Liu who was about to cut off the call. In the first car, you must load all the gold, silver and jewelry over there and bring them to Ziguang City for me. If you can't do this, or if I find out later that you have hidden some private goods, then don't blame me for being rude and driving you out of Ziguang City. You must know that I'm not a royal official, but just the leader of a private territory. I have the right to do this. Liu Yiben paused for a moment, but still agreed. He knew that Tang Zheng had been stockpiling gold. In fact, it was not only Tang Zheng who was doing this, but many places were also starting to do this. Antiques in prosperous times, gold in troubled times. After basically solving the problem of food and clothing, gold began to be valued by the leaders of large bases again, especially after the currency was issued. The value of this thing was gradually increasing. Liu Yiben successively took over Jing County and Hezhou City, and naturally had a lot of gold reserves in his hands, which was also the basis for him to issue new currency. Now Tang Zheng wanted to take all the gold away. Liu Yiben felt very distressed, but he still agreed. However, Liu Yiben also asked 2 questions in return. Brother Tang, the survivors' own gold and silver jewelry are not included in this list, right? No, the survivors' jewelry belongs to their private property. What I want is all the gold and jewelry reserves in your hands. Okay, I agree to this. There is another question. After arriving in Ziguang City, the new currency in the hands of our people will not become waste paper, right? No, the new currency can still be circulated here, but given the purchasing power gap between the new currency and the light yuan, the value is definitely not equal. Your people can also exchange the new currency for the light yuan, and the exchange rate is 10 to 1. After listening to Liu Yiben, there was no objection. He also knew that the new currency and the light yuan were not equal. People here can get a salary of 3 to 4,000 Singapore dollars a month, while people in Ziguang City can only get an average salary of 4 to 500, but their lives are still better than here. So the exchange rate of 10 to 1 mentioned by Tang Zheng actually gave them some advantages. If calculated strictly, it should be 12 to 1. After asking these 2 questions, Liu Yiben ended the call with Tang Zheng. After the call ended, he started to let the guard count. From now on, 6 hours later, the rescue of Ziguang City will arrive. He personally dispatched the guard battalion to guard the Hekau District Railway Station, and he himself ran to the TV station. At the TV station, Li Wuiyao was holding onto her shaky body and constantly communicating with the public through TV. However, during the conversation, she was already a little pessimistic, and many of her words sounded like she was saying her last words. She was just an 18-year-old girl. She was not supposed to bear what she should bear at her age. Now she was suddenly hit by the blow of being deserted by her friends and relatives, and she could no longer hold on. The double fatigue of her body and mind made her look very bad. Liu Yiben ran in. Li Wuiyao looked back at him and said weakly, "Mr. Duke, why are you here again instead of commanding the battle?" Liu Yiben said excitedly, "It's saved. It's saved." He ran to Li Wuiyao's side quickly and told him Tang Zheng's words at a fast speed. This made Li Wuiyao's sluggish spirit suddenly lifted. "Are you serious? Can the people here go to Ziguang City by train?" "That's right. Ordinary vehicles can't stop those mutant birds, but trains are no problem." Tang Zheng said that in 6 hours, there will be a train every 15 minutes, and it will never stop. Li Wuiyao's eyes were shining at this moment. "Okay, then I will start to announce this good news to the public immediately. Okay, let the people go to the train station immediately, with women, children and the elderly given priority. I have sent people to the train station to maintain order. Now I will have people go to the streets to publicize." Liu Yiben ran out of the TV station again and asked people to go to the streets to publicize. After all, the streets are in a state of riot now, and many people can't watch TV. Liu Yiben didn't have the mood to deal with these riots before, but it's different now. With the hope of survival, I believe no one likes the current state. If there are still people who are stubborn, then Liu Yiben will make him nothing. Some troops went to the streets to propagate and suppress the riots at the same time. Liu Yiben did not follow, but came to Hezhou Bank. In the bank's vault, there are all his gold reserves. With a guard company, he called the person in charge of the bank and opened the vault. There are up to 40 tons of gold here. Liu Yiben took a look, waved his hand directly, and ordered all to be loaded and transported to Hezhou railway station. In addition to gold, there are also printed cash of 15 billion new dollars. These are only part of the currency. In Hezhou, he has issued more than 200 billion new dollars in total. Liu took a look at the money and then called all the leaders of his department over. He gave everyone a round of bonuses, hoping that they would have a good life after arriving in Ziguang City. All this was done very quickly. The gold was transported away and the cash was distributed. It was busy for 5 hours. In the end, Liu was left with 500,000 new dollars. He did not distribute the money anymore. After all, he had to keep some money for himself. After packing the money and taking it away, Liu drove to pick up Li Wuiyao. However, Li Wuiyao still refused to leave. She wanted to see whether the people could really leave smoothly. If they could, she would choose to leave. Liu was also worried about this. Although Tang Zheng promised firmly, he really couldn't figure out where Tang Zheng got so many trains. Liu could only go to the train station first and keep an eye on it in person. As for the battle on the other side of the city wall, Deputy Army Commander Zhang Zixin personally climbed the city wall to command. After Tang Zheng ended the call with Liu, he immediately dispatched troops to set off. This was a plan he had planned long ago. After the second ring wall of Ziguang City was built, he prepared for this rescue. The railway from Ziguang City to the surrounding areas has been almost built, but Hezhou has not yet been opened to traffic. However, the railway from nearby cities to Hezhou already has a foundation. Tang Zheng saw on the map that there was a high-speed rail to Hezhou from the nearest Qingquan railway station. The high-speed rail is a two-way lane that can go back and forth at the same time, which makes Tang Zheng very satisfied. As long as he turns the railway from Ziguang City to Qingquan into a two-way lane, and then there are enough trains, he can achieve an infinite loop and go back and forth all the time. For this reason, Tang Zheng once again spent a huge amount of money to build a second railway line from Ziguang City to Qingquan. The parallel railway is more than 100 kilometers long, and time is tight. Tang Zheng can only spend 10 gold per meter to buy this railway, and spent more than 1 million funds to lay this railway. Then it is to buy trains. Passenger cars and freight cars are 200,000 gold per train, with a total of 20 carriages. Tang Zheng originally had 2 trains here, and this time, he bought 22 trains again, 11 of each type. Although freight cars are not used to transport people, in this case, the effect of using them to transport people is even better than that of passenger cars, and they can also be used to transport goods in the future. The one-time expenditure of 4.4 million made Tang Zheng feel very painful. A few days ago, there was still 15 million funds, but now there is less than 4 million left. I hope that I can get my money back from Liu this time, otherwise it will be a huge loss. In this way, Tang Zheng has 24 ordinary passenger cars and freight trains. One train is dispatched every 15 minutes, which is just enough for an unlimited cycle of 6 hours. According to the calculation, that each train carries 6,000 people, 24,000 people can be transported in 1 hour. Of course, in this critical moment, Tang Zheng believes that Liu will not be rigid, and he will not stop until a train is loaded with 10,000 people. However, Tang Zheng is not sure whether this speed can rescue all the more than 3 million people in Hezhou. Everything must be tested by facts. Time is tight. When Tang Zheng received the call, he was actually on the armored train. When the next train was built, Tang Zheng had already taken the armored train and the original 2 trains, and set off from Ziguangcheng railway station and headed straight for Hezhou. The whistle roared, startling the flying birds into the sky. The train rumbled through the snowfield in the no man's land, and was going to realize a great retreat. Chapter 238 Missile Rescue. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening when Tang Zheng's armored train arrived at Hezhou railway station. When approaching Hezhou, Tang Zheng saw the situation over there. The rumbling sound of artillery was deafening. The sky was lit up by flares, and the light spots brought by bullets made Hezhou look like an erupting volcano from afar. When the armored train approached the railway bridge, there were a large number of zombies blocking it. This was the preparation made by the zombie king to prevent the people of Hezhou from leaving through the railway bridge. But the flesh and blood of the zombies could not stop the rumbling armored train. The armored train was like a sharp knife, cutting into the zombie group like tofu. All the zombies that blocked the front were split in half by this knife. After that, the armored train opened fire at full power, and the bullets and shells were ruthlessly poured into the zombie group along the way. The train did not stop, and the bullets were randomly fired without a target. There were too many zombies around, and they could hit them directly without aiming. It was unknown how many zombies were killed, but only a bloody mess was left. The armored train rushed across the railway bridge and quickly entered the city. When it was only 2 kilometers away from Hezhou railway station, people arranged by Liu were seen holding flags and giving instructions. The train whizzed past, and Tang Zheng could even see the excited face of the person giving instructions. The closer to the railway station, the more gunshots there were. Some soldiers raised their guns and used the lights of the railway station to snipe the mutant birds in the sky. There was a ceiling above the waiting platform of the railway station, and the mutant birds could not perform well here, so the situation here at the railway station was not bad. Tang Zheng glanced at the waiting hall, which was already crowded with people. He turned on the radar to scan, and there were so many people in the square outside that the edge could not be seen clearly. Knowing that there was a rescue, almost everyone in the Hekau district ran here, and the order was very chaotic. Seeing that there was really a train entering the station, the whole Hekau district burst into huge cheers. Tang Zheng even vaguely heard countless people calling his name, which made him feel a little happy, but also felt the pressure and responsibility on his shoulders. However, his armored train was not used to transport ordinary people. This car was used to open roads and fight, as well as transport funds. The train stopped at the platform, where some people gathered, all of whom were soldiers of the 5th Army. Ordinary people had not been allowed in yet. There were some boxes piled on the platform, and the soldiers were guarding them. Tang Zheng saw Liu at the front of the crowd. The door opened, and Tang Zheng got off the train under the protection of the guards. Liu saw Tang Zheng, walked over quickly, and took the initiative to shake hands with Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng also stretched out his hand, and the two shook hands. "Brother Tang, I used to." Liu prepared a lot of words, hoping that when he met Tang Zheng, he would not lose to him. But when they really met, he was completely speechless, and even choked up a little. Tang Zheng held the other person's hand and shook it. "No need to say more. Now is not the time to be polite. Let the past be the past. We are in a hurry. Let's hurry up. Hey, okay, look at me. I'm being hypocritical. Come here quickly, and load all the gold onto the car." The soldiers of the 5th Army immediately carried the gold onto the car. Tang Zheng's guard stopped them, opened several of the boxes, and asked Tang Zheng to check it himself. Of course, Tang Zheng would not convert the gold into system funds in front of so many people, but it was more appropriate for him to come and check. It has been so long since the end of the world. Tang Zheng can pat his chest and guarantee that he is not targeting anyone, but everyone in the world is rubbish when it comes to seeing gold. No one can compare with the amount of gold he has seen, not even those who open gold mines. He has handled countless real gold and silver, and has seen countless fakes. He doesn't need to test it, just look, touch, or even smell it. He can tell whether it is real or fake. After checking about a dozen boxes and confirming that they were all real gold, Tang Zheng waved his hand and loaded all the goods onto the truck. The soldiers immediately began to move the goods, but it would take a while to move 40 tons of gold. At this time, someone quickly ran to Liu and said, "Commander, it's bad. The southwest wall can't hold on." This sentence made Liu feel embarrassed in front of Tang Zheng, and he immediately grabbed the man and said, "What's going on? It was fine before. Why can't it hold on so quickly?" "Commander, it was still daylight before, and we still had some advantages in the battle, but it's not working at night. The number of flares here is not enough. No one thought we would have to fight night battles all the time. What's more, the zombies have deployed level 2 zombies. Those gorilla zombies are too difficult to fight. Even heavy machine guns can't hit them. The walls in some places have collapsed. Now the brothers are risking their lives to plug the hole, and they can't hold on any longer." Hearing this, Liu's face suddenly turned pale. Seeing that Tang Zheng had come to rescue, this side couldn't hold on. It can be imagined that once the city wall collapses, the overwhelming zombies will rush to the station in less than an hour. At this moment, there are more than 2 million people gathered here. At that time, the biggest tragedy in human history may happen. When thinking of that scene, Liu felt a little dizzy, and he couldn't stand. The order at the scene was suddenly a little flustered. You know, the order of Hezhou city is now stabilized because of Tang Zheng's upcoming arrival. If the city is broken at this time, these people have basically no other way but to wait for death. Hearing this situation, Tang Zheng took Liu in one step to stabilize him, and then asked the signalman, "Is it on the southwest wall?" "Ah, yes." The signalman was a little dumbfounded by Tang Zheng's question, but still answered. Tang Zheng nodded and turned to look at Ning Yue behind him. "Zhaoyi, let the train launch ground-to-ground tactical missiles to eliminate the zombies outside the southwest wall and reduce the pressure on the defenders." "Okay, General." Ning Yue immediately got on the train and notified the soldiers in the train to open fire. But before that, the train drove forward for a while, leaving the platform ceiling, and then launched the missiles. As Liu and the 5th Army soldiers stared in amazement, the 16 tactical missiles carried by the armored train took off one after another. In the dark night sky, the missiles dragged their bright tails and broke through the air. There was no need for the 5th Army to provide guidance and coordinates. Tang Zheng's people found the exact location by themselves. At this time, the situation under the southwest wall was already very dangerous. 5 guerrilla zombies and 8 lickers joined the siege zombie group, and the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Under the cover of darkness, these zombies frantically attacked the city wall. They quickly approached the city wall, stepped on the 10-meter high pile of corpses, and came directly to the top of the city. A guerrilla zombie rushed up under the fierce artillery fire, and with a wave of its huge palm, a row of defenders who were shooting with guns were swept down. 2 more lickers followed and rushed up, and ordinary soldiers could not resist at all. The reserve team sent by Liu played a role at this time. All the reserve team members are mutants. These mutants are like Supermen, either shooting accurately or jumping up to fight. Their huge strength can often cause damage to the zombies. A licker was killed at the cost of 5 lives on the reserve team's side. Although there was a fierce battle on the city wall itself was not working. In order to stop these second-level zombies, the flamethrower warriors had to increase the intensity of the flames, which caused the ice wall to melt faster and faster. Under the repeated impact of the 2 guerrilla zombies, the shaky ice wall finally collapsed. With this gap, the zombies were suddenly unstoppable. Led by the guerrilla zombies, a large group of zombies broke through the gap and entered the city. Among the zombies, there were also many mutant rats. These disgusting little things were also very scary now, constantly jumping up and killing living people. The 5th Army had no other options. The reserve troops went all out and fired frantically, trying to push back the zombies that were entering the city. The crowd and the zombies fought a life and death battle at the gap in the city wall. The cruelty was beyond words. This stalemate would not last long. There were too many zombies outside, and the gap was expanding under the impact. If this continued, it would not be long before the 5th Army would collapse and be completely defeated. Just when the soldiers were almost desperate, a miracle happened. A missile broke through the air and fell from the sky. Boom. The missile accurately hit the zombies that were blocking the city outside and preparing to enter the city. The huge explosion brought up a small mushroom cloud. A guerrilla zombie and 2 lickers were all within this range. They were accurately hit and turned into ashes. This sudden change stunned everyone present. As a member of the 5th Army, they knew that the 5th Army's research in military industry was a bit behind. Fighter planes and missiles, these 2 things, they have never really conquered. Fighter planes are still in the unfinished stage, and missiles are only some small surface-to-air missiles. They have not yet manufactured the ground-to-ground tactical missiles. If they had these things, they would have used them long ago. Why wait until today? Before they could understand, more missiles came. Missiles dragged the light one by one, just like angels descending on the earth to eliminate sin. Boom boom boom. The landing point of each missile was very precise, that is, to bombard the places where the zombies were densely packed, trying to bring the greatest damage. 16 missiles set off 16 mushroom clouds in the dark battlefield. The zombies attacking the city gathered in this area in a black mass, and the density was very high. They were bombarded by these missiles and suffered heavy losses. The offensive of the entire zombie group was stagnant. At this time, the people of the 5th Army finally reacted. This is the people of the light chasing army. This is Tang Zheng. Hezhao is saved. Chapter 239. Using birds to control birds. 3 more chapters. Extra chapter for Sunset Q Bullet Helmsman. Tang Zheng's missile attack can be said to have relieved the 5th Army's urgent needs. The zombies that were attacking the city were hit head on, and the attack was temporarily stagnant. There is no doubt that the zombie king felt threatened and might have to readjust. It is not easy to adjust a zombie group of tens of millions, which gives the 5th Army precious time. Most of the people gathered at the train station are old, weak, sick and disabled, with a total number of more than 1 million. There are still many young and strong people who are forced to stay on the front line to strengthen the city wall. These people cut ice blocks and transport them to the city wall. Some people are responsible for watering and quickly strengthening the city wall. Some zombies that have rushed into the city have gradually been destroyed by the 5th Army's encirclement and suppression because they have lost the support behind them. The zombies that were hit outside the city began to slowly retreat and cooperate with the Zombie King's tactical adjustment. In this way, tonight can be spent safely. Tang Zheng finally loaded all the gold on the train, and he was ready to evacuate. Because the second train is about to arrive at the station, it is ready to start loading people. Tang Zheng and Liu shook hands and said goodbye. I can't help you too much for now. You can use these ammunition first. While loading the car, Tang Zheng also bought a batch of flares and gave them to Liu. He had seen the situation of the battle. Liu's flares were insufficient, which was a big problem. It was okay during the day, but it was difficult to support it at night. So he sent a batch of flares, hoping that Liu could hold on for a while. If the 5th Army couldn't hold on, his rescue plan would fail completely. Liu was very grateful for Tang Zheng's move. Although it was a bit difficult to say, he still said, Brother Tang, if possible, you'd better support us with a batch of artillery shells. Our artillery shells will be used up tonight and there will be no more tomorrow. The lack of long-range support from artillery is also the main reason why we are so passive. Tang Zheng nodded. Okay, I will ask someone to deliver a batch of artillery shells when I go back. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. If there is anything I can do, please ask. Tang Zheng nodded, then turned around and got on the car. He did not ask Li Wuao if he wanted to go with him. Li Wuao might not leave now. The armored train left, and the second passenger car entered the Hezhao railway station. At this time, the train station began to release people. Under the strict order of the 5th Army, the crowd was temporarily stable, but after the release, the crowd still rushed out of the waiting room frantically and headed straight for the train. Usually, there are more than 100 people, but less than 200 people in a train compartment. But now people can't care so much. As long as the compartment can still accommodate people, they will squeeze in. Some elderly people and children were placed in seats, and the rest of the places were full of people standing. There were almost 500 people squeezed into each compartment. Some people were squeezed to the point of suffocation and screamed, but there was no complaint. They were lucky to be able to squeeze into the train and leave this city that was about to fall. The soldiers of the Zhuang army guarded the door of the train, and no one could let them cut in line. Some rich and prestigious people in Hezhao tried to cut in line, but they were forced back by the soldiers with guns. Any previous status is invalid in the Zhuang army. No matter whether you are an official or a noble, you will not be treated preferentially here. 20 carriages were quickly filled. A passenger train with 20 carriages was squeezed with 10,000 people. Looking from the outside, some people were squeezed against the car window, and their faces were a little deformed. After 10,000 people, everyone stopped boarding the train. The soldiers boarded the train last, closed the doors, and the train started to leave. After the first train left, the second train entered the Hezhao platform. This one was a freight train. The conditions of the freight train were definitely not as good as the passenger train. There were no seats inside. People could only sit on the ground when they entered, and there was no place to sit. However, this did not hinder people's enthusiasm for boarding the train. They still rushed to board the train. It still took nearly 15 minutes to load 10,000 people, and then the freight train left. Next, another passenger train entered the station. Tang Zheng did what he promised. The train began to enter the station without stopping, taking away as many people as possible. The zombies' actions also stopped. The third night of the zombie siege in Hezhou finally passed without any danger. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the first train carrying people got off at the DC district station in Ziguang City. This DC district is not the DC district in the inner city, but the DC district in the second ring road. After several days of emergency construction, countless color steel houses and some simple shacks have been built in the second ring road. Although they are shacks, the windproof effect is still good. The soil and hay are mixed together, making it airtight. In each shack, temporary beds are laid, and there are braziers on the ground. This is the residence of the newcomers. In the center of many residential areas, Tang Zheng also built some temporary porridge sheds. Every newcomer can drink a meal of porridge and eat a steamed bun for free. Tang Zheng can only guarantee that each of them will not be frozen or starved to death, but starting tomorrow, they will need to buy what to eat by themselves. After all, the livelihood of more than 3 million people is a huge problem. If there is an unlimited supply, Tang Zheng can't afford to support these people. The former outer city of Ziguang City can now be called the first ring. It is extremely prosperous, and you can buy almost anything, as long as you have money. After getting off the bus, people were arranged to some residential areas according to the guidance of the Ziguang City staff. Some people who need special care can live in color steel houses, and those strong young people live in mud shacks. These residences are temporary and will be demolished in the spring of next year. At that time, people will move to new houses. Just as these people were settled, the second car of people arrived. Tens of thousands of people continued to enter Ziguang City, and they did not stop. Since 5 in the morning, 10,000 people arrived in 15 minutes, and 40,000 people arrived in an hour. The population of the second ring area of Ziguang City increased rapidly. In many places, the shacks were not even built, so these newcomers had to do it themselves. Fortunately, every newcomer to Ziguang City burst into great enthusiasm when they saw the magnificent city walls here. After drinking porridge and eating steamed buns, everyone had strength after resting and began to work hard to build their new homes. Seeing the scene in front of them, many people felt relieved, but Tang Zheng frowned slightly. The reason was that he was still worried about the situation in Hezhou. The shells had been sent over, but Tang Zheng analyzed that Hezhou would definitely not last for 3 days. There are now 3.5 million people in the entire Hezhou, and this is not counting the soldiers of the 5th Army. Although many soldiers died, and many survivors died, the total number is still above 3.6 million. Tang Zheng can transport 40,000 people back every hour, but it takes time to turn back. In a full day, 480,000 people can be transported back without stopping for a minute. Even if the 5th Army can hold out for 3 days, Tang Zheng can only transport more than 1.4 million people. In that case, there are still 2 million people who will be stranded in Hezhou and unable to get out, and will eventually become zombies' food. And it seems that the 5th Army will not last for more than 3 days, and this process cannot last for a minute, especially in the later period, when personnel retreated one after another, and there may be less than 10,000 people in a car. So, I'm afraid that at least more than 2 million people will not be able to be transferred out safely. Therefore, Tang Zheng was somewhat dissatisfied with the current progress. However, Tang Zheng could not send troops to support Hezhou. His large army was still fighting in Keiki County. It was estimated that the battle would end in 5 days, and it was impossible to withdraw. We must open up a second transportation line and strive to complete the transfer of Hezhou personnel within 3 days. Tang Zheng's eyes fell on the gold that was transported back. This time, the full rescue was still rewarded. The 40 tons of gold here represented 40 million funds. Moreover, Tang Zheng could imagine that the arrival of a large number of Hezhou survivors would definitely bring a large amount of gold and jewelry. These jewels can be exchanged for light yuan. The survivors will not have too much money. The new currency will be somewhat depreciated when it arrives in Ziguang City. They will definitely exchange the jewels in their hands, which will be a large income. If other conditions are met, Tang Zheng can now be upgraded to brigade commander. Tang Zheng converted the funds, and the funds in his hands immediately reached 44 million. He has never been so rich. With money, Tang Zheng can buy another wave of soldiers, but ordinary soldiers can no longer be purchased. Tang Zheng only has 900 vacancies. And this time, the purchase must be targeted. Road transportation is difficult. The snow on the road to Hezhou has not been cleared yet. It is a heavy project, and it is too late now. Therefore, the second transportation route can only be opened by air transportation. Tang Zheng now has 5 large transport planes and 20 helicopters. The transportation capacity is also very strong, and the speed of aircraft transportation is faster. When it really flies, it is no less than the transportation speed of trains. The only problem is the mutant birds. Those mutant birds will pose a great threat to the aircraft. As long as this problem is solved, the air transportation can be completed. After all, Hezhou also has an airport, and it is on the edge of the estuary area. Tang Zheng looked at his arms, and chose one of them. War Eagle. War Eagles, like military dogs, do not occupy troop quotas. As long as there is money, they can be produced unlimitedly. To deal with mutant birds, flocks of birds are still the most effective. The price of a war eagle is 300 gold per piece, which is not cheap. Tang Zheng cannot produce too many, but the individual strength of war eagles is strong, which is stronger than ordinary mutant birds. Buying some can completely form an advantage in local areas. Tang Zheng gritted his teeth and bought 10,000 directly. After spending 3 million, the system immediately started production. Seeing that 44 million turned into 41 million, Tang Zheng's clenched fists made a crackling sound. Liu, I've invested a lot of money this time. It seems that I have to get some more money from you. Thanks to the book friend with the last number 1181 for the 500 coin reward. Thank you. Chapter 240 Dual Line Emergency. On Tang Zheng's side, after countless war eagles appeared, he was ready to set off. But before leaving, he still had to contact Hezhou and ask them to quickly transfer some of the personnel to the airport. Tang Zheng contacted Liu again, but he didn't know whether the other party was in the war zone or not, and he couldn't get in touch with him for a while. Tang Zheng simply went to the TV station and used the TV station's technology again to get in touch with Princess Li Wuiyao, who was in the live broadcast room. Perhaps because of hope, Li Wuiyao looked better. Seeing Tang Zheng enter the TV screen again, she took the initiative to greet Tang Zheng. Hello, Chief Tang. Tang Zheng looked at the haggard Li Wuiyao and said, hello, Princess. Now please help spread the word and let some of the people in Hezhou go to the airport. I will open a second transportation line and transport the people to Ziguang City by air. Li Wuiyao didn't know much about this, but she also knew the danger of air transportation. She hesitated and said, Chief Tang, it's very dangerous to fly now. Those mutant birds are very fierce and very big. Li Wuiyao was frightened by the mutant birds. In order to emphasize her tone, she gestured with her hands to mean big. Tang Zheng said calmly, it's okay. I have a bird too, and it's also very big. Li Wuiyao was stunned for a moment, and her pale face turned slightly red. Oh, I know. As he spoke, Tang Zheng waved his hand, and a huge war eagle almost as tall as a person landed beside him. The wings flapped, and the wingspan was more than 5 meters long, which looked comparable to a small fighter plane. Li Wuiyao covered his face with his hands, refusing to take them off, no matter what he said. He said in a muffled voice, okay, I'll notify them. As he spoke, Tang Zheng's line was cut off. Tang Zheng was also stunned for a moment, wondering why this girl was a little weird. He stood up and left the live broadcast room and boarded the helicopter directly. Following him were 20 transport helicopters from the Army Aviation Group. The N-124 large transport aircraft will take off in an hour and a half, and Tang Zheng and his men will occupy the Hezhou airport at that time. All the war eagles also boarded the helicopters, so that they can save energy and go directly to Hezhou. It is about 600 kilometers from Ziguang City to Hezhou. After 2 hours of flight, the plane arrived. When it arrived above Hezhou airport, a group of mutant birds were seen circling in the sky. Tang Zheng immediately gave an order to open the cabin door. A large number of war eagles rushed out of the 20 helicopters. Kun Peng took the lead and flew in the front. Looking at the mutant birds in front, he chirped loudly. A large number of war eagles chirped in unison, immediately attracting the attention of the mutant birds. There were about a few thousand mutant birds circling here, and when they saw the war eagles chirping, they immediately rushed over. Generally, mutant beasts rarely fight actively, but now the situation is different. These mutant birds belong to a corpse king, and when they encounter those who do not belong to this group, they will take the initiative to attack. The war eagles flapped their wings and immediately went up. In the sky, a duel of mutant birds began. They waved their claws at each other and pecked at their opponents with their hard beaks. After the end of the world, the mutant birds are generally bigger. Those crows, magpies and other birds are bigger than the eagles in the past. But the birds on the Zhuang army's side are all golden eagles. And they are the best species among the golden eagles, each with a huge body and full of power. Only those mutant eagles, owls, or cranes can barely fight with the golden eagles. Other mutant birds can only be slaughtered in front of the golden eagles. There were strange cries in the sky, and bird feathers were flying. Birds were killed from time to time and fell from the sky. The fierce battle was no less intense than the battle between humans. Some people who were diverted stayed in the airport terminal, watching the battle in the sky, and their mouths were wide open in surprise. The birds were fighting each other, attacking each other, and sometimes they would even tangle with each other, and roll down from the sky, and fall to the ground. At this time, the difference in individual strength was clearly reflected. The result was basically that the golden eagle had an overwhelming advantage, pressing the mutant bat under its claws, and after a few bites, it directly smashed the opponent's head. Moreover, there are more golden eagles now, 10,000 against 5,000 or 6,000, and most of the time they can fight 2 against 1. As for those golden eagles that have been upgraded, they can easily defeat ordinary mutant birds. For example, Kunpeng, a 5-star golden eagle, has killed more than 100 mutant birds since the start of the fight, and he is unscathed. 10 minutes later, the battle ended. Thousands of mutant bird corpses fell from the sky and were everywhere in the airport. The golden eagles circled around the airport, leaving an air passage for their own planes and prohibiting any other birds from approaching. Tang Zheng's 20 transport planes landed, followed by 5 large and 124 transport planes. After receiving Li Wuyao's notice, Liu Yibeng, who rushed to the airport without stopping, saw this situation and couldn't tell what he felt in his heart. Who is this Tang Zheng? The progress of military technology research and development is too strong. This kind of large transport plane was a blank in Hanyu before, but he has already mass-produced it. After the landing of those giant planes, the airport was also full of jubilation. The door of the terminal hall opened, and people began to flock to the planes. Tang Zheng's guard company temporarily served as the person who maintained the registration order and guided people to board the planes one by one. Each large and 124 transport plane can normally carry 1,500 people. Now, each one is loaded with 2,000 people. In an emergency, we can't be rigid. 5 transport planes carried 10,000 people and left, and the 20 helicopters here also carried nearly 5,000 people. This transportation efficiency is not much worse than that of trains, especially 10 large transport planes, which can go back and forth once every 2 hours. With the help of helicopters, it can transport nearly 200,000 people every day. But Tang Zheng still felt that it was not enough. If it goes on like this, it will still not be able to transport all the people in Hezhou in 3 days. With a gritted teeth, Tang Zheng purchased 10 more and 124 large transport planes. In this way, his large transport planes reached 15, and the carrying capacity was greatly improved. The speed of this transport plane is close to 900 km per hour. It flies over as soon as it appears and arrives in Hezhou in less than an hour. It lands here and starts to load people. Another 20,000 people took off, and Tang Zheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. With dual transportation on the ground and in the air, the daily carrying capacity can reach 1 million. If the 5th Army cannot hold on for 3 days under such circumstances, then it can only be said that they are not strong enough. With the full cooperation of the Zhuang Army, the people in Hezhou also have the motivation to survive. Almost everyone went out in full force, took some of their valuables, left Hezhou, and headed for Zhuang City. Li Wuyao told people on TV that they must take away the new currency and jewelry in their hands. When the jewelry and new currency arrived at Zhuang City, they could all be exchanged for Guangyuan to ensure that they could survive there in the future. A large number of people in Hezhou began to evacuate, and on the front line, the soldiers also had some energy to fight against the zombies. Especially after receiving the artillery support of the Zhuang army, the situation changed a little. The misfired cannons fired again, constantly bombarding the zombies. In the countless explosions of fire, the zombies that adjusted their formation and attacked again were hit hard again. Countless zombies died on the way to the city wall. Liu Yiban did not hold back and moved out all their spare gasoline and began to burn the pile of corpses fiercely. Those survivors who had not left continued to reinforce the city wall and make it thicker. The water pipes were connected from the rivers to here, constantly pouring water on the city wall. When the north wind blew, it soon condensed into ice, burning here and pouring here. The two worlds of ice and fire are nothing more than this. The fourth day of the battle was the most comfortable day for the 5th Army. There were not many casualties on this day, and the transfer was very smooth. In 2 days and 1 night, plus part of the transfer on the first night, 1.9 million people in the entire Hezhou had left and headed for Zhuang City. Now, the people in the city, plus the remaining 170,000 to 180,000 people of the 5th Army, there are still about 1.7 million people who have not left. By the evening of the 5th day, it was the 5th day of the Lunar New Year. Liu Yiban rested for a while last night, and now he and Tang Zheng came to the city wall again. In the previous few days of fighting, Tang Zheng had become much more honest, and did not dare to despise the power of the Corpse King. But now the situation has improved, and his temper has gradually returned. Damn it. After I get to Zhuang City, I will regroup, and make a surprise attack then. I will also kill the Corpse King here. Liu Yiban glanced at his deputy. Don't talk nonsense. Zhuang City is not our territory. It is Tang Zheng's world. Once we get there, we will have to listen to him. Tang Zheng snorted. Commander, if it's just the two of us going there, Tang Zheng will have the final say. But what about the princess? We go with the princess. Does Tang Zheng want to give orders to the princess as well? He rescued us, but we also paid a price. We gave him the war gold. What else does he want? Do we have to hand over the new currency in our hands as well? If he dares to do that, we will print another batch of new currency to exchange for light yuan, so that there will be inflation in Zhuang City. Liu Yiban couldn't help shaking his head. His deputy was okay in other aspects, but his temper was really bad. Tang Zheng was not a person who could suffer any loss. If this continued, there might be trouble when they got to Zhuang City. But now it is wartime, so he can't say much. The most important thing right now is the war situation. After a few days of fierce fighting, Liu Yiban gradually gained confidence. As long as tonight goes smoothly, by tomorrow day, nearly 1 million people will be transferred away. By then, there will be only a few 100,000 people left, and everything will be easy. Night fell again. However, among the zombies this time, some slow-moving fat zombies quietly joined the battlefield. Chapter 241 Prelude to Collapse. As night fell, it started snowing again in Hezhou. In the wind and snow, flares began to rise. However, in this weather, the effect of flares was not so good, and the thick snow blocked the light. In the dim light, the zombies were like groups of evil spirits, approaching the city wall. After many days of fierce fighting, the 5th Army has been reduced from 250,000 to 150,000. Later, 30,000 reserve troops joined, and now there are a total of 180,000. In Liu Yiban's opinion, it should not be a problem for these 180,000 people to hold on for another 2 days. After all, the artillery shells and flares supported by Tang Zheng are still enough for the time being. A new round of fighting started again. The soldiers of the 5th Army, who were already accustomed to it, fought step by step, loaded bullets, and fired. But today's battlefield was a little strange. Those armored zombies actually began to move forward side by side. 2 armored zombies stood together and walked forward side by side. Under the command of the Zombie King, they protected their heads with their hands to reduce the chance of being headshot. The soldiers of the 5th Army also have experience in dealing with this situation. They also formed some combat teams on the city wall. 2 soldiers, with a sniper, launched sniping attacks on these difficult armored soldiers. When they could not hit the head, the soldiers would continue to shoot at the armored soldiers' legs and try to break their legs. Once the zombie's legs were broken, it would immediately lose its ability to move. No matter what the armored soldiers were, they could only crawl on the ground, and their power would be greatly reduced. However, this method was not very efficient in the past. It was a last resort. After all, armored soldiers would move and dodge. But today was different. Those armored soldiers would not dodge at all. No matter how the soldiers continued to shoot, they would not stop moving until their legs were broken. After knocking down many armored soldiers one after another, the soldiers found something unusual. It turned out that behind the armored soldiers walking side by side, there was a fat zombie hidden. The fat zombie's belly was bigger than that of a pregnant woman in her 10th month of pregnancy. He walked tremblingly and moved slowly. Can these monsters also get fat? Let's see what they can do. A sniper raised his gun and shot a fat zombie in the belly. Bang! The fat zombie's belly was blown up directly, and his body burst open like a rotten watermelon, with countless liquids splashing out. Some zombies around were affected, and all the parts that were stained with liquid began to dissolve and rot. Ha ha ha. What kind of zombie is this? Not only does it walk slowly, but it can even explode and hurt its companions. Isn't this a bomb? Okay. The more zombies like this, the better. Let's shoot them. Seeing this situation, Tang Zheng even picked up a rifle himself and came to the front line. With such a zombie, he felt sorry for himself if he didn't make good use of it. Unyielding didn't stop him from doing this. This person just likes to go on stage himself, otherwise he wouldn't have killed a zombie king himself, so let him go. Tang Zheng kept firing with his rifle and shot several fat zombies one after another, feeling very satisfied. But there were too many zombies below. Despite being shot continuously, many zombies approached the city wall under the cover of armor. Suddenly, those fat men who were considered almost harmless launched an attack on the city wall. The fat zombies approaching suddenly opened their mouths. Liquids turned into sharp arrows and fired at the defenders on the city wall. Puff puff puff. The defenders who had never suffered a long-range attack were caught off guard. Those deadly liquids fell on their bodies and immediately began to corrode their flesh. The soldiers screamed and rolled down. During a roll, large pieces of flesh were corroded and fell to the ground. In a short moment, the city wall turned into a hell on earth. The sudden attack of the fat zombies caused at least more than 2,000 soldiers to fall to the ground. The fallen soldiers had no chance to get up again. The corrosiveness of those liquids was terrible. It corroded the flesh and blood in the internal organs and could easily turn a soldier into a skeleton. After this sudden attack, the firepower on the city wall was suppressed. Tang Zheng was also infected beside Unyielding. Looking at Tang Zheng, who was rolling and screaming on the ground, Unyielding wanted to help, but had no idea where to start, and was also a little scared. In just 30 seconds, his deputy commander had turned into a skeleton, and his uniform was rotten to pieces. Such a terrible thing happened next to him, and the sudden death of a person who was just full of energy made Unyielding feel cold. Zombies have appeared in new variants, and the situation is dangerous. Sure enough, after the first wave of the fat zombies succeeded in the surprise attack, there were fat zombies in countless directions and corners under the city spraying this poisonous water at the top of the city. Deadly water arrows flew up one after another, and the defenders on the city wall suddenly fell into an extremely passive situation. It is almost certain that they will die if they are contaminated with poisonous water. Few people have the courage to stand on the top of the city at this time. The defeated soldiers wanted to run down, and Unyielding's eyes were red at this moment. If the defenders withdrew, the city would fall in an instant, and everything would be irreversible at that time. No one is allowed to retreat. The civilians behind find anything that can resist the poisonous water, such as wooden boards, pot lids, bathtubs, or even take down your doors, and hold on for me. Double the flares, and find all the fat zombies hiding in the dark. Where are the snipers? Are they all fucking shit eaters? Can't you see such a big belly? Hit them hard. Artillery units, don't be stingy with your artillery fire. If you can't hold on tonight, there will be no tomorrow. Shoot all the shells for me. As he said that, Unyielding took out his pistol and shot, and killed several deserters with his own hands. His guards also rushed up, and forced back those who tried to escape with guns. Under the strong pressure of unyielding, the soldiers had to return to the city wall and continue fighting. With a large number of flares launched into the air, the situation improved a little. No matter how the armor blocked it, the fat zombies were there, and it was impossible to completely block it. And such a huge belly is also a very good target for killing. A shot from the side can also cause an explosion. The soldiers who had mastered some methods began to fight back, blowing up a large number of fat zombies. The artillerymen behind did not care about preserving their strength. As long as the cannons could fire, they would load shells and fire. The rumbling bombardment also reduced the pressure on the defenders of the city wall. However, there were too many fat zombies. It might be because of their slow movement or the tactics of the zombie king that they were caught off guard. Today, they brought huge pressure to the defenders. Although the defenders killed them much faster, the number of zombies was so large that they could withstand any casualties. The casualties on the defenders' side also rose steadily after the appearance of the fat zombies. On ordinary days, 10,000 casualties in a night of fighting is almost the limit, but tonight, more than 30,000 defenders died here. About 80% of them died under the poisonous water attack of the fat zombies. This kind of thing that is hard to defend against is really difficult to deal with. Later, the soldiers used various methods to block the poisonous water, such as wooden boards for protection, which stabilized their position a little and ensured that Hezhou did not fall that night. The fat zombies' participation in the battle lasted until the early morning. After dawn, the fat zombies slowly retreated without the cover of darkness, and the difficult night was over. Under the city wall, there were corpses of zombies everywhere, and a new round of attacks was about to begin. The Fifth Army couldn't stand it anymore. In just one night, more than 30,000 people were killed, and more than 10,000 were injured. The 180,000 people dropped to 130,000 in an instant, and the combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. Moreover, after the fierce artillery fire last night, more than half of the Fifth Army's artillery was scrapped. Of the original 500 cannons, only more than 100 can be used now, and various faults have begun to occur, so temporary repairs have to be carried out. On the other hand, under the city of Hezhou, the zombies are still endless, surrounding this place tightly. Tens of millions of zombies have all arrived. Standing on the city wall, he can see countless fat zombies appearing in the distance. There are also countless mutant birds and mutant beasts, all beginning to gather towards the city wall. Those tall and conspicuous second-level zombies also began to appear continuously. The heavy pressure and the strong feeling of suffocation all mean that today's battle will definitely not be easy. Seeing this, Liu Yiben took a breath. The zombies are probably about to start the final attack. From the beginning of the battle to now, the zombies don't seem to have been going all out, and the zombie king seems to be constantly testing various arms. At the beginning, the mutant birds attacked, and then the mutant rats attacked. In the middle, the second-level zombies were dispatched, and finally the fat zombies were dispatched. The cooperation between the various arms of the zombies is getting more and more tacit, and this battle is getting more and more difficult to fight. Humans are training with the zombies, and the zombies are also training with humans. Now the frequent changes on the zombie side mean that the zombie king is making the final adjustments. It can be imagined that once the final adjustment is over, the zombies will definitely make a concerted effort and will never give up until Hezhou is taken. This time may start tonight or this afternoon. Liu Yiben prefers the evening. After all, it is not good for human combat at night, and his casualties during this period are basically concentrated in the evening. At present, the Fifth Army has only 130,000 people. The armored units have been completely destroyed, the artillery has been disabled, and the morale has begun to decline. It is difficult to hold on tonight. Liu Yiben turned his head and looked at the communicator behind him. How is the transportation of personnel in the city? Commander, hundreds of thousands of people were transported away last night, and there are still 1.2 million people in the city now. 1.2 million people cannot be transported in one day. It will take at least 30 hours to do it. Liu Yiben pondered for a while, and finally made up his mind. Convey my order and let all the civilians reinforce the city wall again, and then evacuate all of them to the airport and the railway station. As many as they can walk. All departments in the city will stop working, and evacuate with the people. Hearing these words from Liu, his communicator also knew that Hezhao might fall tonight, or at most tomorrow morning. He couldn't help but ask, "Commander, what about our 130,000 people? We can't all stay here and wait to die. If there is no hope, the brothers can't hold on." Hearing the words of his subordinates, Liu fell into deep thought. It is true that he is responsible for the survivors of Hezhao, but as the commander of the 5th Army, he should be more responsible for his subordinates. These 130,000 people must not all be thrown here. Chapter 242. The armies break out. In Ziguang City, Tang Zheng bought 5 more trains and 5 transport planes. The person in charge of the airport and train station finally said, "General, the throughput of our train station and airport has reached its limit and cannot be increased any further." Hearing this, Tang Zheng had no choice but to stop. Now he already has 30 trains and 20 large transport planes, and the airport and train station in Ziguang City really can't bear the load anymore. Tang Zheng sighed. "I analyze that the fall of Hezhao might be tonight, but this is the limit of what I can do. I will increase the number of trains and planes by 5 each, and bring as many people as possible." The person next to him calculated, there are still 1.2 million people in Hezhao now. With our current transportation capacity, we definitely can't transport them all in one day. Maybe some people will be left in Hezhao. That's also unavoidable. By the way, we have also confiscated a lot of helicopters, so let's send them out. It's also good to rescue more people. During the battles during this period of time, the Ziguang army also seized about 20 helicopters, which were also sent out. However, this type of aircraft is not mainly used for transportation, and the number of people that can be rescued is limited, so we can only do our best. Just after finishing this, Jiuo Yun came to find Tang Zheng. He took out another map and gave it to Tang Zheng. This is the 9th map, after upgrading to the leader. Shipyard, small, price 300,000 gold. Tang Zheng was stunned when he saw this map. Why is this shipyard small? Jiuo Yun spread his hands helplessly. "General, because we are in an inland area, we can only use a small shipyard, but don't worry, even a small shipyard is enough for us at present." Tang Zheng nodded. It was indeed the case. He clicked on this shipyard, bought it, and then came to the Fengming River to place it. Fengming River is not a big river, but Tang Zheng's shipyard is also small, and he did not choose to place it at the uppermost part, but came to the second ring. The second ring is similar to the first ring of Ziguang City. The area by the river is not open for the time being. Tang Zheng reluctantly placed this small shipyard downstream of Fengming River, near the second ring water gate. After placing it, a not very large shipyard appeared. There is a small dock, a ship workshop, and 2 cranes. There are also 100 workers in the shipyard. Tang Zheng got to know them briefly and opened a system page. With the shipyard, the system page also has several more vehicles. Assault boat, price 1500 gold, with 2 crew members, maximum carrying 10 people, no weapons. Inland transport ship, price 10,000 gold, with 10 crew members, regular carrying 200 people, maximum carrying 300 people, equipped with a 25mm caliber chain machine gun, equipped with a 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine gun, and a helicopter landing platform. Inland icebreaker, price 100,000 gold, with 20 crew members, maximum carrying 600 people. After looking at these ships, Tang Zheng had some ideas in his mind. Ziguang City certainly needs some ships here. After all, there are rivers, and some shipping can be carried out in the future. However, he can also choose another place to build a second shipyard. This is the 6th day of the siege of Hezhao, and the transportation capacity of the Ziguang army has been pushed to the limit. Trains have increased their speed to the limit, and so have planes. Since early morning, the transportation speed has been a little higher than before. Every train that enters the station will take away 10,000 people. Every plane that arrives will take away 2,000 people. In Hezhao, everything is also going according to Liu Yibing's command. After a large number of survivors reinforced the city wall for the last time, they began to evacuate the front line. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, there were no survivors in the frontline area, and all the soldiers of the 5th Army Group were fighting. But despite this, there are still many survivors stranded in Hezhou. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, there are still 700,000 survivors in Hezhou. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, there are 650,000. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, there are 600,000. At 5 o'clock, there are 550,000. At 6 o'clock, there are still 500,000 people stranded in Hezhou. At this moment, the sky has darkened again, and 500,000 people are crowded in the train station and the airport. These people don't know the specific situation of the front line now, so they can still stabilize for the time being. But Liu Yiban knew that most of these people would probably stay here, because the situation on the front line was already very dangerous. After a day of fighting, 130,000 soldiers had become 120,000, and another 10,000 stayed on the front line forever. But this was just an appetizer. As night fell, the rate of casualties increased significantly. Moreover, after an afternoon of destruction, the city wall was already a little shaky. All the cannons were silent at this moment, and the 5th Army had no long-range fire support. Tonight, there was no way to resist. Maybe 2 hours, maybe 3 hours, there would definitely be problems. At that time, the rate of casualties would increase sharply, and the army would completely collapse. So Liu Yiban had to make a decision. The 5th Army was his capital for survival, and he would definitely take it away. Liu Yiban already had some ideas in his mind. He temporarily handed over the command of the city wall and drove away. He first returned to the city hall, which was his residence. There were still some things here, which were more precious things he had collected for so long in power, and they had to be taken away this time. After returning to the residence, he sorted out 2 large boxes, and moved them back to the car. 500,000 new dollars were also packed into the box, which was all Liu Yiban's wealth. After the things were packed, Liu Yiban drove to the TV station again. At the TV station, Li Wuiyao was also ready to evacuate. After all, now that all the survivors in the city have evacuated, there is no point for her to stay here. After Liu Yiban arrived, he sent Li Wuiyao directly to the airport. When the next flight arrives, Li Wuiyao will leave with the plane and go to Ziguang City. Everything has been arranged, and Liu Yiban returned to the frontline battlefield again. At this time, the time has come to 7:30 in the evening. The battle outside the city has entered a white-hot stage. 2 city walls have been breached by zombies, and the battle has entered a tragic battle on the city wall. The 5th Army has shown signs of being unable to hold on, and the number of casualties has begun to surge. The number of 120,000 has dropped to less than 110,000. Fortunately, the gap in the city wall has not widened yet. If it has widened, the zombies will definitely swarm in, and then everything will be over. After Liu Yiban came back, he immediately ordered all the flares to be fired. All the spare flares were fired at once, and the sky was suddenly bright, and all the zombies approaching could not hide. Thermobaric bombs. All the thermobaric bombs are fired, and these zombies are destroyed. At the last moment, Liu Yiban gave the order without reservation, and the 5th Army also showed their foundation and combat effectiveness as a regular army. After firing multiple thermobaric bombs, a large area of open space was cleared outside the city. The mushroom cloud in the dark night kept blooming, and large numbers of zombies were eliminated. The zombies were also shocked by the final counterattack of the 5th Army. For a while, the front and back formations were out of touch, and the siege force was a little weak. At this time, some wounded people took the initiative to choose to stay. Their injuries were relatively serious, and they would be disabled people who could not move if they left. Now they chose to sacrifice themselves. Some others had just been infected with the zombie virus. Although they could still support it for a while, they could not support it for too long. They were destined to become zombies, so they also took the initiative to stay. Excluding the wounded, the total number of Liu Yiban's troops dropped to 100,000. With these people, Liu Yiban saluted the people who stayed behind, then waved his hand and everyone got on the car. The vehicles of the 5th Army, except for the armored troops, were basically intact. More than 2,000 trucks stayed nearby, and each unit got on the car immediately. Among the armored troops that fought fiercely on the first night, there were still dozens of tanks left, and these tanks became their pioneers. The convoy began to rush along the street and started at the same time on several streets. Liu goal was also simple, that is, the two highway bridges above Jin and Jiangsu. They can't go to the railway station and the airport now to compete with the remaining people for the precious transfer opportunity, so Liu's plan is to lead the team to break through the highway bridge and break out of Hezhou. He also knew the situation on the highway bridge, which had been blocked by zombies long ago. However, after 6 consecutive days of fierce fighting, even the zombie swarm of tens of millions died countless deaths under the fierce sniping of the Fifth Army, so the subsequent zombies had to be transferred to participate in the siege. Now at the highway bridge, the encirclement is not that big anymore, and he still has a chance to break out. He has already fired all the thermobaric bombs, and the wounded have been left behind as a death squad. He has tried his best to help the survivors buy time, and as for how many survivors will not be able to leave later, he no longer cares about that. Liu did not tell anyone about the secret evacuation of the Fifth Army, including Li Wuya and Tang Zheng, because he knew that Li Wuya would not agree, and it would be useless to tell Tang Zheng, and he might even be laughed at by the other party. He made this decision helplessly. He knew that there were still more than 400,000 people in Hezhou who had not had time to evacuate, but he could only say sorry. I'm sorry, my fellow countrymen. After all, I'm still a corps commander. The convoy rushed out of the estuary area, and the highway bridge ahead was in sight. In the sky, a large group of flying birds chirped. Those were the mutant birds that attacked the city. Their large-scale arrival now proved that the city wall had begun to fall. Liu looked at the time, and it had just passed half an hour. It's over. Those survivors are finished. Just as Liu was sighing, another piece of bad news came. On the other side of the river bridge, the number of zombies blocking the bridge not only did not decrease, but increased. At this moment, Liu understood. Originally, there were zombies blocking the railway bridge and the highway bridge at the same time. Now that the railway bridge can't be blocked, the zombies there have evacuated and all come to block the highway bridge. Even these cunning zombies are hiding nearby, deliberately making the number of zombies blocking the highway bridge look reduced. This may be a trap set by the Zombie King, but Liu has already arrived at the bridge, and he is in a dilemma. He has no choice. Damn it. Fight. Speed up, rush, and get out of Hezhou. I want to die outside. Chapter 243, Enriched Uranium Again. The tank group of the 5th Army led the charge on the Jiangsu. 4 tanks drove side by side, firing and crushing. Tanks are indeed the king of land warfare. The heavy armor provides tight protection for soldiers. Even mutant zombies can't destroy the tanks. The soldiers of the army have some combat experience. They completely ignore ordinary zombies. They focus all their firepower on the occasional guerrilla zombies and lickers. Only this kind of second level zombie can pose a threat to the tanks. They must prevent the second level zombies from approaching. Machine guns and artillery fire at full power, constantly repelling the approaching second level zombies. There are even 3 lickers and a guerrilla zombie who were killed by the violent breakthrough of the tanks. But they forgot one thing, that is, a tank can only carry a limited number of shells and bullets. After the tank group finally rushed across the Jiangsu, it was once again surrounded by zombies. After all, the bridge is a bit narrow, which is not convenient for zombies to deploy. The vast open space on the other side of the bridge is where the zombies are. The tank almost rushed into the zombies and immediately fell into a bitter battle. After firing continuously and running out of ammunition, they could no longer stop the second level zombies from approaching. A guerrilla zombie with a height of more than 4 meters came to a tank in a few jumps. At this time, the turret of the tank had been turned off, and the anti-aircraft machine gun was still trying to attack it. The guerrilla zombie waved his fist as big as a water tank and smashed the anti-aircraft machine gun to pieces with one punch. The giant palm easily removed the tank's external rocket nest, even though the rocket nest had long been silent. Roar. The guerrilla zombie grabbed the turret again, and with a roar, he bent the turret. The tank was completely turned off, and only the personnel were still trembling in the car, trying to drive the tank and forcefully rush out of the zombies with power. But unexpectedly, the guerrilla zombie grabbed one side of the tank, and lifted up the iron lump of dozens of tons. Next to the gorilla, a group of 2-meter tall armored men rushed up to help. Boom. Under the strange power of a group of zombies, the tank was overturned. The tank turned upside down no longer had the ability to move, only the metal tracks were still turning in vain. The successful star zombie did not try to take out the people in the tank and eat them. It perfectly executed the order of its king. The task given to these gorilla zombies by the king was to overturn all the tanks here. The gorilla zombie didn't care about anything else and immediately rushed to the second tank. There was also a gorilla zombie trying to overturn the second tank, but this zombie was not as strong as it, and it had not succeeded yet. The big gorilla zombie rushed over, gathered the strength of the two gorillas, and easily overturned the tank. At this time, other gorilla zombies succeeded not far away, and several tanks were overturned one after another. It didn't matter that these tanks were overturned, but at this moment they became an obstacle for the troops behind to rush out. The 100,000 people led by unyielding were divided into two parts, with 50,000 troops in each unit, rushing out from Jin Bridge and Xiangshu Bridge respectively. unyielding's plan was to rush out, even if many people died during the charge, so as to keep the fire for the 5th Army. But the premise of this plan was to rush out. Now these tanks overturned and blocked the bridgehead, and the vehicles behind could no longer pass. There was no chance to die, and they could only wait to die. Seeing such a scene, unyielding was completely desperate. At this moment, it was impossible to turn back to Hezhou, and going back would also be a way to die. But staying on this river bridge, unable to move forward and backward, with the frozen river below, where else could he go? I'm really unwilling. unyielding couldn't help but sigh to the sky. He had already come to this point, but was it in vain? On the other side of the bridgehead, the remaining tanks were completely destroyed, and the group of corpses had already started charging, and engaged in a fierce battle with the soldiers in the vehicles in front. The soldiers behind couldn't help. They were all holding guns on the car, or beside the car. Because the river bridge was narrow, it was not easy for the zombie army to come over. They could still hold on for a while, but what was the point of such persistence? Just when he was crying out to the sky and the earth, but no one answered, unyielding looked up and saw a missile flying in the sky. The target of the missile was still the direction of the front battlefield. This was not the first time he had seen such a missile. It was fired by the armored train of the Ziguang army. Tang Zheng is here again. If it was before, unyielding would definitely be very happy to see this scene, but at this moment he was trapped on the river bridge, and it was a highway bridge. Tang Zheng's armored train could not save him. But at this moment, the lights suddenly became bright under the river bridge. Countless searchlights shone up, and the sound of whistles also sounded. Hearing this sound, unyielding was stunned for a moment, then rushed to the edge of the river bridge, holding the guardrail and looking down. Seeing this, unyielding almost cried. There was actually a boat on the water. The frozen river surface was broken by something. At this moment, there were dozens of boats gathered under the bridge. There were also some speedboats shuttling back and forth. Many boats had their lights on, and were shining towards this side. Someone was shouting on a larger icebreaker. Brothers from the 5th Army Group, we are the light chasing army. Abandon your car immediately, get off the highway bridge, and go to the river to board the boat. Hearing this, unyielding was overjoyed. I really didn't expect that the light chasing army could even get a boat and break the ice. He immediately gave the order, and the rear army immediately abandoned their cars and went down the bridge to the river. The people of the 5th Army Group collectively abandoned their cars and rushed to the river at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. On the riverbank, boats had already docked on the shore. The people of the 5th Army Group began to board the boats when they arrived. 400 or 500 people were loaded on each boat, and then they began to leave. Some of the boats were dragging sampans or other boats from nowhere behind them, carrying as many as they could. When nearly half of the troops had withdrawn, unyielding also withdrew with the troops. At this moment, the front army was still fighting, and many of them might not be able to come back. But there was no time to care about so much at the moment. If most people could leave, it would be considered a win. unyielding was accompanied by a guard squad. The guards carried two large boxes and protected unyielding as he ran to the side of an icebreaker and climbed onto the ship along the ladder. As soon as he got on the ship, unyielding was invited to a more luxurious cabin. Here, unyielding met an acquaintance. Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng sat here and waved to Liu Yibing. Commander Liu, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Liu Yibing sat down and felt that the ship had started, and he relaxed. Brother Tang, thank you so much. I didn't expect that you would save my life again at the critical moment. Tang Zheng shook his head slightly. Let's not talk about this for now. Do you know that there are still more than 300,000 people in Hezhou who have not had time to evacuate? What will happen to those people if you leave? Liu Yibing said helplessly. I have indeed tried my best. If we wait any longer, the people of our 5th Army will not be able to leave. I'm not only responsible for the people of Hezhou, but also for the brothers in our army. Tang Zheng looked into his eyes. I just ordered the armored train to launch missiles, which should delay some time, but now I have to tell you some bad news. There are more than 100,000 people stranded at the airport and the train station. The news that you led the team to evacuate has spread. Now the airport and the train station are in chaos, especially the airport. Princess Li Wuya was also stranded at the airport. She has already publicized to the public that as long as there are still people who have not evacuated Hezhou, she will not leave. Hearing this, Liu Yibing was stunned for a moment, and his expression suddenly became a little painful. It's really like this. I'll go down to rescue them. No need. You don't have any troops now, and going there would be a way to die. And you should know that I want to rescue the survivors, but I have no obligation to rescue your 5th Army. Water transportation is not free now. I know. Let me see what else I have here. Liu Yibing opened his box tactfully and wanted to take out new coins to thank Tang Zheng, but he felt embarrassed. At this time, Tang Zheng's kindness in coming to rescue him could not be compensated by just some new coins. Just as he was choosing things, Hezhou came over to Tang Zheng's side. At this moment, Hezhou was like a fox that had found its prey. She accurately took out 3 sealed glass boxes from the box. Inside the box, there were 3 silver white solid blocks. I want this. Liu Yibing was stunned for a moment. Oh, that's the enriched uranium I got occasionally. Take it if you like it. After getting the enriched uranium, Hezhou was immediately satisfied and returned to Tang Zheng and said, General, give me a truck of explosives, and then I will stay here, and you can leave me a helicopter for me to retreat. Tang Zheng nodded. Come with me. I just need to deal with something here. After that, Tang Zheng brought Hezhou to the shore, where a helicopter had already landed. Tang Zheng directly bought a truck here, and then filled a truck with explosives, and then left Hezhou and an elite 5-star soldier here. He sent another bird helicopter to Hezhou, and Tang Zheng got up and left. At this time, the boarding operations had been basically completed. On the Jiangsu side, where Liu Yibing went, a total of more than 30,000 soldiers followed the fleet to leave. The remaining more than 10,000 people could no longer come back. On the bridge deck of the highway bridge, rumbling explosions continued to occur. The soldiers who had lost hope detonated explosives and began to perish together with the zombies. The situation on the Jin River was similar. A total of more than 30,000 people left successfully, and 10,000 people became cannon fodder. The icebreaker started, pushing the ice on the river surface forward. Behind the icebreaker, a large number of transport ships towed the temporary boats and even sampans, which were full of people, and went west along the river. On the riverbank, a large number of zombies were still howling on the shore, but they could not enter the river and attack the boats. There were not many mutant birds here. Some mutant birds came over halfway and were intercepted by the war eagles. A few mutant birds flew over, but they were also shot and killed by the people on the boat and could not pose too much threat. So far, after 6 days of bloody battles, the 5th Army had a total of 280,000 troops. In the end, only 70,000 people successfully left Hezhou and moved along the Jin River and Jiangsu towards Ziguang City. At this moment, there are still about 300,000 people and the Imperial Princess Li Wuya stranded in Hezhou. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244 The Final Nuclear Explosion. 3 more chapters, 500 monthly tickets plus. The reason why Tang Zheng appeared here in time was that he came here immediately after he had a shipyard. He wanted to come here to build ships. After all, it was too far from Ziguang City to come here at the speed of the ship, because ships cannot be directly made to appear on land, but only in rivers. And the system has another rule that new units must appear within the radar range when they join the army. If they are not within the radar range, they must appear within the range of Tang Zheng's portable radar. So Tang Zheng had to make this trip in person and came here to produce a wave of ships. After purchasing 4 icebreakers, 80 transport ships, and some assault boats, Tang Zheng spent more than 1.2 million. Originally, Tang Zheng planned to buy more, but after purchasing these, he found that his troops had reached full strength. Crew members and sailors also have to occupy the quota of the troops. After purchasing the ships, Tang Zheng's troops reached the full strength of 30,000 people, and they could not continue to buy. The number of ships was not enough, so he could only find a large number of abandoned ships to tow and load people. Anyway, we don't need the power of these ships now, as long as they can float on the water. This wave of emergency operations did work, that is, to rescue the remnants of the 5th Army. The fleets on both sides started at the same time, saving a total of about 70,000 people. But although the rescue was successful, there was still one last task waiting for Tang Zheng. That was the last 300,000 people stranded in Hezhou, and the imperial princess who refused to leave. Thinking of this, Tang Zheng secretly cursed Liu. Li Wuya must not get into trouble now. She is the last bloodline of the imperial royal family. Once she dies, the entire empire will have no heirs, and everyone can fight for themselves. As long as Li Wuya is alive, then even if others have any ambitions, they can only obey temporarily, at least to maintain superficial obedience, which is very important. Especially for Tang Zheng, he really needs Li Wuya to be alive now. Because in his system upgrade task, there is still a land area requirement. This time, a huge amount of money and manpower was invested in the rescue, which basically solved the population problem. After the rescue, as long as these people stayed in Ziguang City, the population would definitely exceed 5 million. But the land area also requires recognition from surrounding forces. Who are Tang Zheng's surrounding forces at this moment? In addition to Liu, there is Liu Yuqing, but their recognition may not be useful, because the master behind them is Li Wuya. So as long as Li Wuya recognizes Tang Zheng's territory, then as long as he encloses the land, this task will be completed, and any other objection in the empire will be invalid, because they have no right to recognize or divide the land. So Li Wuya must, or, it was just Liu's move that messed up everything. Tang Zheng can't blame Liu too much. After all, from his perspective, what he did can't be said to be wrong. The helicopter took off, and Tang Zheng went straight to the airport. He also knew the battle report from the front line. Some of the wounded of the 5th Army formed the last line of defense. If it weren't for his missile support, it would have been finished by now. Even now, it can only support for another 20 minutes at most. So he was in a hurry, and had to get to the airport as soon as possible. The helicopter quickly landed at the airport. Under the protection of the guard company, Tang Zheng entered the chaotic airport hall. There were some troops from the direct battalion to control the scene, but the scene was still very chaotic. The news that Liu had led the troops to leave came out, and the people who felt abandoned were desperate. They tried to attack the defense line formed by the direct battalion of the Ziguang army, and enter the airport apron to board the plane. The people of the direct battalion were responsible for maintaining order. Of course, such a chaotic scene could not be allowed. The officers led people to stop it. Some people did not believe in the evil at first, and did not believe that the Ziguang army dared to shoot. They also attacked the people of the direct battalion with various metal products, such as dismantled guardrails, metal trash cans, and even fire extinguishers. Faced with this situation, the officers of the Ziguang army did not hesitate at all, and directly ordered to shoot. Some rioters were shot dead on the spot, and the entrance to the airport passage was a river of blood. Most people were shocked and did not dare to act rashly, but some people still collapsed and ignored it, constantly inciting the crowd to rush forward, and the scene was still chaotic. At this time, Li Wuao, who was about to board the plane, came back and took the initiative to communicate with both parties, asking everyone to stay calm. She would stay here and would not leave as long as there were still people who had not left. With Li Wuao's appearance, the situation was temporarily under control, but it was only temporary. Once the zombies really rushed over, no one could remain calm. Tang Zheng arrived under such circumstances. Before entering the airport, he received news from the front line again. The southeast wall had been breached, and the zombies began to enter the city. It was only 7 or 8 kilometers from the wall to the airport, and it only took 40 to 50 minutes for the zombies to get here. Tang Zheng quickly entered the airport and came to the place where the crowd was the most dense, which was where Li Wuao was. The guards even separated the crowd, and Tang Zheng came to Li Wuao's side. The once glamorous and beautiful imperial princess was a little embarrassed at this moment. The torment of many days made her state very bad. Her face was as pale as paper, and her thin body seemed to be blown away by a gust of wind. Only her eyes were bright, and her waist was still straight, but the way she was holding on was too obvious, giving her the feeling of a sick beauty. Seeing Tang Zheng coming, Li Wuao's eyes followed him. This was the first time the two of them really met. They had only seen each other on TV before. Tang Zheng walked in front of Li Wuao, and his tall body almost covered her in shadow. A strong and imposing aura rushed towards her. Li Wuao felt inexplicably uneasy and shy. She tried to look up and looked at Tang Zheng's face. "Hello, Chief Tang." Tang Zheng lowered his head and looked into Li Wuao's eyes. "Your Highness, you must leave immediately." Li Wuao shook her head. "No, I won't leave. I have made a promise to the people." Tang Zheng snorted from his nose. "I'm the boss here now. Even if you are a princess, you have to listen to me." Li Wuao still insisted. "I won't." Bang. Tang Zheng didn't waste any words. He raised his hand lightly and slapped Li Wuao's neck. With his strength of the peak level 1 double mutation, he knocked down the fragile girl in front of him with just a touch. The maid beside Li Wuao screamed and supported her limp body. Tang Zheng didn't wait for her to ask anything, and waved his hand directly. "If you don't want your princess to die, take her on the plane immediately and leave here." The maid also knew the severity of the matter, nodded, and then carried the princess to the boarding gate. When the people around saw that the princess was knocked down and taken away, they thought they were going to be abandoned, and they were suddenly a little agitated. Tang Zheng stood up at this time and took the initiative to say to the people around, "Don't panic, the princess must leave, but I will stay here. You should know that I'm Tang Zheng, the mayor of Ziguang City. I saved all the people in Hezhou. You can still live if you listen to me. Whoever dares to make trouble, then he will stay here. Don't think I will be polite to you. I'm not the Imperial Royal Army. I have no obligation to save you. If anyone hinders me, I will kill you." These people who were very arrogant when facing the princess, but now they are quiet. Tang Zheng in front of them is not a little sheep like the princess. I'm afraid that he will never be able to count how many people he has killed in the Northern Territory in his lifetime. Seeing the quiet crowd in front of him, Tang Zheng was quite satisfied. He stood here expressionlessly, silently calculating the time. The communicator next to him kept bringing Tang Zheng first-hand news through radar and War Eagle vision. "General, the northeastern city wall has also been broken, and it is only 5 minutes behind the southeastern city wall. The wounded troops of the 5th Army were annihilated, and there is no sign of life. 2 waves of corpses are advancing at the same time, and they are already close to the center of the estuary area. At present, it is still impossible to determine the exact number of corpses, but roughly speaking, the number of corpses besieging Hezhou City is still more than 5 million. Tang Zheng nodded slightly. The 5th Army fought for 6 days and the results were pretty good. They killed more than 4 million corpses. But that's it. This is their limit. If it weren't for my repeated support, the number they killed would be reduced by at least half. But that doesn't matter anymore. I will leave after completing the rescue. This group of corpses can't threaten Ziguang City 600 kilometers away for the time being. Now everything depends on Hezhou." The 2 groups of zombies moved forward quickly. Whether they were heading to the train station or the airport, they had to pass through the central square of the Hezhou district. This square was the largest leisure square in Hezhou city. Hezhou was there, urgently making her car bomb. Tang Zheng had used this bomb once before, and the effect was very good, comparable to a small nuclear bomb. Hezhou also had rich experience in making it, and she was sure that she could complete it. As long as she succeeded, these people would still be saved. If she failed, Tang Zheng would leave without hesitation. Time passed by minute, and the personnel at the airport and the train station also left continuously under the guidance of the Zhuang army. 10 minutes later, the communicator reported to Tang Zheng that the zombies had entered the central square. General, the bird helicopter took off and flew to the airport. The War Eagle was escorting it. Hezhou came back. The bomb was successfully made and has been left in the central square. It can be detonated at any time. Okay. Notify Hezhou that it will be detonated in 5 minutes when the maximum number of zombies enter the square. Understood. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Zhuang City TV station broadcast the news. It was a big explosion from Hezhou. The explosion site seemed to have been hit by a nuclear bomb, and all the surrounding high-rise buildings were destroyed by the explosion. Within a few kilometers, the explosion flattened the area. The 300,000 zombies that entered the estuary area were completely wiped out by this explosion. The zombies besieging the city were also shocked by the explosion. For a long time, the zombies behind did not follow up. The people at the train station and the airport also got precious evacuation time. After the strong transportation efforts of the Zhuang army by land, sea and air, the last 300,000 people finally evacuated Hezhou at 12 o'clock in the evening. At this point, more than 3.5 million people in Hezhou were all transferred out and headed for Zhuang City. Hezhou and Jing, the two places where the empire had worked hard, also fell completely and became a paradise for zombies. The first prefecture level city recovered by the 5th Army was handed over. Through this battle, people also realized the power of the Zombie King. It turns out that the world has been changing all the time and is no longer what they know. Chapter 245. His name is Tang Zheng. The Hezhou Great Transfer shocked all the surrounding forces. In 3 days, without using road transportation, 3.5 million people in Hezhou were taken away. This can be described as a miracle. The powerful transportation capacity of the Zhuang army was also displayed to the world. In particular, the appearance of 20 large transport aircrafts represents too many things. First of all, the Zhuang army has conquered the technology of large transport aircraft, which was not done by the Hanyu Empire before. I really don't know how they did it. Secondly, it is a powerful military manufacturing capacity demonstrated by Zhuang City. At this time, when everyone is working hard for fixed-wing aircraft, they have already achieved mass production of transport aircraft. It can be seen that it is only a matter of time for the Zhuang army to develop fighter jets. In addition to the emergence of the Zhuang army, the battle in Hezhou also presented some problems. First of all, the power of the Corpse King has exceeded people's imagination. It can lead tens of millions of corpses to attack humans, which completely subverts everyone's understanding of the end of the world. Zombies are no longer wooden stakes without wisdom. They are enemies that can threaten human survival. Even modern armies can't say they can cope with the evolving zombies. Another problem is that the empire is not as strong as it seems. In other words, the empire fighting on its own is not that strong. If the surrounding armies had given support from the beginning, Hezhou would never have fallen to this point. But the fact that several armies stood idly by represents a problem. Perhaps the leaders of the surrounding armies still hoped that Li Wuai and Liu Yiban would die in Hezhou, so that they would no longer have any constraints. Unfortunately, Tang Zheng got in the way and destroyed everything. At this time, it was inappropriate for others to say anything, so the Zhuang army completed an unprecedented rescue, and no one has spoken out about this matter now. And although this rescue was successful, it also left a huge hidden danger. The zombie group attacking Hezhou has not been eliminated, and there are still more than 5 million of them. The movement of this zombie group is also of great concern to people. The one who cares most about this matter is Tang Zheng. When all the survivors of Hezhou entered the second ring area of Zhuang City, Tang Zheng didn't even have time to care about the myriad of affairs and put most of his attention on Hezhao. This action was actually extremely risky. Tang Zheng once thought that there was a high probability that the zombies would chase all the way. But at this time, things went a little wrong. The zombies did not follow immediately, but stayed in Hezhao. At first, Tang Zheng also took some pictures of the zombies eating through the perspective of the war eagle. Although most people left, there were still many human and zombie corpses left there, and it was normal for the zombies to eat. But after that, the war eagles could not get close to Hezhao. A large number of mutant birds took off, and if the war eagles guarded the airport, they would cover the estuary area tightly. The number of these mutant birds is still 600,000 to 700,000. Even if Tang Zheng has more than 10,000 war eagles, he can't get through this flock of birds and get the information inside. Seeing this, Tang Zheng was secretly shocked. This corpse king has a strong learning ability. He let the war eagle use this method once, and the other party actually learned it. He didn't know how long the zombies would stay, but Tang Zheng had a feeling that it wouldn't be too long. The zombie king would not give up until it achieved its goal. The next stop of the zombies would most likely be Ziguang City. Tang Zheng's mind was somewhat conflicted at the moment. He hoped that the zombies would come later, hoping that he would have more time. Because he had already reached the full strength of the regiment and had enough funds and population for upgrading. As long as he circled the map, and then the last item of cartography was produced, and then Li Wuiyao admitted that these territories belonged to him, he could upgrade to brigade commander. This would take time, so he hoped that the zombies would slow down. But he also hoped that the zombies would come faster, because he knew that the zombies were at their weakest at the moment. The zombies were at the level of tens of millions, but now only 5 million were left, only half of what they were at the beginning. If the zombies were allowed to return to their previous numbers, then the Ziguang army might not be able to resist. But the zombies were not under his control, and even reconnaissance was difficult now, so Tang Zheng could only give up for the time being. It is better to deal with the affairs in the city as soon as possible, and upgrade the brigade commander as soon as possible. After paying attention for a while, seeing that the zombies still stayed in Hezhao, Tang Zheng simply ignored it and plunged into countless heavy tasks. Hezhao City. City Hall. Where Liu Yibin lived. There is a thin layer of snow on the ground now, which fell last night. The thin snow cannot cover the messy footprints here and there, which are left by people when they escape. The dark group of zombies walked in front of the city hall. The zombies have ugly and terrifying faces, like evil spirits. But at this moment, they are as docile as sheep, standing obediently on both sides of the city hall, waiting for the arrival of their king. In the sky, countless mutant birds kept circling, driving away all other birds that approached. In the square in the distance, a little girl came over under the protection of a group of gorilla zombies. She was wearing a beautiful red dress, a pair of ponytails, and holding a big white bear in her hands. If it weren't for the inappropriate summer outfit and the scalloped eyes that exposed her identity, she would be a cute little baby. The little girl walked through the square, where the explosion happened last night. It was that explosion that made her last effort fall short, and everyone fled. This time when she attacked Hezhao, she felt that she had grown a lot. She learned how to cooperate with the zombies, how to be real and fake, and how to use the night. But she still failed, and those people actually escaped under the net she set up. But she didn't know where those people ran to. She only knew that they left by some human transportation. She needed to get some information to know the whereabouts of those people. So she came to the city hall. When she walked to the door of the city hall, she tried to tiptoe and gently push the door open. After entering the city hall, she searched for a while and then found a TV. This is a larger banquet hall with a TV hanging on the wall. The little girl turned on the TV according to the method Chen Filong gave her, and then sat on a chair and watched TV programs. That was a program from another base in the northeast. The program was broadcasting the news. The latest news from our station: the siege of Hezhao has been completely ended last night. Under the full rescue of the Ziguang army, 3.5 million people in Hezhao have been transferred and have all arrived in Ziguang City. The Imperial Princess Li Wuiyao and the commander of the 5th Army, Liu Yibin, have also been safely evacuated. Here, the commander of the Royal First Army, Shilei, sent a congratulatory message to Her Royal Highness the Princess and Commander Liu, wishing them a safe escape. There was also a broadcast in the TV program. The content was the scene of the survivors of Hezhou arriving in Ziguang City. More than 3 million people, under the continuous transportation of trains and planes, arrived in Ziguang City one after another, and started a new life. And in the TV screen, Tang Zheng also appeared once. Just when Tang Zheng's shot appeared, the little girl decisively pressed the pause button. Tang Zheng. The little girl spoke, and for the first time, she spoke continuous syllables. She remembered this person. This is Tang Zheng. No, Tang Zheng, because she was not very good at pronouncing that sound. This is the strongest man in her mind. It turns out that her failure was due to the intervention of this human. This man named Tang Zheng is her inner demon, the only person who can make her feel afraid. But now seeing Tang Zheng, the fear in her heart has faded a little. Even Tang Zheng's troops must avoid the sharp edge of her zombie group, which makes her more confident. The reduction of her fear of Tang Zheng made the little girl clearly feel that her strength was going to increase again. This is a very obvious feeling, as if the fear of Tang Zheng is the shackles that restrict her growth. As long as she completely breaks this shackle, her strength will reach the peak. At this moment, there are countless corpses in Hezhou City. Although most people have fled, there are still many corpses left, and there are countless zombie corpses. These are nutrients that cannot be wasted. The little girl waved her little hand gently, and the 5 million zombies under her command immediately began a gluttonous feast. The zombies began to frantically devour everything they could devour, and gained enough growth in the process. After the zombies finished evolving, the little girl decided to leave. Although Hezhou was a good place, she did not forget those who escaped, nor did she forget those who rescued them. Whether it was the 5th Army that killed Chen Filang or Tang Zheng who rescued the 5th Army, they were all people she had to get rid of. This was an instinct of the Corpse King. Zombies were originally chasing flesh and blood, and the Corpse King would not easily give up until he achieved his goal. Especially Tang Zheng, this person she had to face. It's just that her current strength is a little worse, and the 10 million corpse group has lost nearly half. When the devouring is completed, her ability will definitely be improved, and she can find a place to fill up the corpse group, and then she can go to Tang Zheng to settle accounts. By that time, the number of her corpse group will exceed 10 million, which will definitely be more than enough to engulf Ziguang City. The little girl stayed here and erected the corpse group to devour and evolve. This process will not take long. Maybe one day, maybe 2 days, and then, it will be the beginning of her new journey. Chapter 246 The first step to get the princess. In Ziguang City, busy Tang Zheng got a message. That is, the royal guard sent 200,000 people to rescue Li Wuiyao. After knowing that Li Wuiyao went to Ziguang City, the royal guard stopped marching to Hezhou, but would send a helicopter unit to Ziguang City to pick up Li Wuiyao and return to Yuanjing. Tang Zheng calculated that he was afraid that he didn't have much time left. While Li Wuiyao was still in Ziguang City, many things had to be solved. The biggest thing at the moment was to upgrade the brigade commander. Tang Zheng had completed 2 of the 6 tasks of upgrading the brigade commander, namely, full strength of the whole regiment and funds. There were 4 more tasks, namely, killing 30 million zombies, 5 million people, 500,000 square kilometers of land, and 10 mapping. Among the 10 mappings, 9 have been completed. Guo Yun's research institute is also working day and night to make the last map, and it is estimated that there will be results within a week. The kills of 30 million zombies now exceed 26 million. In 2 days, Keiki County will be taken, and there are probably about 3 million kills left. This mission is a little bit problematic. Currently, no zombies can be found within the radar range around Ziguang City. Apart from the colorful flags, we can only look for them in Lombard City or Fengcheng. It is useless to rush this matter. Now the main forces are outside, and Tang Zheng cannot kill 3 million zombies alone. Tang Zheng must take advantage of Li Wuiyao still here to implement the matter of 5 million people and 500,000 square kilometers of land. This is not easy. Li Wuiyao is the heir to the empire. It is almost impossible to get her to recognize these things. However, Tang Zheng has also prepared an important bargaining chip. This bargaining chip is the Fifth Army. Tang Zheng has ordered the fleet he formed to temporarily stop the ship in a town 400 kilometers away from Ziguang City. The 70,000 people have not followed the survivors to Ziguang City. It is already afternoon. As the host, Tang Zheng will host a banquet for Li Wuai and Liu Yiban at the Guns and Beauty restaurant today. Liu Yiban was picked up by him alone by helicopter and was not with the Fifth Army. Since Liu Qiuwen left, the Guns and Cannons Hotel has been taken back by the Ziguang Army as a place to entertain guests. However, the hotel model has not changed, and everything is carried out in the original style. The direct manager here is actually Tang Zheng himself. He did not entrust this place to anyone. Even the original employees, after being reviewed and found no problems, he did not replace them and tried to keep the original team as much as possible. It's just that some people have been added here, all of whom are secret personnel of the Ziguang Military Intelligence Bureau. They are not conspicuous here, ensuring that there will be no problems here. The dinner time is set at 6 o'clock. Tang Zheng looked at the time. It was already 5:30, so he prepared to leave from the official residence. Tang Zheng had great hopes for this dinner today. Liu Yiban is no longer a concern. At present, the Fifth Army is not by his side. His words no longer have any weight. It mainly depends on Li Wuai's attitude. On the way to the hotel, Tang Zheng kept thinking about what he should say and what he should do. After arriving at the hotel, Tang Zheng pushed open the door and entered the room, and then came to a box on the second floor of the hotel. This is the most luxurious box in the hotel, located in a corner on the second floor, relatively hidden, and the entire room is more than 200 square meters. At this time, Li Wuai and Liu Yiban had not arrived yet, so Tang Zheng was there alone drinking tea and waiting. About 20 minutes later, Li Wuai and Liu Yiban came together. They were arranged by Tang Zheng to rest for a while, and now they look much better. But when Li Wuai entered the room, he couldn't help but roll his eyes at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng knew that it was because he gave Li Wuai a knife-handed blow and knocked him out at the airport. However, Tang Zheng did not feel guilty about this matter, but it was a bit rude, so he could only smile awkwardly at this time. After the three of them were done, Tang Zheng pushed the menu over. Your Highness, Commander Liu, please order the dishes. Although you have eaten all kinds of delicious food, some of the specialties of Ziguang City are still worth trying. They are flavors that did not exist before the end of the world. Li Wuai did not speak, and Liu Yiban could not help but say, Brother Tang, will there be something that does not satisfy you during the meal later? And then you cough, or smash the wine glass, and a group of soldiers will come out and kill Her Highness and I on the spot? Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment. Why do you have such an idea? Liu Yiban snorted from his nose. It is a fact that you saved us, and we are all very grateful, but it is also a fact that you are bold and reckless. Your people took me from the ship to the plane and brought me to Ziguang City alone, and my troops have now been unloaded by your people, like unloading cargo into a town in the wilderness, where they can't get any help from heaven or earth. Now I'm alone in Ziguang City. If your troops are cut off from logistical supplies, I'm afraid they will freeze to death in that town with nothing. I have to doubt your intentions. If it were just that, it would be fine. The key is that you actually dared to attack Her Royal Highness the Princess. I simply can't believe my ears. The princess is the most favored daughter of the late emperor. She grew up with all the love and care. It can be said that no one has ever touched her since she was a child. You slapped her and she fainted. Tell me yourself, how can I believe you for such behavior? You are not thinking of controlling the emperor to command the princes, right? If so, you can do it now. The two of us are alone here and have no power to fight back. No matter what you want to do, we have no ability to resist. After saying that, Liu Yiban leaned back on the chair like a spoiled child, looking like he was going to die. After this process, Li Wuai did not speak, but he was looking at Tang Zheng with an inquiring look, wanting to hear what he had to say. Hearing Liu Yiban's long speech, Tang Zheng couldn't help laughing. He did not answer Liu Yiban, but asked Li Wuai first, Your Highness, do you think so too? Li Wuai did not answer yes or no, but asked softly, I think. What I think now is not important. What is important is what you think. Tang Zheng tapped the table lightly with his fingers twice, and after pondering for a while, Your Highness, Commander Liu, first of all, I want to correct your wrong ideas. What do you mean by governing the emperor to command the princes? Where did this come from? You can't be so forgetful, right? When in Hezhou, Your Highness gave orders to several surrounding army groups, and what was the result? At that time, they all disobeyed Your Highness's orders, and watched people die without helping. Do I have the right to order them, just because you stay in Ziguang City? Tang Zheng couldn't help laughing as he said this. If I ask them to donate supplies or money to the Ziguang army in the name of the princess, what do you think they will do? Seeing the two of them looking pale, Tang Zheng did not wait for their answers and said directly, I guess not only will they not obey orders, but they may also attack Ziguang City in the name of serving the king. It is easy to confuse right and wrong, so you tell me, why should I hold you hostage? Isn't that asking for trouble? Li Wuiyao felt a little uncomfortable. The commander of her army group did not obey orders, which was her biggest pain. But she was a little helpless, and didn't even know what to do. Liu Yibing also looked unhappy, but he had to admit that what Tang Zheng said was very reasonable, and to the point. It was just that these words were a little unpleasant to hear, and he couldn't accept it for a while. After taking a few breaths, he spoke again. Then why don't you let my troops return to the city with the fleet? Tang Zheng smiled. Liu Juntang, you also know that this is my home. How can I allow others to snore beside my bed? Judging from your current attitude, I did the right thing by not letting the 5th Army come to Ziguang City. Liu Yibing was a little annoyed and wanted to stand up, but when he thought of his current situation, he didn't want to talk at all. Yes, Tang Zheng was right. If he were Tang Zheng, he would not let the 5th Army enter the city. Who would let such a large armed force into his own nest? He simply stopped talking at this moment, picked up the menu, and started ordering dishes, picking expensive dishes, as if he was going to eat Tang Zheng out of money. Seeing that he had dealt with Liu Yibing, Tang Zheng turned to Li Wuiyao and poured him a cup of tea. Your Highness, what are your plans next? Li Wuiyao took the teacup, said thank you softly, and then a trace of confusion appeared in his eyes. I haven't thought it through. My guards are coming to pick me up. I should go back to Yuanjing. Tang Zheng thought for a moment. How many people are there in Your Highness's royal guards now? 250,000. Li Wuiyao answered quickly. Then, Your Highness, have you ever considered expanding the royal guards? Expand? Tang Zheng nodded. Yes, expand it. Now, the number of people in the several major armies is about 200,000. The reason why Your Highness's orders cannot be implemented smoothly is actually because of strength. Only when Your Highness has a strong power in his hands can he make others obey you, rather than simply relying on the royal bloodline. The royal guards can trek thousands of kilometers to rescue you, which shows that they are loyal to you, so this force should be expanded. I think that 400,000 royal guards will be able to ensure the smooth implementation of your orders. Li Wuiyao thought for a while. What you said makes sense, but it is difficult to form a force. After this incident, I think we must first ensure the loyalty of the troops. Such a loyal force is not easy to find. Tang Zheng glanced at Liu Yibing. Far away in the sky and close at hand, the 5th Army has fought heroically. Can't it be competent for the work of the royal guards? These 70,000 people are all elite veterans. As long as we select some new soldiers from the survivors, promote the veterans to grassroots officers, and the veterans lead the new soldiers, a troop will be formed soon. I believe that Commander Liu Yibing should also be willing to serve Your Highness. Sure enough, Liu Yibing heard this, and immediately expressed his loyalty to Li Wuiyao. Your Highness, the 5th Army has nowhere to go now. If you are willing to believe me, I will lead the 5th Army to join the Royal Guards. I will not compete with Commander Ma for the position of commander. The deputy commander is also fine, and the division commander is also fine. Hearing this, Li Wuiyao was indeed moved. That's good. It happens that the guards are not far from here. I will ask them to send a transport convoy over and go directly to the town where your troops are located to take all the soldiers away and return to Yuanjing together. Liu Yibing hurriedly agreed. Being able to join the royal guards, he can be regarded as having a home. Everyone is very satisfied with this result. Tang Zheng was also very satisfied. He could not possibly accept the 70,000 armed forces of the Fifth Army. After all, his army did not need ordinary people to serve as soldiers. The system could handle it. However, he would rather go to great lengths to purchase ships to save the Fifth Army. In addition to the fact that this army was quite strong, it was for the current situation. He had been thinking about this matter for a long time. Now that he had finally achieved his goal, When Li Wuya and the Fifth Army left, these more than 3 million people automatically belonged to Ziguang City. This mission was equivalent to completing one. Li Wuya was also very happy. He felt that Tang Zheng's proposal was very good. In his joy, he even took the initiative to ask Tang Zheng if he wanted to drink some wine. Chapter 247 The Promise with the Princess. Goal achieved. 3 more chapters. 550 monthly tickets added. The Fifth Army had a place to go, and a major issue in the minds of several people was resolved, so the dinner was very enjoyable. Liu Yiban was relaxed, and with the attitude of eating Tang Zheng out of money, he drank 4 bottles of Rentao Niu foreign wine by himself. The banquet lasted for almost 2 hours, and Liu Yiban was almost drunk. Li Wuya also drank a few glasses of red wine. Her cheeks were flushed, and she was a little drunk. When she talked and behaved, the princess's dignity gradually disappeared, and she occasionally revealed the girl's cuteness. In order to create a good atmosphere for the dinner and to talk about things later, Tang Zheng also drank a lot, even more than Liu Yiban. Otherwise he would not be able to get Liu Yiban drunk. But although he felt drunk, his eyes were particularly clear, and he did not forget the business at all. However, he did not say these directly. Instead, he took the opportunity to speak after 3 rounds of wine. Your Highness, I will not talk about others, but this Liu Yuchen is really abominable. In times of crisis, as the commander of the 1st Independent Division of the 5th Army, he was the first to jump out and refuse to rescue. If it weren't for him taking the lead, I'm afraid things wouldn't have developed so badly. Liu Yiban, who was leaning on the back of the chair and already drunk, suddenly looked up. Liu Yuchen bastard, Tang Zheng, I'm leaving now, and I don't have the ability to deal with him. You must avenge me. This man must be eliminated. Li Wuya also showed a trace of hatred at this time. This man is really annoying. Tang Zheng, if you have the ability, don't let him have an easy time. Tang Zheng nodded and spread his hands. I have the intention, but there is nothing I can do. After all, this person is still affiliated with the Royal Army sequence. How can I have the right to conquer him? If he hadn't attacked the manor base that was friendly with me, I wouldn't even provoke him. After all, Qinzhao is not my sphere of influence. Li Wuya shook his head, his hair a little messy. Tang Zheng, do you plan to join the Royal Army? If you are willing, I will make you a duke and let you be the commander of the group army. You can form a new 5th group army, so that you can legitimately deal with Liu Yuchen. Tang Zheng knew that, as long as he nodded at this moment, his mission would be completed. Not only can he gain Li Wuyao's favor, but he can also become a duke, and many conflicts will be resolved. For example, there are still some people in Ziguang City who are concerned about his relationship with the empire. If Tang Zheng himself becomes a member of the imperial nobility, these conflicts will be gone. He can legitimately develop and expand. However, Tang Zheng would never agree to such a thing. His rise did not rely on any power of the empire, but on the system. As the master of the system, his soldiers will not be loyal to the empire, but only to him. And Tang Zheng, who has the system, does not want to obey anyone. So no matter how unhappy Li Wuya will be, he must refuse this matter. At this moment, Tang Zheng picked up the wine glass and took the initiative to clink a glass with Li Wuya. Li Wuya also clinked glasses with Tang Zheng happily, and then seeing Tang Zheng drink the wine in the glass in one gulp, she actually tried hard to drink up the red wine in the glass. After drinking the wine, Li Wuya rested her elbows on the table, holding her small chin with both hands, looking at Tang Zheng with sparkling eyes, waiting for his reply. Tang Zheng stood up silently and spoke slowly. Your Highness, you are such a beautiful girl. Well, thank you. Li Wuya responded to Tang Zheng's compliment politely. There are many beautiful girls in the world, but there are very few who can compare with your Highness. But there are some. However, there are few people who are both beautiful and have the status of your Highness. So your Highness is truly a daughter of heaven. Precious and precious. Few people, especially men, will refuse your highness's request. Li Wuao thought for a while. It's not that there are none. A few days ago, the commanders of the army groups almost pissed me off to death. I cried when I thought about this, when I was sleeping. I felt that I couldn't do anything well. If it weren't for the idea you gave me today, I would have felt hopeless. Tang Zheng smiled. Then I congratulate your highness. This is your growth. People who have smooth sailing cannot become towering trees. Facing others' rejection is your compulsory course, and also a growth experience. Li Wuao blinked and looked at Tang Zheng. He seemed to think of something bad, and the smile on his face froze a little. Tang Zheng sighed. Yes, I'm going to disappoint your highness. Why? Li Wuao pouted her red lips slightly, a little unhappy. Tang Zheng looked into her eyes. Your highness, can I make a promise with you? Although Li Wuao was a little drunk, she knew that the critical moment had come. She tried her best to straighten her back and make her petite self look not inferior to the tall Tang Zheng. Then she said with a stern face, you say, my original ideal of establishing the Zhuang army was to restore peace in this world. Do you believe it? I believe that you have done a good job. I have seen it all. And I want to do my own thing without being bound by anyone, and don't want to accept anyone's command. Can you understand this? Li Wuao thought for a while. I can understand. From your perspective, it is normal to think this way. Tang Zheng smiled. Then I won't do anything bad. Do you believe it? I believe it. I believe what I see with my own eyes. That's good. Then I will make a promise with you now. First of all, you must understand that the current Hanyu is no longer the original Hanyu. It can even be said that it is not completely the world of the royal family. I don't want to be bound by the royal family, but I will not harm the interests of the royal family. However, I will continue my conquest and try my best to restore the world to its original state. If your highness princess recovers the place, I will not touch it, but I hope to get the princess's recognition for the place I recover, or my sphere of influence. Let's work together to make this world return to its best time. When that day comes, we will not take the initiative to fight for the throne or power. We will leave everything to the people to choose. Li Wuao couldn't help but be stunned when she heard this. The people choose? Yes, justice is in the hearts of the people. When the time comes, whoever does better will make his choice. This world has never belonged to a certain person. As a ruler, if he cannot be recognized by the people, then he is not worthy of staying in this position. And to get the recognition of the people, I think that is what we should do. Li Wuao was a little confused, but she felt that what Tang Zheng said made sense. An emperor who is not recognized by the people will eventually not be able to sit down, so there will be a change of dynasties. As a member of the royal family, she knows this very well. And the future described by Tang Zheng sounds very beautiful. She has been alone in the end of the world for a long time, and the only thing that supports her to go on is the unattainable dream of restoring the country. In fact, she often doubted herself, doubting that she could not do that. Because the current Hanyu was so different from the previous Hanyu, the goal of restoring the country was too far away. But Tang Zheng described that they would work hard for a better future, and it was an agreement between the two of them. It sounded easy to make people want to work hard, and it didn't seem so far away. After thinking for a long time, Li Wuao turned to Tang Zheng. So, what is our agreement specifically? Tang Zheng picked up a glass of wine again, and clinked glasses with Li Wuao. Li Wuao felt the power of a promise, raised his glass without hesitation, clinked glasses with Tang Zheng, and then toasted. I have an agreement with you. If your highness does better, I will support you in restoring the country. If I do better, let the people decide. Do you think it's okay? Li Wuao's competitive spirit as a royal princess was finally aroused at this moment. She even took the initiative to stretch out her little finger and slightly bent it towards Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment, and then smiled. Although she was a princess who was high above, she was still an 18-year-old girl after all. She behaved well at ordinary times, but her true colors were revealed when she was drunk. However, he also extended his little finger and hooked it with Li Wuao's fingers. The girl's skin was smooth and slightly cool, and it felt great to the touch. Li Wuao was unaware of it. The two of them hooked their little fingers together, and she took the initiative to extend her thumb and touch it with Tang Zheng's thumb. It's a pinky promise. The agreement is in effect, and it will never change. Click. Tang Zheng took out his mobile phone and recorded this scene. Li Wuya also cooperated and leaned against Tang Zheng, smiling like 100 flowers blooming. Extremely brilliant. Seeing Li Wuya's cooperation, Tang Zheng took advantage of the opportunity and took out an agreement. The content of the agreement was what the two had just agreed on. One of the important clauses was that Tang Zheng would not touch the royal sphere of influence, but Li Wuya had to recognize the places he recovered. Li Wuya didn't really want to sign this agreement and muttered, "What? We've already made a pinky promise, but we still have to do this." But she still picked up the pen, signed her name, and took out the jade seal from her bag and stamped it. This is the jade seal with her name, representing the highest power in Hanyu at present. After finishing all this, Li Wuya, who was already drunk, had spent a lot of energy and was already a little bit unable to hold on. She felt that she had suffered a little in the end, and she even pulled Tang Zheng in a somewhat inappropriate manner, saying that she wanted compensation. Without waiting for Tang Zheng to say what compensation, she pulled the scarf that Tang Zheng had placed beside her. "This is very beautiful, it belongs to me. You are not allowed to chase me for it." After saying that, her body became a little weak, and Tang Zheng could not take care of her too much. He could only support her thin and slender body, and then call her maid. Li Wuya's maid came in, holding Li Wuya's bag in one hand, and helping the drunk princess away with the other hand. Li Wuya grabbed Tang Zheng's scarf, and followed the maid away in a daze. At this time, Tang Zheng also felt that he was drunk and a little bit unable to hold on. However, he still insisted on calling the communicator, and gave him an order. The city guards were asked to send a company, and given the authority, to build city walls and sentry towers, and they were asked to go to Mobi immediately to start enclosing land. With Li Wuya's approval, as long as Tang Zheng enclosed enough land, the task of 500,000 square kilometers would be completed immediately. Chapter 248 The Strange Movement of the Zombies. The day after, Tang Zheng hosted a banquet for Li Wuya and Liu Yibing. On this day, Li Wuya did not meet Tang Zheng, but was busy within the second ring of Ziguang City. There were new survivors here, and it was also a busy construction site. Li Wuya personally led people to open several porridge shops here, and deposited 100,000 light yuan for the porridge shops as funds for purchasing food in the future. This money came from her private treasury, and was exchanged for light yuan with new currency. After Liu Yibing started the policy of the new currency, Li Wuya implemented it. At present, many places have issued new currency, which is relatively common. Li Wuya was busy, and Tang Zheng was also busy. With Li Wuya's pinky promise and the signed agreement, Tang Zheng finally completed the two upgrade tasks of population and land area. Now in Ziguang City, the total population has barely reached 4 million, with 3.5 million in the outer city and 500,000 in the inner city. The remaining 12 bases plus the manor base have a population of about 600,000. During this period, some small bases nearby were also gradually incorporated into Ziguang City. The total population is now 5.03 million. As for the land area, Tang Zheng decisively went to Mobi and established several checkpoints. The checkpoints were not large, with one class at each checkpoint, but they were very good for enclosing land. In Mobi, he had enclosed nearly 300,000 square kilometers of desert and dune areas, and his territory reached 500,000 square kilometers. After this number, Tang Zheng no longer went deep into Mobi. In the future, he would acquire more land and develop to the south and east. So far, he had completed 4 of his upgrade tasks, with only 1 map making, and 3 million zombies killed. Another day passed, and on the morning of the 3rd day, the helicopter that the royal guards came to pick up Li Wuya arrived. 10 helicopters escorted it, and there was also a transport helicopter. Tang Zheng personally sent Li Wuya to the airport. However, this airport was built inside the second ring road, and was specially used for temporary helicopter takeoff and landing. It was not an airport in the inner city. Li Wuya and Liu Yibing left together. Before boarding the plane, Liu Yibing tried his luck with Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng was puzzled. "Liu Junzhang, what's the matter?" Liu Yibing said angrily, "The night before yesterday, you went back after drinking, right?" Yeah, why didn't you go back? Then did you forget something? Tang Zheng couldn't remember. What did I forget? You forgot that there was another person who was drunk there. I was thrown on the sofa by the hotel waiter and slept until yesterday noon. I woke up with a sore back and no one even called me. Tang Zheng slapped his forehead. He drank too much the day before yesterday. After he dealt with the princess, he left, leaving the drunk Liu Junzhang alone there, forgetting everything. He said rather embarrassedly, mistake, I won't do it next time. There won't be a next time. I decided to stay away from you in the future. After that, Liu Yiban boarded the plane first. Li Wuiyao stood in front of the helicopter, looking at Tang Zheng, hesitant to speak. In the light snow of the first month of the lunar year, Li Wuiyao wore a purple winter coat and a scarf of Tang Zheng around her neck. However, the words "I love Tang Zheng" the most were hidden inside her, and only the words "there is love in the world" could be seen outside. Tang Zheng stood beside her with his hands behind his back and smiled. Li Wuiyao thought about it and said, "Will you always carry out the agreement we made that day?" Tang Zheng nodded slowly. "I don't have the habit of breaking promises, Your Highness can rest assured." As he spoke, Tang Zheng made a pinky gesture with a smile on his face. Li Wuiyao's face was slightly hot. "It's all your fault that I drank so much. I'm not like that normally." "Then Your Highness must remember not to drink with others easily in the future. After all, Your Highness is the Crown Prince and represents the image of Han Yu." "Okay, I know, I'm leaving." Li Wuiyao didn't linger too much, but just looked at Tang Zheng deeply, then turned around and boarded the plane. At the moment of closing the cabin door, she suddenly turned to Tang Zheng, made a trumpet shape with her hands, and shouted, "I don't like others to have the same gift as me. Don't give things to others randomly." After that, the cabin door closed, and Li Wuiyao disappeared. Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment and thought of the scarf. He smiled bitterly. He didn't want to give it away, but this was the third scarf he had taken out. However, the first one was lost, and the second one was taken away by Luo Qiwen. Luo Qiwen was probably killed, and might have become a zombie, and it was impossible for him to meet Li Wuiyao. Thinking of Luo Qiwen, he felt a little depressed, but he still waved to the helicopter, and watched Li Wuiyao leave. Li Wuiyao left, and Liu Yiban followed him. The 5th Army has begun to transfer, and headed for Yuanjing. Tang Zheng's fleet also set sail, continuing to break the ice, and returning to Ziguang City. Tang Zheng sorted out his mood, and returned to his official residence. As soon as he arrived at the official residence, the communicator came to report. "General, the zombies in Hezhou are moving." "Oh, where did they go?" Tang Zheng immediately became alert. If the zombies in Hezhou come to Ziguang City now, it will be difficult to deal with. Keiki's battle is coming to an end. Tomorrow morning, his large army will return to Ziguang City, but even if the large army returns, Tang Zheng currently only has 30,000 troops. Some of the 40 million funds have been spent, and now there are 38 million. After Keiki's troops return, they can bring back about 10 million funds, a total of more than 50 million. It takes 30 million to upgrade the brigade commander, and then he will need a large amount of funds to purchase new soldiers. The specific amount of funds required is not yet known, but the more the better. But it is certain that 20 million is definitely not enough. He needs some time to get more funds, so the movement of the zombies is very critical now. Correspondent Woody continued. According to the footage taken by the War Eagle, the zombies started from Hezhou and did not come directly to the west, but headed towards the grassland province in the northwest. Looking at their route, it seems that there is no specific target city. Instead, it seems that they want to cross the grassland, cross the Tang Zheng River, and enter Daliao in one go. Oh, is there such a thing? Tang Zheng was a little puzzled. The movement of the zombies was what Tang Zheng was most concerned about. If the zombies were heading west, they would be heading towards Ziguang City. But now the zombies are not coming to the west, but are moving in the direction between the north and the northwest. This is strange, no matter how you look at it. Tang Zheng came to the front of the map and drew a simulated route for the zombies to move forward according to the video provided by the War Eagle. This straight line really does not pass through any city, but is heading towards the Tang Zheng River and Daliao. According to this route, the zombies will leave Hezhou, cross the Jin River, and enter the grassland province. Entering the grassland province is an endless wasteland. They will walk on the wasteland. The nearest place to Ziguang City is 400 kilometers away. Even the northernmost, the university town base located in the suburbs of Lumber City, is more than 100 kilometers away. When this route was simulated, many people in the Ziguang army were very happy. General, this is a good thing. We have always been worried that the zombies will come to Ziguang City, but if we follow this route, the probability of them coming to Ziguang City is almost zero. Yes, if they want to come to Ziguang City, then they can go directly to the west and arrive in 10 days at most. Why go around in circles and walk such a long way? So they probably won't come. If they don't come to Ziguang City, the next step is the territory of Daliao. Let the zombies go to Daliao to make trouble. Haha. During this period of time, although everyone didn't say anything, they were still worried. After all, the strength of this zombie group is obvious to all. The 280,000 people of the 5th Army, which is equipped with similar equipment to the Ziguang Army, were almost wiped out. No one would not worry. Looking at his subordinates who were smiling happily, Tang Zheng was not so optimistic. The route of the zombie group was very strange. He always felt vaguely that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. It was as if he had overlooked a key point and couldn't remember it for a while. Tang Zheng shook his head and temporarily put the problem behind him. It's a blessing, not a curse. It's a curse that can't be avoided. What he needs to do now is to upgrade as soon as possible, then hoard funds and be prepared for war that may occur at any time. He saw the route of the zombie group and instinctively felt that the base in the north should be moved. After all, the base in the north does not have the protection force like Ziguang City. Once something happens, it will be a disaster. But such a decision is not so easy to make. After all, there are more than 200,000 people in the university city base, plus several surrounding bases. If it is moved this time, at least 400,000 people will have to be moved. Moreover, Ziguang City is now in ruins, and the new survivors are crowded in the shacks. It is really difficult to accommodate another 400,000 people. What's more, the people there may not be willing to move. They have lived in those bases for a long time. It is psychologically difficult for people to accept abandoning everything and leaving suddenly. Temporarily suppressing the idea of transferring the population, Tang Zheng asked the communicator to pay close attention to the movement of the zombies, and then patiently waited for the large force heading to Keiki County to return to the city. At noon the next day, the large force of the Ziguang army that went to Keiki County to fight finally returned. This time, after fighting in Keiki County for more than 20 days, the zombies in Keiki County were finally wiped out. This brought Tang Zheng's number of zombies annihilated to 27.3 million, which was 2.7 million away from the annihilation of 30 million. The troops that went out also brought Tang Zheng rich rewards. 18 million funds, as a county, is already a lot. With the arrival of this sum of funds, Tang Zheng's funds reached 68 million. Even if he upgraded to brigade commander, he still had more than 30 million funds to use. But Tang Zheng still felt that it was not enough. His goal was to have 50 to 100 million funds after upgrading to brigade commander, so that he would have the confidence to increase the number of troops. So after the large force returned to the city, Tang Zheng did not let them rest and immediately carried out the next task. He was going to a place that everyone had overlooked, that is, Hezhou. Liu Yibing had lived in Hezhou for a short period of time, and he might not have plundered the place thoroughly. Now that the zombies had left, Tang Zheng was going to go there to see if he could find anything else there. Chapter 249 Pie in the Sky. Tang Zheng made the decision and immediately took action. Just 2 days after the zombies left Hezhou, Tang Zheng's air force landed at the Hekau district airport. It was also Tang Zheng's first time to arrive in an An-124 large transport plane. 5 transport planes and 5 helicopters landed here. He brought all the people from the Direct Battalion and the Army Aviation Battalion. After getting off the plane, Tang Zheng could still see the mess left here when he evacuated. But he didn't want to see these things. After the troops arrived, he immediately asked everyone to disperse and look for jewelry stores or something else that were missed in Hezhou. After all, this is a prefecture level city, and it is normal for some corners to be overlooked. Tang Zheng took a helicopter from the airport to the city hall. This was the residence of Liu Yibing and others. Tang Zheng wanted to come and see if there was anything worth looking at here. When he arrived at the door of the city hall, Tang Zheng suddenly stopped. Ji Yunshan, you were a scout, come and see the footprints here. Ji Yunshan, the director of the Military Intelligence Bureau who came with Tang Zheng, immediately came over. There were countless footprints on the ground, proving that the zombies had been here before. However, there were only a few footprints that entered the city hall. In addition to a few particularly large footprints, which were obviously from the feet of the gorilla zombies, there was also a pair of small footprints that were somewhat conspicuous. Such small footprints? This is the first time I have seen them. They looked like a child. Ji Yunshan didn't see it very well, but he still took a photo of the footprints and sent it back to the Combat Command Center, which then sent it back to Ji Yuoyun at the Research Institute. After a while, Ji Yuoyun got the news. General, judging from the footprints, this is not an ordinary zombie footprint. Tang Zheng was immediately alert when he heard this and immediately asked, how did you judge it? It's like this, General. The way zombies walk is different from that of normal people. Their feet drag forward on the ground, so even high-level zombies will leave a dragging mark behind their footprints if they are not running. But this zombie's footprints don't have that. Its walking style is almost the same as that of normal people. This situation has only appeared in Shenfilang among the zombies I have studied, so I now suspect that this footprint comes from the Corpse King. When Tang Zheng heard that this was the footprint of the Corpse King, he immediately asked, then what else did you analyze? This Corpse King is not very old, he should be a child of about 5 years old. From the analysis of the shoes, this shoe belongs to a little girl. There is not much other information, but General, I suggest that you can trace the direction of the zombie group's arrival. After all, such a large group of zombies cannot come to Heza out of thin air. There must be a source. As long as you find this source, you may have unexpected gains. Hearing this, Tang Zheng's eyes suddenly brightened up. That's right. Such a huge group of zombies is enough to empty the zombies of a county or even 2 counties. If he finds the empty county, he may be able to find a large amount of funds out of thin air. Thinking of this, Tang Zheng immediately called Da Kungming over. Da Kungming, a 5-star military dog, is now as strong as a tiger. He was sticking with Xiao Piaolian and Xiao Balian, and was brought over by Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng gestured and explained to Da Kungming for a while in his ear. Da Kungming was indeed smart, and understood what Tang Zheng meant. It and the 2 bitches did not look for the direction in which the footprints left, but looked for the direction in which the footprints came. Tang Zheng led people and drove the car behind Da Kungming. Da Kungming ran and stopped, first passing by the Hekau district square where the nuclear explosion had occurred. After running across the square, it ran to the ice wall area, where the battle had taken place. After crossing the ice wall, it began to enter the place where the zombies gathered. Tang Zheng followed Da Kungming, and watched it turn around here for several times, and finally ran towards the wild. That's right, Da Kungming understood. The direction it is heading now is the edge of Xiangshu River. The corpses came from here. Passing through a layer of ice, the dogs ran faster and faster. Gradually, they left the edge of Xiangshu, and entered an abandoned town. This is an empty town, and many places are covered with snow, but from some details, you can still vaguely see traces of the corpses passing by. The corpses came from here. It seems we have found the right direction. The dogs ran faster and faster, leaving the town, and running all the way. Later, Tang Zheng simply let Da Kungming and the others get in the car. If the direction is wrong, you bark. If it is right, just keep driving forward, okay? Da Kungming stuck out his tongue and nodded. Very smart. The car went farther and farther under Da Kungming's constant corrections. There were also war eagles and helicopters following behind to ensure that there would be no problems. After walking for 5 or 6 hours, it was afternoon. They had walked hundreds of kilometers. When they passed a county town and Da Kungming did not respond, Tang Zheng had almost locked onto a place. If they continued walking in this direction, they should be Boya County, because there was only one county town in the next few hundred kilometers. Tang Zheng decisively left the vehicle and took a helicopter. Under the escort of the War Eagle, he headed straight for the sky above Boyer County. About 30 minutes later, the helicopter arrived over Boyer County. When the plane flew low and circled over the county town, Tang Zheng was overjoyed. Found it. This is the county town where the Corpse King was originally entrenched. Now it is deserted. There is not a single zombie or mutant beast in the entire county town. You know, Tang Zheng has only taken down 3 county towns since the establishment of the army, namely Shuanglin, Kingpin and Keiki. He never thought that one day he would be able to pick up an uninhabited county town out of thin air, and in this way, all the resources here will belong to him. Notify the helicopter unit of the Army Aviation Battalion to come here immediately to find funds. At the same time, notify the Combat Command Center to drive all the vehicles that can transport supplies from Ziguang City. There are a large number of supplies that can be transported back. With the arrival of more than 3 million people, Tang Zheng's material reserves here are not enough. The sudden acquisition of this county town is simply a pleasant surprise. Tang Zheng landed in the county town by helicopter. After a while, other helicopters also arrived one after another. Teams dispersed in the city and began to collect gold. Tang Zheng himself came to the city center of Boyer. Beside him, Dakeng Ming was still sniffing and gradually ran towards a tall building. Tang Zheng immediately followed and led people to follow Dakeng Ming and entered this tall building. Going up along the abandoned stairs, there are countless footprints on the ground here. Through the method of identifying zombies mentioned by Guo Yun, it can be determined that all those who have stayed here are zombies. And the size of these footprints proves that those who stay here are not ordinary zombies. Am I here in the old nest of zombies? Tang Zheng followed Dakeng Ming and went up the stairs to the top floor. When Tang Zheng entered a room, he was stunned. This room was decorated just like the rooms of humans before the end of the world. It was a princess room, with pink gauze curtains, pink cabinets, and pink beds. More importantly, Tang Zheng found a TV here. There is a TV here. There are no survivors in Boyer County. Who pulled the TV cable here? Tang Zheng turned on the TV curiously and found that the TV could be used. Seeing a small bench opposite the TV, which was obviously not for adults, Tang Zheng had some understanding. This should be the residence of the Corpse King, but Tang Zheng never thought that the Corpse King would be like this. She actually watched TV, so it must be Hezhao TV station and Ziguan TV station. She could watch all the news. At this time, Ji Yunshan made another discovery. General, these 2 footprints also belong to the Corpse King. I just sent them back to Guo Yun. After comparison, he found that these 2 footprints belonged to Chen Filang. Tang Zheng was stunned. At this moment, he finally knew why the corpse group suddenly went to Hezhao. It turned out that Chen Filang came here, and the Corpse King launched a large-scale attack on Hezhao, which should be to avenge Chen Filang. Zhang Zixin, who killed Chen Filang, is dead, but the 5th army is still there. Strictly speaking, Chen Filang's revenge has not been avenged, so is this matter really over? Although there are no zombies in the county town, and jewelry cannot be obtained from the zombies, the gold shops here still made Tang Zheng rich again. Jewelry stores were discovered one by one, and funds continued to arrive. Tang Zheng stayed in this room of the Corpse King for a day and a night. In the end, he accumulated 22 million funds. This also made the funds accumulated in his hand soar again, and now it has reached 90 million. Excluding the cost of upgrading the brigade commander, there are still 60 million funds available. The arrival of this fund really gave Tang Zheng the confidence to upgrade. You know, with so many new survivors in Ziguang City, they can exchange and recycle jewelry, and there are still about 20 to 30 million funds. It's just that this money takes time and cannot be cashed in all at once. It's still this kind of fun and affordable to take down a county at a time. Although it has not yet reached his expected goal of 100 million, it is enough to greatly improve the strength of the Ziguan army. At this moment, Tang Zheng even wanted to thank this child Corpse King. If it weren't for her attack on Hezhao, it would be basically hopeless for him to be promoted to brigade commander. The more than 3 million people would be an unsolvable problem. It took Tang Zheng more than half a year to conquer 3 county towns after he got the system. The zombies she summoned away with a shout left a county town for him out of thin air. Now everything is ready, and the last 2 tasks are left to upgrade to brigade commander. There is no rush for mapping, it will be completed in the next few days. The only difficulty is the number of 2.7 million zombies killed. However, before Tang Zheng came out, he had already sent a large force to the manor base by rail transportation. It is close to Fengcheng, and he ordered the troops to go out and kill zombies in Fengcheng. 2.7 million zombies can be completed in a week at the fastest and 10 days at the slowest. His days as a group leader are numbered. Chapter 250 Cyborg. Kinzhao. Military Camp Base. The military camp base covers an area of about 10 square kilometers, and the entire base has a population of more than 600,000. Since Liao Yucheng was defeated in the manor base, in order to deal with Tang Zheng's threat, this base has now been built like a copper wall and iron wall. The 15-meter high wall is more than 20 meters thick. That's not all. Liao Yucheng implemented a major project, which is to dig a moat. He diverted water from the nearby river and almost mobilized the power of the entire city to dig a moat with a depth of 30 meters and a width of 150 meters. The river water is running water, and it will flow down around the moat. If you want to enter the city, you can only go through the 4 gates around it. Even so, Liao Yucheng still feels unsafe. He expanded his army to 80,000 people and hired a lot of mercenaries. Some mercenaries who were notorious for not being able to make it in Ziguang City were recruited by him to deal with the war that might break out at any time. And in this military camp base, there is also a city within a city. The poor people in the city are not qualified to enter this inner city. Those who live here are all people of status. In the inner city, there is not only Liao Yucheng's underground palace, but also a coliseum and a prison. Those who oppose him will be thrown into the prison and tortured constantly. Some people are thrown into the coliseum to fight with people or mutant beasts. And there is a special place in the prison. The Prison Research Institute. This place is located deep in the prison, with high walls and electric fences, and is heavily guarded. Even many senior officials in the military base don't know what it does. They only know that there are often missing people in the city, and some prisoners in the prison disappear inexplicably, which may be related to this research institute. Recently, there have been constant explosions in the research institute, and no one is allowed to approach. Almost everyone in the entire military base knows that the research institute is the most terrifying place in this base. As long as the missing people basically go there, and no one has ever come out alive from there. Today, Liao Yucheng in the old nest heard the news that the Ziguang army began to enter Fengcheng. You mean, Tang Zheng's troops have entered the suburbs of Fengcheng and are clearing out zombies, right? Yes, Commander. Tang Zheng has about 20,000 people on his side. They are clearing out zombies at the border of Fengcheng. They are killing zombies very quickly, and they can kill about 400,000 zombies a day. Liao Yucheng listened with a gloomy face, and he felt something was wrong. Since the war with Tang Zheng broke out at the manor base, Liao Yucheng has been a little worried all day long. The main reason is not only the pressure from Tang Zheng, but more importantly, Liu Yiben refused to provide him with any weapons and equipment. The most fatal weakness of his troops is that they don't have any heavy weapons, and they are completely at a disadvantage when facing the Ziguang army. He has always relied on Liu Yiben, but Liu Yiben cut off the supply of weapons, and Liao Yucheng's life has become difficult. So he has been worried that the Ziguang army might attack, so he has been reinforcing his military base. Now this base has been built into a copper wall and iron wall by him. But despite this, he still often couldn't sleep all night. After all, in front of modern war weapons, the so-called defense can't play a big role. If Tang Zheng attacks regardless, he may not be able to hold on for too long. However, Liao Yucheng will not sit and wait for death. Since Liu Yiben cut off the supply of weapons, he began to think of other ways, and has already connected with other people. Now that he heard that Tang Zheng began to attack Fengcheng, he felt threatened and worried that the Ziguang army would suddenly cross Fengcheng and enter Kinzhao. So after hearing the report, Liao Yucheng was very worried. With his own strength, it might be difficult to deal with Tang Zheng. He hesitated for a moment and said to the communicator, "Prepare the car, I'll go to the institute." The car soon arrived at the gate of the underground palace. Liao Yucheng came out of his underground palace and went straight to the institute. Entering the prison, the car turned for a while and arrived in front of a gate. The security guard saw Liu Yacheng and immediately saluted and let him go. Liu Yacheng's car entered the institute. When he arrived at the door, he put on a large mask and opened the door to get out. When he arrived at the door and opened it, he was immediately hit by a strong smell of blood. Even with a mask on, Liu Yacheng still found it unpleasant and walked in with a frown. Inside the institute, there were many people wearing gas masks and white coats walking around, busy here. There were many tall vessels inside, and the vessels were filled with people. Their bodies were somewhat incomplete. At this moment, they were soaked in formalin, but they looked alive. There were also many test beds in the room, which were used to dismember people. The ground was stained with blood, and from time to time someone took a water pipe to rinse it, but it still couldn't wash away the strong smell of blood here. Seeing Liu Yacheng coming in, a thin man in a white coat came over. Haha. How come Commander Liu is so interested today that he actually came to this place? Welcome, welcome. Liu Yacheng smiled bitterly. Drive ZHU, don't joke with me. I have no interest in coming to this place. I came to see you. The man called Dr. ZHU also laughed. Commander Liu came to see me alone. It seems that something big has happened. Let's go to my office to talk. Dr. ZHU took Liu Yacheng into a sealed room. Unlike the hall outside that was full of blood and looked like hell, this place looked much cleaner and there was no bad smell. After Dr. ZHU came in, he threw his white coat and gas mask aside. He was a little old man in his 50s. Inviting Liu Yacheng to sit down and handing him a cigarette, Dr. ZHU said, Commander Liu, what's the matter? Liu Yacheng pondered for a moment. Drive ZHU, how is the research on the modified humans here going? Dr. ZHU did not answer immediately, but looked at Liu Yacheng. You ask these questions. Is there any trouble? Liu Yacheng also did not answer this question, but asked again. When is Commander Cheyenne going to announce it? Dr. ZHU shook his head. Originally, it was planned to announce it after the zombie siege in Hezhou, because everyone thought that Our Highness and Liu Yibing and others were dead, but unexpectedly Tang Zheng intervened and rescued them. Now Li Wuao has returned to Yuanjing and is expanding the royal guards with great fanfare. In addition, Tang Zheng is echoing in Ziguang City. The first person to announce it at this time will definitely be the first to come forward, so Commander Cheyenne decided to wait a little longer. Liu Yacheng was a little distressed, but I was the first one to announce that there would be no rescue according to the instructions of Commander Cheyenne. Now I have been targeted. When Li Wuao and Liu Yibing returned to Yuanjing, they announced that I was a traitor to the empire, and Tang Zheng is now attacking Fengcheng. I'm worried that he is coming for me. Drive ZHU, you were the one who passed on the message about this matter. You know the whole story. Ever since Liu Yibing cut off my weapons supply, I have secretly surrendered to Commander Cheyenne. Not only was I the first to announce that there would be no rescue, but I also provided you with a research institute. Because of this research institute, many people now hate me very much. If it weren't for my tight defense and the large number of mercenaries hired here, I would have been driven down long ago. You can't just leave me alone now. Dr. ZHU looked at the somewhat panicked Liu Yacheng and patted him on the shoulder. Commander Liu, although it is not the time for us to announce it now, there should be no problem here. You mean that Tang Zheng has started to attack Fengcheng now, right? Yes, his troops arrived in Fengcheng yesterday. I have some roots there. Someone told me that they are destroying zombies in Fengcheng, probably to open up a passage to Qinzhou. They must be coming for me. Dr. ZHU thought for a while. What you said is indeed possible. How many people came from Tang Zheng's side? About 20,000 people. You are scared like this by 20,000 people. You are really useless. Drive ZHU, don't laugh at me. You don't know Tang Zheng. I knew him when he was in Qinzhou. He killed people without blinking an eye. The leaders of Qinzhou at that time were lawless. I couldn't even rank among them, but he dealt with them all. Otherwise, I wouldn't be where I am today. Besides, my weapons and equipment are not good enough. I'm afraid I can't beat him. Dr. ZHU smiled. Then I think it's better to teach Tang Zheng a lesson first. Let his 20,000 people lose 7,000 to 8,000 or even 10,000. Then I believe he will definitely return to Ziguang City to heal his wounds. When Commander Cheyenne is ready, not only will you become a member of our 8th Army naturally, you won't even have to be afraid of Li Wuao. What do you think? Liao Yucheng's eyes lit up when he heard this. This is a good idea. How should we do it? Dr. Zhu smiled and said, didn't you just ask me how the research on cyborgs is going? Now I'll show you some small results. Follow me. As he spoke, Dr. Zhu took Liao Yucheng out of the room and came to a playground in the institute. When Liao Yucheng arrived at the playground, he saw a young girl standing not far away. Liao Yucheng has always liked beautiful women. This girl was good looking, and he immediately became a little lustful. Drive Zhu, there are some good stuff here. Send it to me in the evening. Dr. Zhu laughed and said, I'm afraid you can't enjoy this. I don't believe it. There is a woman I can't deal with. Then take a look. As he spoke, Dr. Zhu said to the girl over there is a truck over there. Kill it. Remember, it's in stealth mode. The girl heard what Dr. Zhu said and walked towards an abandoned truck not far away. Liao Yucheng noticed that the girl didn't seem to be walking very conveniently, as if her leg was injured. He felt a little sorry, but also a little weird. The girl walked to the side of the truck, and suddenly her face became hideous, almost turning from a normal person into a zombie. The girl roared, leaned forward, and stuck her whole body to the truck, and then suddenly there was an explosion. Boom. With a loud bang, a huge fireball shot up into the sky, and the truck was instantly blown to pieces. The impact of the airwave affected Liao Yucheng, who was more than 200 meters away, and he was knocked down. Dr. Zhu hid in a corner early, and was not affected. Seeing Liao Yucheng fall, Dr. Zhu laughed. How is it, Commander Liao? How is my transformation plan? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.